I think it is. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And welcome to the members of the public here in attendance at the board hearing room. Yes is right. I know that this is my first kind of in person. Feels like the first day in school 2 years later. So people who don't know me know that I sign, and this is the American Sign Language sign for applause. So if you see me doing this, you'll just understand that I'm applauding, not waving. So this is my way of saying we're back. We're back, and thank you. Before we get started, I want to just acknowledge all of the county staff that have made it possible for us to return. We have acknowledged the hardworking staff who kept us safe during the pandemic. We've done that repeatedly. County workers stepped up to the plate for every county resident, but I want to thank all of the people who make this meeting function, for making the hearing room safe, for managing under the leadership of Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Solis during the pandemic when you had to go online. But I want to congratulate and thank everyone who worked so hard these past 2 years to get us to this point where we're back in the hearing room in person. So thank you. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of the LA County Board of Supervisors, and today is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. We take note that a full complement of the board is present, with Supervisor Kuehl joining us remotely, and the Chief Executive Officer, Acting County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. Supervisor Barger, would you do us the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, would everyone please rise and face the flag and place your right hand over your heart? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please call the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2. Sent matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer and appropriate department heads as necessary on the status of the American Rescue Plan funding and considerations of necessary action. Sent matter 2 is a discussion and consideration of necessary action on the public health order related to COVID-19, updates on the monkeypox, and the status of the COVID-19 and monkeypox vaccines. These items will be held for discussion. On page 3, public hearings, items 3 through 8. These items will be held for hearings. On page 6, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 9 through 36. On item 11, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 12, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 16, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 21, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 4th, 2022. On item 26, Supervisor Kuehl requests that this item be held. On item 29, Supervisor Kuehl requests that this item be held. On item 30, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also on this item, to clarify, Supervisor Solis' amendment to Supervisors Kuehl and Hahn's joint motion only amends Directive 3C and 3D. On item 32, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 28, administrative matters, items 37 through 74. On item 45, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 50, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On page 46, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 72D, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 47, separate matters. On item 75, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 4th, 2022. On item 76 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the Los Angeles Unified School District 2022 General Obligation Bonds, Series B, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $500 million. On page 48, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 50, notices for closed session. On items CS2, CS3, and CS4 are all additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances through CS4 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items, and such will be the order.
That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please play the Code of Conduct video?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
We'll now take public comment for all agenda items excluding public hearing items 3 through 8. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who wish to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public joining us remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Remember to turn down the volume on your devices as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To all members of the public, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total of up to 3 minutes. We will allocate up to 90 minutes for public comment on all of the items excluding the public hearing items. We will alternate between in-person speakers and telephonic speakers until there are no speakers waiting or the 90 minutes have lapsed. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting. When speaking on the regular agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speaker phone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling 10 in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Ian Jamison, Kimberly Alvarado, Elena Pop, Natalie Medina, Adriana Medina, Emmanuel Matamoros, Heidi Gonzalez Toledo, Roberto Garcia Ceballos, Benny Benitez, and Diana Cruz please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Trout Winters. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
I am calling to discuss items motion 16 and 72E. And good morning, everyone. I'm Trouty Winters, the Executive Director of the National Alliance on Mental Illness Greater LA County. I'm also a resident of District 2. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Hahn for motion 16 to develop mental health care facilities to help depopulate the jail. On behalf of our NAMI members, I'm calling to voice my strong support for motion 16. This is something we have been advocating for many years and is the missing link in our care for justice-involved people with serious mental illness who often only get sicker while incarcerated. This motion calls on the county to develop a set of recommendations for the development of secure, non-correctional mental health care facility beds needed to transition individuals with serious mental illness from jail custody to a clinical therapeutic environment in the community. This is the humanitarian way to treat people with serious mental illness who are incarcerated. There will be a high level of treatment to stabilize people so they can come back into the community. These are not jail beds. There is no law enforcement. These are clinical beds and not carceral. In the long run, we believe this will save the county money, and it is good to see jail construction funding repurposed for the development of non-correctional mental health care beds. We also want to thank Supervisor Barger for her similar motion for new treatment beds, and thank Supervisor Mitchell, and encourage the board to support item 72E in the supplemental budget to utilize state funding to develop more beds for our misdemeanor IST clients. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Mayor Velma Cuellar Stallings. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. Item 32. This is Mayor Velma Cuellar Stallings from the City of Paramount. I'm calling to offer my city support for Supervisor Janice Hahn regarding the land banking program. This will allow the local city officials to maintain control over the land used and decisions for their city. Cities need the ability to determine where new housing should be located within our community. But this is a decision that should be made locally, and participation in the land banking program should not be forced upon us by the county. That is why the City of Paramount fully supports Supervisor Hahn's motion. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Joseph Charney. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm addressing item 1116 in public comment. My name is Joseph Charney. I served as a Justice Deputy to former Supervisor Zev Yaroslavsky and well acquainted with the issues. This board's Care First Jail's last policy is appropriate when applied to homelessness and misdemeanor violations that place individuals in and out of county jail. But this effort will do nothing to secure constitutional care for seriously mentally ill inmates residing in county jails. That care is defined in a 2015 federal consent decree relating to housing, treatment, and out-of-cell time. It has been apparent for years that the only way to comply with the decree and enable the county to close MCJ is by replacing it with an adequate mental health custodial facility. Each year, the numbers of mentally ill inmates increase without an adequate county response. In its last federal court appearance, the county admitted that it can't fulfill its constitutional obligations. Mentally ill inmates continue to receive insufficient housing, treatment, and programming. The board must do more than spout aspirational goals. It must stop sloganeering and fulfill its obligations that relate to balancing interests and prioritizing funding. LA supervisors and not anti-jail advocates, nor the LA Times editorial board, are elected to make those decisions. Those obligations not only relate to the incarcerated, but those victimized by serious and violent crime and who seek and deserve justice. Yet there is no mention of justice for victims in item 16. Shouldn't their needs be considered? Inmates are not incarcerated because they suffer mental illness that only creates a danger to themselves or others. It's because they have committed serious crimes. Justice for victims must also be part of the equation. Neither is public safety mentioned in the motion. Jails are also there to protect against serious crime disproportionately perpetrated against minority communities. An inmate can be seriously mentally ill and also be a threat to his fellow inmates and staff in a non-custodial environment. These inmates cannot be safely treated in such an environment. It's time for the board to recognize this and finally do the right thing. Replace MCJ, Men's Central Jail, with a modern, adequate mental health custodial facility. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Sheila Carter. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sheila Carter, and I am from District 3, representing NAMI West Los Angeles. I'd like to speak on items 16 and 72. First of all, I'd like to thank Supervisors Salas and Hahn for their support and for their some very important motion in item 16. I am calling in to submit my strong support for their motion. This motion calls on the county to develop a set of recommendations for the development of secure non-correctional mental health facility beds needed to transition individuals with serious mental illness from jail custody to a clinical therapeutic environment in the community. Please do not get well. People do not get well in a cell, and NAMI has called for the development of such facilities for many years. They are the missing link in our continuum of care for people with serious mental illness who are just as involved and acutely ill. These beds are essential if we are ever to close Men's Central Jail. I have a personal story. My son was arrested in March of 2022 or 21, sorry, and for assaulting me during a psychotic break. He was taken to the Men's Central Jail and had to sit there until the end of August to get into the Metropolitan State Hospital, of which he has been there for over a year. He is severely ill with serious mental illness. Had he had been moved quickly, his recovery may have happened sooner. We really need beds. The plan to place these facilities in various regions of our county will help keep our patients closer to their families. These beds will help reduce the logjam of people who are detained in jail as felony incompetent to stand trial and could help reduce this population by half. These beds will also be able to offer new capacity for our diversion programs for individuals who first require stabilization. It is encouraging to see jail construction funding repurposed for the development of non-correctional mental health care beds. I can't stress how important this is. Although these beds will be placed in a restrictive therapeutic environment, they are not carceral or correctional beds and not about punishment, but rather healing and recovery. And I would like to state, when we have seriously mental ill patients, it is like when somebody has a heart attack, they cannot control the body. The same thing happens with their brains when they have a serious mental illness.
Your
They
time
cannot
has expired.
control it.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Steve Croft. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. I'll be addressing item 32. Good morning, Chair Mitchell and members of the board. I'm Steve Croft, the Mayor of the City of Lakewood. The City of Lakewood strongly supports Supervisor Hahn's motion, agenda item number 32, developing an opt-in model for the county proposed land bank pilot program. As a member of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments and a supporter of light rail in the region, we were surprised to learn that a land banking program was being proposed without the input of the entities with land use decision-making authority and without the opportunity to determine whether the program was appropriate for our communities. As a city, we are acutely aware of the need for the greater housing, and our recently adopted housing element has zoned for approximately 4,000 RENA units required of us. However, determining where additional housing should be located is a fundamental local decision. The land banking program, as currently proposed, would have usurped local regulations. We also look forward to further discussions with the county on ways this proposal can be compliant with local land use and development regulations.
Excuse me.
We applaud Supervisor Hahn's.
Your time has expired.
Yes.
Moderator, we will now return to in-person speakers.
Ian Jamison, agenda item 2 in general public comment. Hi, my name is Ian Jamison. I am co-founder of California Leftists for Freedom. On August 11th, the CDC issued updated guidelines indicating that vaccinated and unvaccinated Americans should be treated no differently. On September 13th, CDPH Director Thomas J. Aragon dropped the vaccine mandate for California school staff. And on September 18th, President Joe Biden said in a 60 Minutes interview, quote, "The pandemic is over," end quote. There are no pretexts left for these bogus states of emergency. You people are all fascists. End the states of emergency now.
Good morning. My name is Elena Pop. I'm the Executive Director of the Eviction Defense Network. I'm speaking on items 19, 26, 29, and general public comment. Last Tuesday, a family came onto the webinar that is sponsored every Tuesday night by the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment and staffed by the Eviction Defense Network. They had with them a notice to vacate from the sheriff that was expired several days earlier. They were in shock when I told them that it was very likely that they would be locked out as early as 6:30 in the morning the next day. I could see the children in the background, mother and dad, both in tears because they were in shock to hear this news. We mobilized. People agreed to go and meet the sheriff and try to convince them to give me time to get into court. The next morning, I prepared the paperwork, but before I could even get through the courtroom doors, they were locked out by the sheriff. And they were locked out even though they had tenant protections, protections that had been passed by this very body. Unfortunately, the protections, A, are not enough, B, there isn't enough legal assistance, and C, people just are not educated enough, and so these situations happen. A couple of years ago, there was a direct correlation between rent increases and evictions and homelessness. A couple of years ago, a film crew asked me to introduce them to some homeless people. The Eviction Defense Network doesn't know a lot of homeless people. We keep our people housed, or we transition them into better housing situations. But I said to them, come with me to Olvera Street, we'll knock on 5 tents. 3 will be the kind of people you're looking for, people who are displaced due to economic, temporary conditions, rent increases, etc. We knocked on 3 tents, 3 families, a family of 4, a couple, and a single individual, all of them displaced due to economic situations. The temporary protections that were put in place stopped a tsunami of evictions. But as they have been weakened, the numbers have risen and risen. And we have funding in the Stay House LA program for about 5,000 cases a year in a world in which we're seeing nearly 4,000 filings a month. It's not enough. So what you need to do is provide protections that serve as a deterrent to evictions. And what you are considering today and the items that I'm speaking on are a necessary first step to making that happen. Thank you very much.
Hi, Natalie Medina for items 19, 26, and 29 in general public comment. Hi, so again, my name is Natalie Medina and I live in East Hollywood. I'm a tenant and I am a pet owner. And I'm here to urge the Board of Supervisors to keep emergency protections in place and to pass permanent protections before removing any of these emergency protections. You know, someone said earlier today that the pandemic was over. It is not over. Okay, that is a false statement. And people are living with shadow debt and the consequences of the pandemic to this day, including myself. I am carrying shadow debt that is making it difficult for me to be able to catch up. In addition, my family was really impacted by COVID. My grandmother died of COVID-19 in August of 2020. We had 2 puppies at that time that made it bearable. My father died of COVID in March 2021. Please do not rip apart families, tenants that had to combine households to make ends meet, people who have lost so much already, and the animals that help us through it. Board of Supervisors saw a need to put these protections in place because they knew this in their hearts. So again, I'm asking that the Board of Supervisors not decide to make a hasty decision. Your constituents, the majority of them are tenants. They need this help. They need this protection. Landlords have avenues to seek help. And as has been stated before, they are evicting people every day. I am also an eviction defense attorney. And I worked throughout the entire pandemic defending tenants and hearing stories from tenants that had protections, but were unable to use those protections to stay in their homes. Tenants who had to move out, who combined households at the urging of the county to stay in their homes, to shelter in place, and they're being punished. And to this day, children are getting COVID-19 all the time, and parents have to miss work because of that. People are still losing hours of work because of this. We need non-payment of rent protections. We need limitation on the amount of rent increases that we can see. I am lucky to be to have been in a rent-controlled unit and to have not had my rent go up. That was a really important part in order for me to be able to catch up. And even with that, even as an attorney, it is not enough. I know that the county is suffering and they need these protections now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adriana Medina. I'm here for items 19, 26, and 29. I live in the San Fernando Valley. I'm a homeowner, but I'm here supporting the tenants. I'm gonna talk about the animals too. January 1st, the protection they have the tenants right now to have their animals is gonna end. What is gonna happen with all those animals? They're gonna go to shelters? The city is gonna have the money to feed, to take care of those animals? No, they're gonna kill those animals. During the pandemic, we were all happy seeing the news that the shelters were empty because everybody was adopting the animals. Now it's gonna happen. They're gonna go back to the shelters, they're gonna be killed. Now, we're not only gonna have homeless people, we're gonna have homeless animals too. I'm from Latin America, from South America. In some parts of my country, we see animals on the street being treated like nothing. We want this to happen in LA? No, we don't want to see those animals. Animals are part of our family. Many of those animals are service animals. My husband died in March of COVID. My animals, my pets were my companion, my family. I don't want the people that live in rent houses lose their animals. That's all I want to do. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es
morning.
Heidi Gonzalez,
My name is
soy
Heidi
inquilina en la
Gonzalez.
ciudad
I am a
de Los
tenant
Ángeles
of
junto
Los
con mi hija
Angeles,
de 2
along with
años,
my
Sarita.
daughter,
Estoy
2 years
aquí
old,
para
Sarita.
urgirles
I
que
am
voten
here
sí en
to
los
urge you to
artículos
vote
19,
yes on
26 y
Articles 19,
29.
26, and
Como
29.
madre soltera,
As a
esta
single
pandemia ha
mother, this
sido lo
pandemic
más
has
difícil que
been
me ha
Excuse me.
tocado
the most
vivir en mi
difficult
vida.
thing that I
Excuse
have
me.
had to live.
He pasado
Excuse me.
We'll just have the witness speak first, and then you can translate, because we couldn't hear when you were both speaking at the same time. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Heidi González, soy inquilina en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Gonzalez. I am a tenant of Los Angeles,
Junto con mi hija de 2 años, Sarita.
along with my daughter of 2 years old, Sarita.
Estoy aquí para urgirles que voten sí en los artículos 19, 26 y 29.
I am here to urge you to vote yes on Articles 19, 26, and 29.
Como madre soltera, esta pandemia ha sido lo más difícil que me ha tocado vivir en mi vida.
As a single parent, this pandemic has been the most difficult thing that I have had to live in my life.
Personalmente he estado pasando por acoso de parte del propietario de mi vivienda. Personalmente he estado pasando
Personally, I have been going through
He estado pasando acoso por parte de mi propietario.
harassment from my landlord.
Desde julio del 2021,
As of July of 2021,
porque el propietario cree que no tengo derecho a vivir en su unidad.
because the owner feels that I do not have a right to be living in his property.
Al principio yo estaba al día con mi renta,
At first, I was on par with my rent,
pero perdí mi trabajo debido a que me dio COVID por segunda vez.
but I lost my employment due to the fact that I had COVID for the second time.
He podido permanecer en mi hogar, pero mi arrendador ha hecho que sea realmente difícil vivir en paz.
I have been able to live in my home, however,
El propietario.
the owner has made it difficult for me to live in my home.
Traspasó en mi hogar y sacó todos los muebles y electrodomésticos.
He went into my home and took out all of the furniture
Y electrodomésticos.
and electronics,
Removió las puertas principales del apartamento.
removed the main doors of the apartment.
Me dejó sin los servicios de agua, gas y electricidad.
He left me without the main services of water, gas, and electricity.
Después llamó a los servicios sociales
Then he called public social services
y les dijo que estaba viviendo con mi hija en un lugar inhabitable.
and told them that I was living in a place that was not good to live in.
Quería que me quitaran a mi niña por una situación que él provocó.
He wanted them to take away my daughter over a situation that he provoked.
Incluso él siguió tratando de desalojarme por falta de pago de la renta.
He also tried to kick me out over non-payment of rent,
A pesar de mis intentos de que él cooperara con el programa de Housing is Key.
besides my intents of having him to participate in the program of housing
is Key.
Housing is Key.
Todos estos abusos me han afectado mucho.
All of these abuses have affected me a lot.
Por meses he estado tratando de defender mi caso en corte,
For many months, I have tried to defend my case in court,
pero no hay recursos suficientes,
but there aren't enough resources.
no hay abogados suficientes.
There aren't enough attorneys.
Por eso les pido que por favor
That is why I'm asking for you to please
Que voten sí en los artículos 19, 26 y 29.
Vote yes on Articles 19, 26, and 29.
Y por favor, denos una oportunidad a las madres solteras
And
a
please
seguir
give
en
us
casa.
And please give us an opportunity to the single parents to continue living in home.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will Dorothy Mast, Rosa Anderson, Myrna Aguilar, Tahita Shakar, and Elizabeth Hernandez please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next remote speaker, please?
Our next participant is Jesus Alicia. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jesus Leija, and I work as a health educator and HIV counselor. I'm working in the Wallace Memorias Project. The Wallace Memorias is a community health and wellness organization serving Latino, LGBT, and other served population through advocacy. I reside in Boyle Heights, and I would like to speak on item number 12 and provide general comments. I want to thank you, Supervisors Lisa and Kuhel, for this motion. Although we are making significant progress against monkeypox, our clients or friends, they are still testing positive for monkeypox each week. So many of our clients and friends, they are part of the LGBT community. They are essential workers from vulnerable communities who still need our support and cannot afford to take time off for recovery period for COVID-19 or monkeypox. That is why I ask that you all support this motion so our most vulnerable workers or clients' friends won't have to decide between their own health or their financial well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Vanessa Ramos. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Vanessa Ramos and I am speaking on agenda item 11 and general public comment. May I begin?
Yes, please continue.
Oh, thank you. Again, my name is Vanessa Ramos, and I serve on the public policy team with Disability Rights California. Disability Rights California is California's protection and advocacy agency. We are mandated under state and federal law to protect and advocate for the rights of Californians with disabilities. DRC strongly opposes investing in a new mental health jail. We have been down this road before and would like to remind the board, along with Angelenos, that the Board of Supervisors already voted against the funding for a mental health jail. We urge for funds to be utilized to implement evidence-based practices provided by programs that already exist, including mental health services delivered by community-based organizations who can better address the needs of people living with mental health disabilities. I thank you for allowing me to submit general public comment and to speak on item 11. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Melissa Ramoso. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
I am Artesia Mayor Melissa Ramoso, calling in for item 32 with public comment. Good morning, Honorable Chair Mitchell and members of the board. The City of Artesia is in support of Supervisor Janice Hahn's motion, agenda item 32, developing a method for the cities to participate in the program development and an opt-in model for the LA County's proposed land bank pilot program. As a member of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments and decades-long supporters of light rail in the region, We were surprised and a little frustrated to learn that a land banking program was proposed without inviting cities to provide input from the beginning. This lack of partnership was troubling, as cities have land use decision-making authority and were excluded from the opportunity to determine whether the program was appropriate for our communities. As a city, we are acutely aware of the need for greater housing. Our proposed housing element will address the zoning required to reach our RHNA units. However, determining where additional housing should be located is fundamentally a local decision. Also, cities along the West Anna Branch corridor have designed station area plans to meet the unique and specific needs in order to transform underdeveloped and or underperforming properties to address the long-term fiscal impact of the West Anna Branch project. For these reasons, the reuse of existing property along the West Anna Branch corridor and around station locations must be controlled by local municipalities and completed in accordance with existing land use zoning regulations guided by city-approved station area plans. The City of Artesia applauds Supervisor Han's receptiveness to this concern and comment today with strong support of her motion to allow local officials duly elected to make land use decisions for their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Chris Jeffers. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Speaking on behalf of item 32, the Southgate City Council and the city would like to support Supervisor Han's motion. We believe that it's important and necessary that cities be part of the working group that is developing the structure of the program. We all support and encourage affordable housing. However, it is important that local general plans and zoning programs are respected and adhered to. We strongly encourage the board to consider and support Supervisor Han's motion as it relates to the opt-in land banking program. Please support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Joe Vinatieri. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Joe Vinatieri, Mayor of the City of Whittier. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Supervisor Han's motion, agenda item number 32. I support the idea of allowing cities to opt in to the county's proposed land bank program. And as you know, cities are the land use authorities for property within their jurisdiction. Whittier is a long-standing advocate of local control. We are poised to invest $10 million in affordable housing in our uptown area. We're one of the few cities in the county that provides our own homeless shelter for 139 residents, and we continue to adopt policies that address the entirety of our community's needs. We ask the supervisors recognize that it is local cities who are best positioned to determine where housing is developed in our communities. Please provide cities the opportunity to opt out of the county's housing program. Otherwise, at a minimum, provide cities a seat at the table as the county develops this land banking program that is not a one-size-fits-all program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Moderator, we will now return to in-person speakers.
Hello. So my name is Emmanuel. I'm here to speak on items 19, 26, and 29 and submit my public comment. So I'm a resident with East Los Angeles for a while now. I've been living there for 18 years. I'm here also with Eastside Leads and Solidarity with Keep LA Housed to urge you to vote yes on all these 3, 19, 26, and 29. So, you know, this would significantly expand permanent tenant protections to the county, including making Stay Housed LA a permanent county program, creating a permanent protections from non-payment evictions, capping rent increases as well to no more than 3% annually through December 23, and also initiating or limiting discriminatory landlord screening practices. We also want to support the county initiating a plan to support incorporated cities interested in creating and adopting their own permanent tenant protections. LA County also needs to adopt all of the recommendations in Keep LA House Tenant Bill of Rights, or TBOR for short, to ensure renters' housing stability and tenants to recover from the effects from the pandemic. Also, as well as tenants in the LA County need, right, stronger permanent protections. I have also been supporting tenants for over a year now for them to know their protections, and also, we would like for them to be even more accessible until everyone is fully informed, including the landlords and officials. The emergency protections helped a lot of folk remain home, and us organizers were able to disseminate that information to support tenants to, need to defend themselves on multiple occasions from abusive landlords. This also helped, many of the tenants kind of pay the rent, but it's kind of really super expensive and to the average worker, and it's very physically and mentally exhausting to the point where, all they're working for is rent and nothing else. So, when are they able to be something else other than that? So thank you. Remember to please vote yes on 19, 26, and 29.
Hello, my name is Diana Cruz. I'm speaking on items 19, 26, and 29 in support. I live in SD2 my entire life. I was here 3 years ago when my family and all of my neighbors were being evicted without fault. Today, I work with Heart LA, the organization that helped me and my mom stay housed. I'm here in solidarity with Keep Housed LA to help uplift tenant voices in the same struggle. As a renter and a pet owner, I want to encourage the city to ensure that pets and pet owners who have been protected during the emergency period are not continually exposed to the undue threat of eviction. Unauthorized pets and additional tenants who move in during the local emergency period should not be grounds for eviction after the ordinance ends. Please do not exacerbate the crisis. Animal shelters and homeless shelters alike are at capacity. We cannot risk Angelinos and their pets losing their homes and ending up on the street. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hernandez. I want to speak on items 19, 26, 29, and public comment. My name is Elizabeth Hernandez. I am a NACE organizer. I live in District 9. I've been there for like 10 years. I want to urge you to vote yes on items 19, 26, and 29, which will significantly expand permanent tenant protections in the county, including making Stay House LA a permanent county program, creating a permanent protection for non-payment evictions, capping rent increases to no more than 3% annual through December 2023, and limiting discriminatory landlord screening practices. I also support the county initiating a plan to support incorporated cities' interest in creating and adopting their own permanent tenant protections. LA County needs to adopt all of the recommendations in the Keep LA House Tenant Bill of Rights platform to ensure greater recovery from the effects of the pandemic. Tenants in LA County need stronger protections because it's really hard for a lot of our tenants to stay in their homes when we have landlords harassing them. You just heard our lawyer, Elena Pop, that we have this family that we had to support last week, that now they are homeless. It was heartbreaking to see this family, the lady is right here, Griselda, who was evicted. And now that day, it was so heartbreaking seeing the 3 little girls that they were gonna stay without a house. We need to stop these things. We need to have more permanent protections for everyone in LA and in our unincorporated cities. They need them as well. We cannot keep seeing families becoming homeless. I've seen people that are being harassed by their landlords. Even when we go and support them, it seems that sometimes it's aggravating the situations. Landlords do not seem to understand that there is protections for tenants and there are laws to follow. They just want the people out to raise the rent. But it's already really expensive to live in LA. I myself, during the pandemic, I was able to stay in my house due to a crazy rent increasement of 200% of my rent, with one income in my family and 4 children who were in school. It was already hard for them at the time. So now I do understand, and I put myself in the shoes of all these people who are suffering now the consequences. So I became an organizer, and now I can see how hard it is to keep up with all of these. So please do say yes to items 19, 26, and 29. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Mast. I'm here to speak on items 19, 26, and 29. I'm a tenant in the city of Los Angeles, and I'm here to advocate to vote in favor of 19, 26, and 29 for permanent housing protections and non-payment eviction protections for tenants in the city of Los Angeles who are financially affected by COVID-19. A lot of people who are protected from eviction by law are still having eviction lawsuits brought against them, and we need stronger protections in place to protect us, as our finances have been astronomically affected by the pandemic and its consequences. So please vote yes for 19, 26, and 29. Thank you.
Muy buenos días, respetables señores.
Good morning, respectable members.
Estoy aquí por mi comunidad, por mí.
I am here with my community, for me.
Vengo de la asociación de SAGE.
I am coming from the association
He
SAGE.
tenido un despertar espiritual después de la pandemia de luchar por mí y por mi comunidad.
I have had a spiritual awakening to fight for me and for my community.
Quiero pedirles del fondo de mi corazón que voten sí a las propuestas 19, 26 y 29.
I would like to request from the bottom of my heart to vote yes on propositions 19, 26, and 29.
Tengo 61 años.
I am 61 years old.
Trabajo 24/7.
I work 24/7.
Mi esposo tiene la misma edad que yo.
My husband is the same age as me.
Sufrió muchas secuelas acerca de COVID.
He suffered a lot of side effects as a result of COVID,
incluso daños mentales.
including mental problems.
Soy la persona que sostiene mi hogar.
I am the main source of income for my household.
Si ustedes quitan la protección de la renta,
If you guys remove the protection of the rent,
nosotros estaríamos listos para ir a la calle.
we would be ready to go out to the streets.
Quiero decirles que por cosas del destino a nosotros
I want to tell you that as a result of destiny,
nos ha tocado criar un nieto que tiene 9 años ahora.
we have had to raise a grandson who is 9 years old now.
Mi hijo tuvo un accidente automovilístico
My son had a car accident,
y estamos aquí para pedirles de todo corazón
and we are here to ask you wholeheartedly
que piensen en nuestras comunidades.
to think about our communities.
Nosotros vivimos en la comunidad de Pico Union.
We live in the community of Pico Union,
Y si ustedes se dan una vueltecita por ahí,
and if you ever swing by around there,
se darán cuenta que tenemos demasiado drogadicción y homeless en las calles.
you will realize that we have a lot of drug addiction and homelessness on the streets.
Y yo y mi familia no queremos formar parte de esas líneas.
And me and my family do not wish to be a part of,
No queremos ser
Those
una
line of
carga pública.
we do not want to be a burden of the public.
Yo estoy trabajando
I am working,
y pienso retirarme cuando tenga 100 años.
and I think about retiring when I
Y
am
voy a
100
seguir
years old.
trabajando por mi familia y por mi comunidad.
And I will continue to work for my family and
Quiero
for my community.
agradecerles a ustedes por mantenernos de pie durante la pandemia.
I want to thank you for maintaining us during the pandemic.
Sé que no nos han fallado,
I know that you have not failed us,
y sé que no nos van a fallar.
and I know that you will not fail us.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will Dr. Genevieve Clavero, Valeria de la Luz, Charles Su, Kimberly Milwy, and Gerlin Cacao please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next remote speaker, please?
Thank you. As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. But do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue.
Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed, please come forward and staff will assist you. We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of this reminder. Moderator, when we have the next remote speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jennifer Vasquez. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, I'm speaking on item number 32. My name is Jennifer Vasquez. Good morning, board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm the city manager for the city of Maywood, and I would like to express our support for Supervisor Han's motion for developing an opt-in model for the county's land bank pilot program. While the city supports the preservation and production of affordable housing, and we understand greatly the need for that, but we also believe that cities must remain in control of their land use decisions. For that matter, we do support this option. We hope that you also will support it, the item as well. And at the very least, that the cities have more say and more input into how this opt-in, how this model would actually work, the land banking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Antigone Robinson. Please state which regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Antigone Robinson with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and I'll be speaking on agenda items 243 and general public comment. The CDC published that since 2016, there has been a 45% increase in gonorrhea cases, a 52% increase in syphilis cases overall, and a 235% risk rise in congenital syphilis. The CDC also reports that in 2019, 60% of congenital syphilis cases were due to gaps in testing and treatment during prenatal care alone. There's an obvious way to fill these gaps, better allocation of funding. To see a rapid decline in STD rates, community-based organizations and clinics that offer comprehensive STD services to our most vulnerable populations must be allocated at least $10 million now to provide necessary services, testing, treatment, and prevention. An additional $2.5 million per year is a start, but simply not enough to strengthen our capacity to prevent monkeypox and STDs or prepare for new outbreaks to come. Surely the Board of Supervisors can facilitate ongoing STD services and prevention with the $35 billion county budget or the $47 million that California Department of Public Health awarded to LACDPH to strengthen our local infrastructure and support local health jurisdictions. The funding is there. Now it's up to you to allocate it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Mike Molina. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Mike Molina, and I'm speaking on item number 16. I wish to thank Supervisor Solis and Hahn for this motion. As a member of the Mental Health Commission for the County of Los Angeles, I am strongly in support of this motion. I know that we can provide treatment and stability to our county residents suffering mental illness who have found themselves in jail. The county's on the road to great possibilities through your leadership, members of the board, through the Office of Diversion and Reentry, the Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative, and I think releasing individuals from jail into secure facilities for ongoing treatment begins their road to wellness. This motion gives individuals an opportunity and it gives them hope. So I support the motion, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Mark Gale. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address some general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on item 1672E and public comment. I am a resident of District 5. I'm also with NAMI Greater Los Angeles County, and I serve as their criminal justice chair. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn for their important motion in item 16, and I'm calling in to submit my strong support for the motion and the strong support from our affiliate. This motion calls on the county to develop these recommendations for a secure, non-correctional mental health care facility. And these beds would transition individuals with serious mental illness from jail custody to a clinical therapeutic environment in the community. Opponents are saying that this is a mental health jail. It is not a mental health jail. The whole idea is to get people out of jail, particularly those who are felony incompetent to stand trial, and move them to a therapeutic environment in a clinical facility. This will be somewhat similar to what we do with felony incompetent to stand trial clients when we send them to a state hospital, except we'll be doing that here at home. Approximately half of the people in Men's Central Jail and Twin Towers now could possibly qualify for a secure therapeutic facility in the community and not have to go to a state hospital. This really is the missing link in our continuum of care. And when I hear people talk about a Men's Central, that this is a mental health jail, they couldn't be further from the truth. There isn't going to be any law enforcement officers inside these facilities. It shows a lack of understanding of the difference between subacute levels of mental health treatment care and jail. These beds are not carceral, and what we're trying to do is transfer people out of the criminal justice system and into the healthcare system. Our state is repurposing some jail construction money to build non-correctional mental health care beds. This is an exciting event. We've been waiting years and years for this. It's so important to achieving the goals of our alternatives to incarceration and alternatives to incarceration and care first jails. My last few seconds, I want to thank Supervisor Barger for also submitting ideas for reform on this similar issue. We appreciate her support on the subject, and thank Supervisor Mitchell, and encourage the board to support item 72E, which would utilize the state funding for our misdemeanor incompetent to stand trial. I thank you very much and urge you to vote a unanimous yes on 72E and item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Stuart Waldman. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. Calling in regards to item 26, 29, and general public comment. My name is Stuart Waldman. I'm calling on behalf of VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. The recommendation from Supervisors Kuehl and Solis to impose limitations on landlord screening practices and implement a private right of action for prospective renters was submitted with little to no community engagement. These changes will further burden landlords who are already struggling under the tenant protections granted at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. We urge the board to conduct stakeholder outreach and engage in the appropriate analysis before requesting any ordinance on these matters. These items are complex and have known counterproductive outcomes. Without thorough discussion and understanding of the unintended consequences, the board is doing the public a disservice. The county has long lacked a streamlined and transparent decision-making process. When an item is introduced, it is not automatically vetted by a subcommittee, commission, or any other body to receive feedback and informed study. Regardless of outcome, process is important. It ensures residents are heard and secures public trust. Open deliberation is critical to public policy formation and needs to take place before a final decision is rendered. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return to in-person speakers.
Good morning, Dr. Geneviève Claverol. I will speak to item 236 and public comment. First of all, I want to compliment you to have reopened the board. It's very nice to see your faces and to talk to you. On item 2, it's about time that Dr. Ferrer become more prepared to deal with emergencies. We have an acute problem with monkeypox, and especially with congenital syphilis, which is an item I brought to the board on many occasions. But I'm sure now we'll do something about it because I sent in an article to Supervisor Barger, and she has already given it to her health deputy, and so I'm sure we'll see some action on it. It's very sad because it takes only one shot of penicillin to treat. So I would like an emphasis placed on that. On item 36, you need to reopen like today all the time. And I don't mind the limitation of the number of people and so on, but I think it's better for everybody, you know, to really get back to work and reopen everything. So I enjoy seeing you again, and I hope to see you more every Tuesdays. Okay, bye.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kimberly Alvarado, and I'm here to speak on behalf of items 19, 26, and 29. So I'm born and raised in LA, and I'm here with Eastside Leads in solidarity with the Keep LA House campaign. And I want to urge you all to vote yes on items 19, 26, and 29, which would significantly expand permanent tenant protections in the county, including making Stay House LA a permanent county program, having a permanent protection from non-payment of rents, capping rent increases, and limiting discriminatory landlord screening practices. LA County needs to adopt all of the recommendations in the Keep LA House Tenant Bill of Rights platform to ensure greater housing stability as tenants recover from the effects of the pandemic. As a tenant organizer, I have supported dozens of emergency rental assistance workshops for ERAP, eviction navigation clinics, and Know Your Rights workshops. For over a year, I continue to hear stories from tenants, both adult and youth, whose rights were violated by their landlords because they wouldn't respect protections that are only temporary. Either landlords refuse their tenants from participating in ERAP and would force their tenants to pay rent instead, or even now that tenants are protected by the emergency protections of non-payment of rent, judges still vote in favor of the landlord to evict their tenant, regardless of them abiding the proper procedure. Stronger tenant protections will continue to reduce the amount of folks being forced out of their homes and increase the percentage of folks able to access housing. There was a need for tenant protections prior to the pandemic, and there is an even greater one now. Please vote yes on items 19, 26, and 29. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Milwee, and I'm here in support of agenda item number 19, 26, and 29. Now more than ever, tenant protection are greatly needed. I'm a tenant who's getting evicted. I signed up with Housing is Key at the beginning of March of 2022. My landlord spoke to the program, letting them know that I was approved and that my application was pending. They didn't listen. I got 2 pay or quit notices within a week's time. Next thing you know, I got an unlawful detainer, and I was in court. I didn't have the money to obtain an attorney and so forth. So while I was out the courthouse, I filed an answer, and a paralegal told me about this program called PUSH. And I contacted them, and if it wasn't for organizations such as Stay Housed LA and Pomona Unified for Stable Housing, I don't know what I would do. So I'm here today to ask to provide these organizations with the funding they need to help people as myself from eviction and also to prevent homelessness and also to give to those that are already homeless. Thank you.
Right, my name is Charles Hsu, and I'll be speaking on items 19, 26, 29, and general public comment. So I am a resident of District 5 in Pasadena. In that capacity, I'm an organizer of the Pasadena Tenants Union. I am also an organizer with ACE at the Chesapeake Apartments in District 2, which have been in a month-long struggle against their billionaire slumlord, Mike Nijar. In both of those capacities, I've had a front row seat to the devastating human impact of the eviction crisis, which has in many ways escalated over the course of the pandemic, even in spite of the protections that we have, because with the presence of those protections, landlords have used eviction filings, spurious eviction filings, as a form of harassment and intimidation of tenants in efforts to force them out. And so the entire eviction process, starting with notices to quit, going through the entire court process, really has had a devastating human impact on the individual tenants that I've been working with. In addition, I'm the Education and Outreach Data Manager for the entire Stay Housed LA Coalition, and that in turn has given me a front row seat to the devastating scale of the overall eviction crisis here in LA County. You may not know this, but eviction filings in LA County, as shown in our data, have returned and indeed exceeded pre-pandemic levels, reaching almost 3,400 a month. As I said, this is with the existing protections in place. Landlords are already feeling emboldened by the winds of political change to escalate their aggressive onslaught of eviction filings to what it was before the pandemic or even before. And this is with the protections that we have in place. With them removed and without the necessary stopgaps that we have with permanent funding for Stay Housed LA and with permanent universal just cause protections, we will see in this time of unprecedented inflation and cost of living crisis an escalation of this landlord offensive to a scale that we have not seen ever before. And so I urge the council not just to adopt items 19, 26, and 29, but to go further to adopt the entire Tenant Bill of Rights as put forward by the Keep LA Housed Coalition, and to exercise all the authority it legally can over incorporated cities as well, like Pasadena, whose landlord-dominated city council has completely rejected the will of the majority of the residents and ended our protections locally. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Gracias por el espacio.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for the space.
Mi nombre es Valeria de la Luz.
My name is Valeria de la Luz.
Me identifico como una mujer transgénero.
I identify as a transgender woman.
Soy vecina de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Vecina.
I am a neighbor of Los Angeles.
Estoy aquí porque
I am here because
quiero decirles que COVID
I
no
would,
ha terminado.
I would like to tell you that COVID has not ended. It continues to be here.
Lo vivo todos los días, de verdad.
I really live it every day.
3 meses antes de iniciar la pandemia, yo había abierto un negocio, un salón de belleza.
3 months before the initiation of the pandemic, I used to have a beauty salon business.
Nunca pensé que fuera a pasar todo esto, lo perdí.
I never thought that all of this would happen. I lost it.
Igual que a seres queridos.
Also, loved ones.
Ahora estoy siendo evictada porque no he podido pagar la renta.
Now I am being evicted because I am unable to pay the rent.
No puedo trabajar
I cannot work
porque mi salud mental fue muy afectada.
because my mental health
Situación.
has been very affected by all of this situation.
No estoy pidiendo que me paguen la renta, no estoy pidiendo que me den para la renta.
I am not asking for you to pay my rent, to give me money for my rent.
Yo, como todos, estamos pidiendo tiempo.
I, like everybody else, are asking for time.
No quiten las protecciones.
Do not take away the protections.
No sé qué haría si pierdo mi casa.
I do not know what I would do if I lose my housing.
Espero que piensen en cuánta gente estamos en riesgo de estar en la calle, cuánta gente hay ahora en la calle.
I hope that you would consider of how many of us are at risk of being on the streets and how many people are on the streets.
No quiero ser un número más en esas listas.
I do not wish to be another number on that list.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Que Dios los bendiga.
May God bless you.
Thank you. Will Sofia Mendoza, Ambrose Brooks, Mateo Gil, Seraphine Leon, and Vanessa Younger please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next remote speaker, please?
Our next participant is Sua Hernandez. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sua Iris Hernandez, and I'd like to provide comment on item 32. I asked for folks to please vote no on item 32. Instead of the motion actually being an opt-in motion, in practice for cities, it will be an opt-out motion. And they'll be opting out of using a tool that will bring us closer to ensuring that everyone has a safe haven to rest in. The land bank is exactly what we need to add to the toolbox of solutions to address the need for affordable housing. It opens up opportunity to build affordable housing across the entire county. Cities should absolutely not have the option to opt out of the land bank. History has shown us that the cities most likely to do this and practice opting out are also the cities that have the least available affordable housing. The housing elements is a great example of how cities practice opting out through these sort of loopholes, and they avoid their responsibility of offering affordable housing.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Marin Plut. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
I am speaking on items 11, 16, and general public comment. I would like to oppose agenda items 11 and 16 because although I support taking people with mental illness out of carceral pathways, I believe that we should follow our Care First, Jail Last process that we agreed on and voted on in 2019 and put resources that could be used to build another locked facility into resources that are community-based and have much higher success rates. Such as the ODR and the MIST program. In my vision of a Care First Jail Last LA, we would have more community support and we'd take the resources from building a new carceral or locked facility and put it into decarceral solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Linda Strassel. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, this is Linda Strassel from Altadena in District 5, speaking on items 16, 11, and 72E and general public comment. I thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn for item 16 to develop appropriate mental health facilities for recovery and healing, not punishment. We need resources to safely transition jailmates with mental illness or substance use disorder to non-carceral settings where they can recover rather than deteriorate and where they can prepare for re-entry into the community. We need these throughout the county so that patients can be closer to their families to benefit from their support. We also need more resources for diversions and sooner in the justice process. My own son tells me his diversion into treatment after sentencing for several misdemeanors committed during a prolonged methamphetamine psychosis saved his life. He is now sober, in his right mind, taking college classes, and in training to give back to the community as a peer support specialist. But he had to seriously fail before being offered treatment as an alternative to incarceration. Whether due to lack of beds or COVID, he first went through the revolving door, in and out of hospitals and jails, racking up costs to taxpayers, causing and suffering avoidable harm. And after accepting diversion, he had a long wait in Twin Towers before a treatment bed became available. I thank Supervisor Barger for item 11. Facilities for those who don't qualify for diversion in community treatment programs will need to be in secure, though humane and therapeutic facilities. Let AB 900 funds build such facilities rather than more jails. Let Twin Towers stop being the largest de facto mental health facility in the nation. Let its mentally ill inmates transition to appropriate treatment elsewhere so that it can house inmates currently in Men's Central. I also thank Supervisor Mitchell for item 72E. ODR runs a terrific program and needs immediate additional funding to develop more beds. Treating the justice-involved mentally ill as our common humanity demands is both morally imperative and fiscally smart. Incarceration is the most costly way to house those who become justice-involved, and it leads to deterioration rather than recovery. I urge the board to vote unanimously yes on these items and to prioritize implementation of Care First, Jails Last. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Sarah Thomas. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Sarah Thomas speaking on items 26, 29, and general public comment. I am the Director of Public Policy and Legislative Affairs at Union Station Homeless Services. We are in strong support of item 26, which would make permanent some of the protections that have kept Angelinos housed during COVID-19. We thank Supervisors Kuehl and Solis for following up their commitments to keep people housed with action. As rents continue to rise far beyond renters' resources, there must be caps on rents that will not allow them to be raised even further beyond what people can afford, pushing more and more people onto our streets. We must provide protections for renters against discrimination as they desperately look for housing. And as so many people are one paycheck away from losing their housing, we must protect them from being evicted over small amounts of missed rent. We are also in strong support of item number 29, which would expand and make permanent Stay Housed LA, which has been a vital program to keep people housed during COVID. We thank Supervisors Kuehl and Mitchell for their efforts to ensure tenants have the protections they need. When renters have access to resources and representation, they are more likely to stay housed when facing unlawful evictions. As recent homeless count shows, the measures that have been put in place to protect renters since the start of COVID have been vital to decreasing the inflow of people experiencing homelessness. We cannot return to the lack of protections that renters had prior to the pandemic. These motions are a great start to ensuring that renters are protected, and we encourage the board to pass them, but also to continue the work in passing additional measures for renters to be protected in order to stop the inflow into homelessness. Our goal as the lead homeless service provider in the San Gabriel Valley is to connect all people in the region who are unhoused or precariously housed with services and permanent secure housing. Therefore, Union Station Homeless Services encourages the board to vote yes on these motions. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Veronica Briscoe. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Veronica Briscoe with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and I'll be speaking on agenda items 2, 12, 43, and general public comment. The co-infection rate of STDs and monkeypox is alarmingly high. Data shows that among people who have had monkeypox, 21% have had syphilis, 47% have had gonorrhea, and 39% have had chlamydia in the past year. LA County recently expanded eligibility of the monkeypox vaccine for those who with a recent history of early syphilis or gonorrhea to also include those living with HIV, especially persons with uncontrolled or advanced HIV disease. Now, it's clear that the LA County Department of Public Health knows that monkeypox, STDs, and HIV are related and individuals are likely to have co-infections. To prevent STDs and monkeypox, the Board of Supervisors must find long-term funding solutions for testing, treatment, and prevention. Thank you so much for your time to share this information with you today.
Thank you, moderator. We will now return to in-person speakers.
Do I click this? Good morning. My name is Sheila Carter with Youth Justice Coalition, and I'm also a member of Justice LA. I will be speaking on items number 11, 21, and 50 in general comment. We strongly oppose agenda item number 11 and 50. As someone that has a long history in Los Angeles and being a third-generation Angelino, it sickens me to know that the very people that are in power think that mental health jails are an adequate way to address mental health issues. I'm someone that suffers from anxiety, and knowing that I'm one step away from being put in a jail cell because having mental health issues is now a crime. That does not sit right with me, and I'm here to say no to mental health jails and yes to community investment. Next, I would like to address the idea of hiring more probation officers. Not only do you think it's a crime to have mental health issues, you also would like to throw away more money hiring probation officers when the ones you have now do not do the work that they get paid to do and have constant call-outs under any other circumstances. This would be called negligible. If the Board of Supervisors was a business, your business would sink because you're making horrible investments and you would be fired. Do the right thing and do not hire more probation officers. That being said, I support agenda item 21. It is essential to allow credible messengers into Kilpatrick and secure youth track facilities to address the ever-growing needs of system-impacted folks. And it is essential to also invest in youth development and the youth development department. Doing these two things would be financially responsible and move Los Angeles to being great again. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Benny Benitez with the Youth Justice Coalition and the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. I will be speaking in strong opposition to probation's hiring freeze, item 50, in strong opposition to mental health jails, item 11, and in strong support for item 21, credible messengers inside of campus Kilpatrick and secure youth track facilities. In 2018 to 2021, the number of youth on probation supervision decreased by 55%. Based on the number of probation filled in juvenile field services, last year there were only about 7 youth per DPO. The Chief Executive Office was supposed to release a report to you all, the board months ago around probation staffing. Have you all received that report by probation? Why are you all making decisions without adequate information? A lawsuit filed against juvenile probation officers in March of 2022 indicates 70 youth girls, now women, sexually assaulted, raped, and 2 youth impregnated by Los Angeles County probation officers tasked with keeping youth safe under their care. The abuse occurred from 1985 to 2019 from what we know of. There is no excuse for you, the board, to approve any more dollars, any more positions for probation. Probation's $410 million youth budget needs to be expedited to the Department of Youth Development as soon as humanly possible in order for youth in LA County to be under a Department of Safety, Youth Development, Wellness, Healing, Learning, and non-punitive measurements of accountability. I urge you, the board, to honor your seat in that chair and keep youth safe and first. Vote no to lifting probation's hiring freeze. We urge you to fully fund the Office of Diversion and Reentry and Mental Health Diversion, make alternatives to incarceration real, and Care First jails last real by voting no to a mental health jail. Lastly, I urge you to move more young people to Camp Kilpatrick. Only 6 young people have been moved so far.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Geraldine Gacau. I'm a tenant and I'm the Senior Manager of Public Partnerships at the Liberty Hill Foundation. We're here to show strong support with our allies and community partners for items 19, 26, and 29. Liberty Hill plays an integral role in managing the Stay House LA program, a public awareness eviction defense program where we work with 13 community-based organizations and 10 legal service providers, groups who work across the county directly with tenants every single day. Since mid-2020, we've reached 1 million tenants, held over 100,000 tenant workshops that over 150,000 people attended. We know that more and more people will continue to be affected if emergency protections are not expanded, and one of the best ways to keep people housed is to make eviction defense a priority and make Stay House LA a universal permanent program. And so with that, we urge you to support permanent housing protections for LA County via items 19, 26, and 29. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mateo Gil. I'm here with SAGE, Strategic Action for a Just Economy, and also with the Keep LA House Coalition. I'm here to speak on items 19, 26, and 29. Firstly, I want to say thanks for opening up your doors to the public. This gives a lot of tenants who have digital divide issues to come out and speak. I know a lot of tenants in the past, they weren't able to speak, and we just hear from a lot of these corporate landlords. So I want to urge you to vote yes on items 19, 26, and 29, which would significantly expand permanent tenant protections in the county, including making Stay House LA a permanent county program, creating a permanent protection for non-payment evictions, capping rent increases to no more than 3% annual through December 2023, and limiting discriminatory landlord screening practices. I also support the county initiating a plan to support incorporated cities' interest in creating and adopting their own permanent tenant protections. LA County needs to adopt all of the recommendations in the Keep LA Housed Tenant Bill of Rights platform to ensure greater housing stability as tenants recover from the effects of the pandemic. Tenants in LA County need stronger permanent protections because tenants are suffering, tenants have died, tenants' lives have radically changed. As a community organizer, my role is to empower folks to build community and find solutions. However, our problems outnumber our resources. If the pandemic has taught us anything, is that we need to adopt a tenant bill of rights. Harassment runs rampant, and these corporate landlords go unchecked. How many more people must suffer? It's time to look each other in the eyes and move towards an era of healing, of peace, of justice. But this cannot be done unless we meet the needs of those who have been and gone through a lot. Thank you. Housing is a human right.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Younger. I'm the mother of Shalik Younger and the paternal grandmother of Sanai Younger. I'm here seeking answers and asking that an investigation be made on the case of Sanaya Younger, who is in foster care. She's 5 years old and have been in 5 different foster homes. We have 6 family members that have been life scanned. One sister that has a certified home, yet the department decided to pay taxpayer money to send her and a social worker 1,800 miles away to Louisiana. I want answers. Please help me to understand why the department would be discriminate against the paternal family. We're requesting that the child be returned back to us and that an investigation should go on. I'm waiting to hear from you all and to physically hold my granddaughter. We're part of the fourth Supervisor Homes District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask that you step to the rear of the hearing room where there is a constituent services folks who can assist you with DCFS. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Faiza Malik, Edna Monroy, Kim Carter, Leticia Jimenez, Bijan Gayemi, Arnulfo de la Cruz, Deborah Mendez, Rosa Ramirez, Jasmine Garcia, and Celine Rivera, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next remote speaker, please?
Our next participant is Susan Partovi. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. I will be commenting on support for issue number 16. I would also like to address general public comment as well. My name is Dr. Susan Partovi. I am the Medical Director of Homeless Healthcare Los Angeles and a Department of Health Services physician. I've worked with the severely mentally ill homeless and incarcerated for almost 20 years. I will read an excerpt of an article I wrote about a patient I saw while working in jail. This vulnerable group, especially when they are on the streets, have broken my heart time and time again. Carrie, not her real name, was no different. My heart broke again. I think I gasped as I looked over at her clinician who stood at the window next to me. She nodded, I know. Carrie looked like she was in her mid-50s. She had refused to wear her jail clothes and stood before us naked. She was thin, huddled over, and looking out through the muddied glass. But it wasn't mud. She had streaked feces over the glass and all over her body. It smelled horrendous. Miss Carrie, I'm Dr. Partovi. I'm here to say hello and see how you're doing. She stared at the floor, intently reviewing a make-believe something. A, B, C, she said. That goes in A, then you go in B. She remained preoccupied with whatever she saw in front of you. I tried to get her to acknowledge me. Miss Carrie, do you take any medications? Yes, the vitamins go in A, but what about B? I noted that she was alert and able to move her body as well, but that was about it. The clinician and I returned to our group, and the psychology asked, that bad? We both shook our heads as I fought back the tears. She's our number one then, the psychologist announced. Number one means Carrie would be the first to be sent to LA County Jail Psychiatric Hospital when a bed opened up. Inmates are placed in cells. This isolation and confinement is the perfect
time has
storm.
expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Richard Sudar. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address in general public comment. You may begin.
My name is Richard Sudar. I'm speaking on items 11 and 16, public comment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important topic that affects all of our lives. I speak today as Galino and as a practicing criminal defense attorney. As a criminal defense attorney, I vigorously defend each and every client, fighting hard to ensure that they get the best outcome possible on their case. I understand at its core that the criminal justice system is charged by society with the responsibility for removing from the community persons convicted of committing crime. Incarceration must be proportional and appropriate from an individual perspective of the accused, weighing societal concern. This is especially complicated when dealing with mental illness. Just as families cannot commit someone to an institution unless they've proven to be a threat to themselves or someone else, individuals serving a jail sentence either have pled guilty or been convicted of a crime. In other words, at a minimum, they are a threat to someone else, and possibly themselves. A main problem is that the psychiatric treatment system generally does not want to leave a person in a psychiatric hospital where security may be lacked. The offense and or conviction may be seen by staff as secondary to the patient's illness, and the person ultimately may be released to the community in a relatively short time. This is a primary problem with a non-custodial housing situation. If we truly care about society and have compassion for all involved, a non-custodial facility, locked or not, just is not going to cut it. It is absolutely true that everyone, including mentally ill inmates, must be treated with respect, given constitutional protections and provided appropriate treatment. We all agree that many mentally ill persons who commit criminal offenses present formidable challenges to treatment because their treatment resistance, poor compliance, and antipsychotic medications, potential dangerousness, high rate of substance abuse, and need for structure. One has to presume that some mental illness may increase the dangerousness of the offender, warranting an increase or extension of punishment, and presumably at the time of sentencing, when sentencing an individual to jail, the judge must have made a determination whether a sentence was to be mitigated or aggravated because of the offender's mental illness. And again, defendants, victims, and societal concerns all must be taken into account. simply closing Men's County Jail with no serious plan in place to sufficiently house and treat mentally ill inmates most assuredly will lead to societal chaos. In essence, an abdication of this governing body's primary responsibility to protect its citizens. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Tracy Evans. Please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tracy Evans. I reside in the 3rd District. I will be speaking on items 16 and 72. I'd like to thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn for the important motion in item 16. I'm calling to submit my support for their motion. The motion calls for the county to develop a set of recommendations for development of secure, non-correctional mental health care facilities and beds that are needed to transition individuals with serious mental illness from jail custody to a clinical therapeutic environment in our community. People do not get well in jail. And as a operations manager for NAMI San Fernando Valley, NAMI has called for the development of such facilities for many years. They are the missing link in the continuum of care for people with serious mental illness who are just as involved and acutely ill. On a personal note, my brother was once arrested and for a misdemeanor crime, and we didn't know where he was at. He wasn't taking his medication. And when released, he wandered the streets of Los Angeles for about 3 weeks. And it wasn't until a friend had seen him on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw that we discovered him. And by that time, you know, he was really bad off. So I personally feel that these facilities would definitely help in the transition of those who are in need. And also, I would like to also thank Supervisor Mitchell and encourage the board to support item 72E in the supplemental budget to utilize state funding to develop more beds for our misdemeanors IST clients. And thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please state your regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn, and I'll address several items and also the general public comment. You know, I'm glad that you're meeting together again, sort of, although I noticed that Supervisor Kuehl is not there. I think it's important to do that. I'm a little bit concerned about limiting it to 100 people because that's very strange. And today was you know, when we have a big pool of comments all at once, as opposed to items where there's discussion and then comments, I know that there's kind of a hybrid, but now I think what we've done is we've gone into a very hard to manage situation to keep your mind on the meeting. It's not, what we're trying to do is process 90 minutes so you can get the public out of the room and have all that noise along with the 5,000 letters that you claim get sent by the not-for-profits that pump when they're trying to push you in the direction. And he answers questions from the board, he faces questions, the public can hear it and raise questions, give comments, and then the board votes. But you've defanged all of the processes in a way that is just very, very unfortunate. You know, I know that Catherine Berger was referencing 2 weeks, and 2 weeks we'll discuss it because everyone balked at doing anything about what is a metastasizing debacle. The Men's Central Jail and the Twin Tower facilities are not staffed properly and old and disgusting, and one's older than the other. We have to do something. I know it's not fun to imagine, you know, first of all, nobody likes to listen to Joe Charney. I thought we got rid of him already, but it's nice to have him back. But we do need to do something to put the dangerous people in a place where they're safe and the public is safe. And we do need to find a way to treat the mentally ill. But the fact that we're still talking about it is kind of the merry-go-round. It's very important that somebody said, we can't keep sloganeering, offering great slogans, you know, which I believe the slogans, but it just doesn't help to keep saying that, you know, you can't get well in the cell. Got it. We know. So, but you can't be out if you're trying to rip people's heads off. So we have to find a balance. And I don't understand why it's taken so long. I feel like, you know, the private industry people can do whatever they want, break every rule they can think of in whatever state and get something done. I don't understand. People, this is one of the people in my article has been hawking me. All this helps Caruso, okay? Let's put it that way. It all helps Caruso. The lack of forward motion, the infighting about LASA. The infighting about LASA is so appalling that any bureaucrat involved in that feels horrible. They want to order not just a truck to have showers for their unhoused population, for themselves, Ms. Zavala.
So thank you. We've actually reached our 90 minutes, but we're going to make an accommodation for those of you who are here in the hearing room. I'm going to ask that those who are remaining, who are queued up to provide public testimony, that you limit your testimony to 1 minute so you can tell us the issues you're here for. We've hit our 90 minutes, and so we're going to extend the time to accommodate the people who are here. So we can get as many people as possible in the next 35 minutes. I'm going to ask you to limit your time to 1 minute so as many people in the hearing room can be afforded the opportunity to share their remarks. So we've got the first group of people queued up. Again, I'm going to ask you to limit to 1 minute. Just tell us the motions you are here for, whether you support or oppose, so we can get as many people as possible. I appreciate your understanding and respect of your fellow members of the public who want to be heard as well.
Hola, mi nombre es Sofía Mendoza.
Hello, my name is Sofia Mendoza.
Soy miembro de ACE, vivo en el Distrito 9.
I am a member of ACCE and I live in District 9.
Quiero dar un comentario público.
I would like to give a public comment.
En solidaridad con la coalición Stay House y en LA.
In solidarity with the coalition of Stay House LA.
Pido a los concejales que voten sí al artículo 19, 26 y 29.
I would like to request the councilors to vote yes on Articles 19, 26, and 29.
Para mantener protecciones permanentes para los inquilinos.
To keep permanent protections for renters.
Así como mantener el programa de Stay House en LA.
As well as maintaining the program of Stay House LA.
Permanente.
A permanent.
Yo soy una inquilina que estoy siendo acosada por el dueño.
I am a renter who's being harassed by the owner.
Sí, y es estresante.
And it is stressful.
Y ahora me tienen demanda de desalojo.
And now he is suing me for an eviction.
Sí, por eso yo les pido a ustedes
That's why I'm asking you
que nos ayuden a tener estas protecciones.
To have these protections.
Ya que hay mucha gente en la calle, ¿verdad? Que es por lo mismo.
Since there's a lot of people out on the streets for the same reason.
Y también quiero que voten por la causa justa universal.
And I would also like you to vote for the Just Cause Universal.
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the translator to translate what I said, please, in Spanish, so everyone knows about the new 1 minute limitation. And if our witnesses require translation, you'll get 2 minutes, but we're really going to try to stick to it so we can get as many people as possible. Okay? Are we ready for the translation now for the 1 minute?
I translate? Okay. Quiere que yo interprete de que nos van a dar solamente 1 minuto, pero nos van a permitir 2 minutos para la interpretación. So, por favor, traten de mantener lo que van a decir a 1 minuto, por favor.
Thank you. Okay, next witness.
Hi, my name is Serafin Leon, and I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, also known as ARC. ARC is here to strongly support item 16, and we strongly oppose item 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness. 1 minute, please.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Rosa.
Hi, good morning. My name is
Vivo
Rosa.
en el sur de Los Ángeles, tengo 35 años.
I live in South LA. I am 35 years old.
Y estamos ahorita pasando, les voy a hablar mi comentario de que yo estoy pasando una situación con mis hijos, ya crecieron.
I would like to give you my commentary about my kids who have grown.
Y no pueden ser independientes por esta situación de los altos precios de las rentas.
And they cannot be independent due to the high prices of rent.
Yo estoy a favor de la 19, 26 y 29.
I am in favor of 19, 26, and 29.
Y necesitamos su apoyo para que cambien las leyes, tengamos más derechos.
And we need your support so that the laws may change, so we can have more rights.
Por esta comunidad de bajos recursos que no encontramos
For this community of low income, we are unable to find.
Para que tenemos derecho a vivir, no todos amontonados y mis hijos sean independientes, nuestros hijos.
So that we may have a right to live and we're not all crammed up, and also for our kids.
Y nuestros niños tengan también un área donde poder correr, jugar.
And so that our kids may also have an area where to be able to run and play.
Por eso estoy aquí para pedirles que por favor nos apoyen como inquilinos.
That's why I am here requesting for you to please support us as renters.
Que también somos seres humanos y como a ustedes les gusta vivir bien, también nosotros los pobres de bajos recursos queremos vivir bien.
Because we are renters, and just like you guys like to live nicely, we also like to live nicely as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Hi, my name is Ambrose Brooks. I am the coalition coordinator for the Justice LA Coalition, a resident of District 5, and I'm here in opposition to agenda item 11, 16, 50, and in support of 72E. First, I want to say there are hundreds of community members outside who haven't had a chance to give public comment. I know that they stand with me in saying the following. 3 years ago, the community and the board agreed that building a mental health jail was not in the best interest of Los Angeles and committed instead towards a Care First approach. We need you now, as the leaders of the Care First vision, to reject item number 11 today and take action. The board has already committed to closing down Men's Central Jail with no new replacement jail. Please vote in opposition to item number 11 today. Number 16 before you is yet another report in a long line of reports that already spell out the solution. This motion is a performative gesture that does nothing to directly address the current crisis inside of our jails. We do not need any more reports from the county, period. What we need is action. The MCJ closure report recommends the expansion of 1,400
Thank you. Your
beds.
time has expired. We appreciate it. Next witness.
Hello, my name is Roberto Garcia Ceballos. I'm here with Fideicomiso Comunitario Tierra Libre. We're a community land trust in East LA. And we're here in support of 19, 26, and 29 and oppose number 32. We're here to support 19, 26, and 29 because we work with tenants and we want to preserve and create more permanent affordable housing. But we want to make sure that tenants could stay in their homes, and we need extended protections, and we need we need the attorneys that are helping tenants stay in their homes. And in terms of number 32, as a community land trust, we think that land banks are essential to our communities, and we can't have cities opt out for a program that's going to preserve land for the future, land that's going to become affordable housing, and it's going to be a good for our community. We can't allow cities to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Faiza Malik, and I'm an attorney at Public Counsel, a member of the Keep LA House Coalition. I'd like to speak in support of items 19, 26, and 29, and in opposition to item 32. Together with increased legal services, rent relief, and state protections, local eviction protections reduced evictions by over 2/3 during the pandemic. The latest homeless count numbers also show that strong tenant protections effectively reduced the inflow into homelessness at a time when we would have expected an increase in homelessness due to the economic impacts of the pandemic. This board and DCBA has recognized that we cannot return to a pre-pandemic status quo where tens of thousands of low-income tenants in LA face eviction, displacement, and homelessness every year. We urge the board today to take bold actions to advance stronger permanent protections in the county. We fully support the board's permanent expansion of Stay Housed LA in item 29, and we need to expand and codify that program. We also support the board's directives in item 26. And I also want to voice my opposition to item 32. Opting out will only cause housing burdens to be passed on to other
Thank you very much.
communities.
Your time's up. Thank you. Next witness.
Hi, I'm Edna Monroy with SAGE, Strategic Actions for a Just Economy and the Keep LA House Coalition. I want to give a shout out to all the comrades and community out there, and the heat is really hot. Shout outs to folks with Youth Justice Coalition, LA No More Jails, Dignity and Power Now, and other comrades out there. I am here to say yes to item 26 and 29. It is very emotional to be here and know that so many community members have died, are getting evicted, are dealing with harassment, shadow debt, and so much abuse. I myself, as a tenant rights advocate, I'm getting evicted. I've been getting harassed by this landlord that bought my duplex, my rent control duplex in January. If I'm getting harassed and evicted as a tenant rights advocate, imagine what's happening to folks out there in the streets. So let's ask, do we have a plan for people that are gonna be unhoused? If we don't, then we need to pass that permanent tenant bill of rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Mitchell and Catherine Barger, there are children in your districts that have been evicted, that are suffering and will continue to suffer if you do not act and vote in favor of number 19, 26, and 29. Children suffering. Think about that. That happens when landlords operate with complete impunity with absolutely no consequence, okay? And unincorporated LA County and incorporated cities, they've been vulnerable, gone way too long without expanded rights. We need common sense protections like these, like preventing discriminatory barriers to housing, making Stay Housed LA permanent, and ensuring that tenants don't get evicted for owing 1 month of rent. We see a ton of harassment as a tenant organizer for Community Power Collective. Landlords cause this suffering and use gross tactics to kick hardworking families out. The board needs to act in favor and see us as human beings. See these children that are being evicted in your district, Holly Mitchell and Catherine Barger, as human beings.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Next witness. Thank you.
Good morning. Arnulfo de la Cruz, Executive Vice President of SEIU 2015. Every day, 200,000 home care workers wake up to care for Los Angeles. Essential is what we call them, a critical piece of the healthcare delivery system in Los Angeles. They showed up every day during the pandemic and before, no questions asked, and took care of LA's most vulnerable. They allowed seniors and people with disabilities to live with dignity and respect in their own homes. Home care can't be called essential and then be disrespected and discredited at the bargaining table. We've now had 7 negotiation sessions with the county, and we've been at that table for almost a year with no results to show of it. LA home care providers are fed up, and we're committed to do what it takes to win. This is the largest public workforce in Los Angeles County, almost entirely women of color, immigrants. We have to do better. There's not a statewide solution to this issue because we worked with you in Sacramento to ensure that you can stay within your cap to get this contract done. We want to accomplish that while also looking statewide eventually for a solution.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We think that we can do that now.
Appreciate it. Next witness, 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Please don't take up any of the time by just wave your hands. You're in support, but let's not make noise to delay testimony. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm Ron Herrera. I'm the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. And I stand here before you pretty calm because I'm amongst friends. That's what I consider all of you, with the deepest amount of respect for you. But we need your help today. Local 2015 home care workers need your help. It's a righteous fight. I've stood with probably each and every one of you in different fights here in Los Angeles. The last one with Supervisor Hahn at the Baker strike, a few miles away from here. And we have to look at that. I have a prepared speech, but I want to speak to you from the heart. This is about workers who make $16 an hour, $640 a week, right? And just using the taxation of 30%, imagine the take-home pay, imagine rent, imagine gas, imagine food, imagine raising a family. That's all I'm here to tell you. And I know that we're in this fight together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next witness, 1 minute.
My name is Kimberly Carter, and I'm here to comment on items 11 and 16. I'm a member of SC Justice Group, a community of women with incarcerated loved ones fighting to end mass incarceration. I urge the board to vote no on 11 and 16. I was formerly incarcerated at Linwood Jail, and I did 16 years inside. I've been locked up in men's central jails over 30 times waiting to be transported to and from court. The conditions are horrific there. There was no bathroom, there was nothing for me to use. People inside IRC, inside these jails, they're human beings. They could be your family members or your loved ones. The solution to the crisis is to have the board to decide on the mental health jail was not the answer. The board already has a report. Over 2 million people voted on Measure J, and I need you to keep your word. And
thank you very much. Your time is up. We appreciate you. Would we call more names, please, so people can queue up?
Thank you. Will Red Chief, Jazara Holiday, Dominga Solorzano, Gloria Cruz, Gloria Gonzalez, Ellen Arriaga, Lupita Carballo, Mark Gonzalez, Catalina Romo, and Jared O'Brien, please come forward and staff will assist you.
Thank you. Next witness.
My name is Deborah Mendez, a lifelong resident of Pomona and District 1. In addition, I'm a community organizer for Pomona Economic Opportunity Center and have been an outreach lead with Stay Housed LA program for the past year. Before being part of the tenants groups, I volunteered at the emergency homeless shelters, and something that was very clear to me was that we weren't doing enough to keep people housed. This is all before COVID. Now, remember, COVID is life-threatening, and if we take people out of their house, this could be life-threatening. We have so many protections that have gone away, and those people need to be protected. Most of them are immigrants. A lot of them are immigrants that are being affected. They're being harassed. I've seen every day, every single day when I'm talking to people, I see people that are being, are humble, they're quiet, they need protection. Please pass.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Next witness.
Hi, good morning, or yeah, it's still morning time. My name's Jasmine Garcia. I'm a community organizer with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, ACE. And right now I want to point out that I've been here for hours. I just got in, but I'm wondering why there's all these empty seats and there's hundreds of people out there in the heat not being able to make their public comments. We're all out here because we know that there's a need, right? A need for tenants, for folks, for our community, that we're crying out to you all because we're suffering, right? And we need you all to hear our voices. Tenants need protections, and we need to continue fighting for them to make sure that all those hundreds of people out there, that they get all the support that they need. So I urge you to support all the recommendations that have been recommended by the State House Bill of Rights, and to really let all those folks in here because they're tenants, they have their stories, and they need to be heard today.
Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute.
I got a confession. I want the best, and the best, and the best for everyone to get housing.
Next witness, please.
The best, and the best for more housing.
Sir, this is going to be your first warning. You're being disruptive and disrespecting everybody else here who wants to testify. This is your first warning. If you don't stop, you'll be removed. One warning, or you'll be removed. Next witness, please.
Mi nombre es Elena Rivera.
My name is Elena Rivera.
De Pomona. Vengo en apoyo de la Agenda 19, 26 y 29.
I come here from the city of Pomona, and I'm here to support item number 19, 26, and 29.
Vengo que paren para que paren las protecciones de inquilinos.
I'm here to ask you to not to
Para la
stop the
protecciones
protection
de
of the tenants.
A mí me querían desalojar ilegalmente.
They were going to evict me illegally
El 28 de agosto.
on August 26.
Si no fuera por House LA.
If it was not for the Housing LA support
Y push organizaciones.
and for the PUSH organization,
Me ayudaron con los. Ay, ¿cómo se dice aquí?
they were able to assist me with their services.
Ay, no, porque no puedo.
Right now, we do have a lot of needs to please assist us, help us not to continue this.
Sí.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I am the Red Chief Hunt. Due to popularity, contrary to belief, I am the HINC in here. Not to say that like that, but everybody in this whole room needs to talk. The Brown Act says that. Then my second thing is the housing, the $150 million that went back to, that also screwed up for the homeless people. It's a lot of people out here that needs to be represented in that matter. Then my third matter is that health care wages do need to be put up to $27 an hour. My people up here are Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Catherine Barter. Holly Mitchell, you need to get in contact with me as soon as possible. I am the Red Chief Hunt.
Next witness, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jazara Holiday from Youth Justice Coalition. I strongly oppose item 11, item 50, and in full support of item 21. I strongly oppose item 11 as a person who caretakes family with mental health needs. I'm here to tell you jail is not the answer. Instead of investing in recovery of our people, you would choose to lock them up. Mental health stems from trauma. So instead of getting down to the root of the problem, you rather incarcerate and throw them away like nothing. I say us because I am my brother's keeper. I am my community's keeper. And what you're offering is not benefiting me or my community at all, which means we need alternatives to incarceration. Every problem y'all have, the first answer is incarceration. Fund mental health divergence so our people can get the help they deserve and need. I strongly oppose item 50. Why would you hire more probation officers when the ones you already have are horrible? And me as a young person who have went through the system, my probation officer was horrible and did not address any of my needs, meaning she never did her job. Not only do y'all have a problem with holding folks accountable, why would you hire more and you can't do it with the ones you have now?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Lupita Carballo with the Youth Justice Coalition. I am honored to be in front of the very first women board of LA County. I am here strongly to oppose agenda item 50. Did you know that 32% of juvenile hall staff are on leave? What kind of accountability is that? That means that they don't have enough staff to take young people to visiting, outside recreation, or give them some time to call their family because they don't have enough staff to supervise them. Shame. We know that on a given day, 30 to 50 staff are calling out of juvenile halls. We need people to show up to work, not hire more officers, so we can't waste our money or our tax dollars. Enough is enough. It's time for care first, jails last, no new cash and no new cops. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute.
Patricia McAllister, let me tell you why you're being evicted. Joe Biden is paying the Ukrainians and other foreigners, when they come over here, landlords are getting 3 times as much as what they're paying for you. That's why they're taking you out, pushing you out on the street. A lot of people are not behind on their rent. They're being taken out of their affordable housing. Okay, this board right here voted, 2 months ago, they voted that illegal aliens can come into LA County and work. So if you think you don't have a place to live now, the people who are coming through the border are going to be invading Los Angeles County because this board voted that illegals can live and work, get jobs in LA County. We've got 1 million people in Los Angeles who are sleeping on the street in LA County, and you're gonna vote to bring more illegal aliens in here to take these people out of their houses, take their jobs. We need to dismantle this board. You're doing nothing but communist task, and you're getting money under the table just like Sheila Cure. We're gonna get ready. We'll dismantle.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Hello, my name is Catalina Romo. I'm a staff member with Stay Housed LA. I manage education services along with our community-based organizations and our legal service providers. We are two sides of the same service, and we do not have enough services for all the tenants lined up to receive our services. I'm also an adult adoptee who will not see my biological parents grow old in LA County because one was priced out and one is deceased due to homelessness and eviction vulnerabilities. Retaining generational knowledge and relationships is key to a community's cultural, social, and economic well-being. Eviction prevention services do that. Eviction prevention services save lives, they keep families together, and they keep children in school. The tenants that we are able to serve through Stay Housed LA, we are a lifeline for them, but we need permanent funding. I am in favor of 19, 26, and 29. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next witness. 1 minute,
Hi,
please.
my name is Grace Barrios. I am a resident of now BOS 3, formerly BOS 2. I'm here speaking on behalf of SEIU 2015, Filipino organizer, as well as LACDP alternate delegate. We pay prisoners for $103,000 a year in California, nursing home residents $88,000, and our home care IHS workers only $28,000. And 1/4 of that is the budget of the county. So I think we deserve to be taken care of. We've proven ourselves during the pandemic that many of our consumers, as well as our home care providers, were affected and did an excellent job. So I believe in all of you that you will take care of us so that we can take care of the more than how many people that are vulnerable in this county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next witness. 1 minute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm speaking on behalf of Jacob Jackson and Jared O'Brien. We wanted to say that the probation hiring freeze should not be lifted. Probation and the sheriffs do not keep us safe. We keep us safe. You need only look at some of the organizations represented today to see tangible and viable alternatives to incarceration, like the Youth Justice Coalition, who took over a courthouse and a jail and turned it into a school, a legal clinic, and a community center with alternatives to 911. This is the type of funding that we need. A lot of youth are not having the right to adequate services to really help them grow and invest in their skills. 32% of juvenile institution services staff are on leave. We do not need to hire more. We can tell that you don't trust your sheriffs. That's why we only have female officers out with the public, because we know how they act. We know how they act. Whether it's in Lancaster, Catherine Barger, or it's in South Central, no more fun, no more police.
Thank you. Next witness.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Dominga Solórzano.
Good
Soy
morning,
miembro
my
de
name is Dominga Solórzano.
y soy miembro de ACE, vivo en el Distrito 9.
I am a member of ACID, and I live in District...
Distrito 9.
District 9.
Quiero dar un comentario público.
I would like to make a public comment.
En solidaridad con la coalición Stay House.
In solidarity with the State Housing LA.
Pido a los concejales que voten sí al artículo 19, 26 y 29.
I ask the supervisors to vote yes on Article 19, 26, and 29.
Para mantener protecciones permanentes para los inquilinos.
To have permanent protection for the tenants.
Así como mantener el programa de Stay House, LA.
Also to have the program, to maintain the program Stay Housing LA.
Permanentes, cuente por qué es importante.
We want Stay Housing LA to become permanent.
Para usted que se mantengan estas protecciones.
It is important for us to maintain these protections.
porque yo me siento preocupada por personas de las mayores y niños.
I am extremely concerned for people, adults and children,
Y que estén fuera de sus casas.
and for them not to have a home, to be outside.
Es demasiado preocupante para mí.
It's extremely worrisome for me.
Como personas de bajos recursos que somos, por favor.
Because we are a low-income community.
Eso es todo, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, please. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you.
Pásale. No, ahí.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elena Arriaga, soy vecino de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Eri Aguiarra. I am a neighbor of LA.
Estoy aquí para pedir a los concejales que nos ayuden a mantener la protección.
I am here to request the supervisors to keep the protection.
Y que voten a favor de la ley 1926-29.
And to please vote for item 19, 26, and 29. In favor.
Son muchas personas que realmente necesitan de esa protección a través de la situación que han tenido sobre COVID.
There's many people who do need this protection due to the COVID pandemic.
Entendemos la situación que muchas personas les ha costado levantarse por la misma situación de COVID.
We understand why so many people it's taken them so long to get up due to COVID.
Con el respeto que ustedes se merecen, necesitamos de ese apoyo, por favor.
With all the respect that you deserve, we do need this protection. Please.
Agradecemos por apoyar a nuestra comunidad que realmente lo necesitan.
We do appreciate for all the support you're given to our communities because they do need it.
Y darles gracias por apoyarnos. Que Dios les bendiga.
And also to thank you for supporting us. God may bless you.
Contamos con su aprobación. Muchas gracias.
We count with your support.
Thank you very much. Next witness, 1 minute.
Hello, I live in District 5. My name is Barbara Bondurant. This is my son, Michael, and I am speaking to the pending wage contract for home care workers. I'm sure you have all read the same studies we have that the main cause of homelessness is wages not keeping up with rent. When Michael was in high school, a disabled boy in his class and his mom had their rent raised and their income not raised, and they had to live in their car. This was so stressful for the son that he had a heart attack and died in that car. Just 5 days ago, I got a notice that my rent is being raised next month. Wouldn't you like to take credit for keeping almost 200,000 home care workers in LA County in their homes and another step up towards maybe reaching that federal poverty income level? Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute.
My name is Stephanie. So my mom lost hours working at the school board because of caring for my father and was unable to utilize the IHSS program because she was unaware of it. He passed and so did she. Now I provide care for others in the community that are not family to assure the client's family to stay afloat. But you guys are not keeping me afloat. I'm struggling. And I take care of 3 people that are not loved ones. When the cost of living goes up, our wages should go up. It should be uniform. Eventually, we will be unable to afford to stay alive here in California, period. We come here too much, and I'm tired of coming here, and I know y'all tired of seeing us, but we will continue to come here, especially when you guys don't see the struggle that we deal with out there on a regular basis. You all come from the same communities that we run. I walk for her on Crenshaw. I live off of Crenshaw. Y'all come from the same. Y'all need to know what we deal with and help us.
Thank you. Next witness, 1 minute, please.
Hello, my name is Carmen Roberts, and I represent
home care providers from SEIU 2015. You know, we've been on the front lines during the pandemic. We've been praised, called heroes, essential workers, but it seems like those are only words. We have been in bargaining for over a year now, and we haven't even been offered a modest raise. We're still struggling. We have multiple jobs just to try and keep a roof over our heads and our families fed. We need to be protected, respected, and most of all, paid. Now is the time for 20 for us. Please don't fail us again. Thank you.
Thank you. Final witness.
Mike Greenspan, and Happy New Year, you Happy New Year, you scab rabbis. Hold my time. Now,
could you please not disrupt the last witness, please? Thank you. Could you please not disrupt the last witness?
Snitches get stitches. Do you start my clock over? All right. Snitches get stitches. These rewards never get paid out. John Walsh, the late John Walsh would always say that. I think between the city and the county, the last time a reward got paid out, Janice Hahn was on the city council, and that big fat pig, Paul Koretz, was doing the in-your-face John Walsh. So why do we feel good in offering rewards that don't get paid out? Maybe the LAPD, maybe the county sheriff should be doing their job. That would help. Then we'd catch the criminals. But remember, snitches get stitches. Now, on item 18 with that hayseed guy from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham wants to have abortions banned. It's not happening. If it bothers you, go see a psychiatrist. I mean, it's not happening. Kansas didn't even eliminate abortions. Oh no, that's a Jewish Dr. Vacuum Cleaner. You're putting it in your pussy. I'm being aborted.
And thank you. So our 90 minutes plus our extended time, I extended it by 30 minutes. We went beyond that for public speakers has ended. So I want to thank you all that addressed the board. If you were unable to provide your verbal remarks, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We'll continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 9 and 10, 13 through 15, 17 through 20, 22 through 25, 27 and 28, 30 as amended, 31, 33 through 44, 46 through 49, 51 through 71, 72A through 72C, 72E through 72H, 76, 1D, and 2D.
Moved by Supervisor Barker, seconded by Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Before we take up public comment on the public hearing items only, Executive Officer, please read the short title of each public hearing item. Please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing items only.
Please stand and raise your right hand. In the testimony you may give before this board, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Item 3 is a hearing on the annexation of 20 parcels into the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District within various unincorporated areas and cities to levy service charges with the annexed parcel for fiscal year 2023-2024. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 4 is a hearing on ordinance for adoption amending County Code Title 4, Revenue and Finance to allow the recovery of costs associated with Chapter 8 agreement sales of tax defaulted properties to public agencies and qualified nonprofit organizations, and update the treasurer and tax collector fees and codify a new fee. No departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 5 is a hearing on appeal of project number 2019-000-181-1 to authorize a condominium development of 85 detached residential units in the unincorporated community of Hacienda Heights within the Hacienda Heights Zone District applied for by Leonard Homes. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 6 is a hearing on appeal of project number 2016-002-560-3 to authorize the construction of an 18-foot tall, 2,957 square feet, single-family residence located at 570 Shuren Road in Malibu within the Santa Monica Mountains planning area applied for by Winnie Lamb. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Thank you very much. The appellate Winnie Lamb and Brian Hedman will be given a total of 2 minutes. Ms. Lamb, you can begin.
No, go up.
Ms. Lamb, step over to the podium, to the higher mic. There you go.
It's been very emotional, but for my case, I just want to thank everybody for their good work, and I want to thank all the staff of regional planning for helping me in building my house. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Brian Hedman. I am a construction and land use attorney with the law firm Theodore Oringer, and I represent the appellant, Ms. Lamb, who you just heard from. So we worked with staff on this matter. The only issue up on appeal was Condition 19. I want to thank staff for their attention to it, and we believe that after making minor adjustments to Condition 19, that condition is now in conformance with the LIP and the LCP, and accordingly support staff's recommendation regarding the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 7 is a hearing on project number 2019-001054-1 to allow the construction and operations of a 2,945 square foot automatic car wash within an associate development program located at 13106 East Valley Boulevard within the Avocado Heights Community Standard District in the Puente Zone District, applied for by the American Royal Properties, LLC. No departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 8 is a hearing on project number PRJ 2020-000246-1 through 5, an ordinance amending County Code Title 22, Planning and Zoning, and Title 12, Environmental Protection, to prohibit new oil wells and production facilities, designated existing oil wells and production facilities as non-conforming due to use, and establish consistent regulations for existing oil wells and production facilities during the amortization period in the unincorporated areas of the county. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
We'll now take public comment on the public hearing items only. Public hearing items are items 3 through 8. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board on the public hearing items only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please note that the time for public comment for regular items has ended. We will only hear public hearing testimony for items 3 through 8 at this time. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment on public hearing items 3 through 8 shall call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. To repeat, please call 877-692-8955 and use the participant code number 4433663. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in for public hearing items 3 through 8, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name. We will allocate a total of 5 minutes for public hearing testimony. Each person will have 1 minute for one public hearing item and 2 minutes for 2 or more public hearing items. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on a public hearing items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on a public hearing item, you will get 1 warning from County Council. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Again, please note that the time for public comment for regular agenda items has ended. We will only hear public hearing testimony at this time. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name display on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in speakers while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Jessica Paquette, Jonathan Gregory, Red Chief, Mike Greenspan, Wayne Sindler, and Herman Hummer please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue.
We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of this reminder.
Como recordatorio, para dirigirse a la supervisora de Los Ángeles, por favor marque 1 y luego el 0. No marque 1 y 0 por segunda vez porque será eliminado de la línea.
Thank you. May we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Samuel Brown Vasquez. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
This is for item number 5. The Coalition Against Lennar affirms once again that an EIR is warranted for the proposed development project of 85 unaffordable condos at the site of Glen Elder Elementary School, home to the Kish Village of Alingna. The project's design, its existing location on public school land, as well as proposed mitigation measures, show it may have significant impacts on the environment. Glen Elder is in a high pollution burden area with excess particulate matter emissions from the Amazon warehouse and other nearby manufacturers. The community is less than 500 feet from the Walnut Creek natural gas plant and sits on top of the Superfund site, Puente Valley Operating Unit. There were many problems with the MND, specifically that this is a high need area with only 2.8 acres of parks per 1,000 residents, which is far below the county threshold. And as a result, we have seen that the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District closed Glen Elder in 2010 so that they could finance Wedgeworth, an attractive school for students doing study abroad that board members Joseph Chang, Gino Block, and others.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Marie Mins. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin. Marie Mins, your line is open.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the Honorable County Board of Supervisors. I believe I may have been put in the wrong queue because I was calling to ask to vote in support of items 19, 20, 28, and 29, and I believe those Those items have already been addressed. I've also left my written personal testimony on the public comment page. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Len Moses. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin. Thank you. Len Moses, your line is open.
I will forfeit my time to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Ralph Combs. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Ralph Combs, manager of regulatory and government affairs with the Terminal Company, and I am commenting on agenda item number 8, the oil and gas ordinance. Terminal has participated in all meetings and hearings regarding this ordinance. At no time has the planning department taken our concerns seriously. These concerns include lost jobs, lost revenue, lost economic activity, and increasing dependence on imported oil, increasing pollution at the ports, and condemnation of private property without compensation. More specifically, the condemnation of private property through the zoning change without compensation constitutes a taking and is illegal. We respectfully request the board postpone action on this ordinance and conduct contact and outreach to the mineral owners whose property is being condemned through this action. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Hugo Garcia. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Hugo Garcia, Environmental Justice Coordinator at Esperanza Community Housing in South Central LA in SD2, although I live in SD1 in the East Side community of El Sereno. My comments are in support of item number 8. For almost 15 years, University Park residents living across the street from oil drilling operator Alanco Energy have suffered untold negative health impacts due to chemical pollutants and leaks coming from the Alanco site. Whether it's exide lead contamination on the east side or oil drilling poisoning in South Central and beyond, we need to protect vulnerable residents and the communities of color who are most severely impacted. We support the county's leadership in phasing out oil drilling and encourage you to pass this ordinance as quickly as possible. Urban oil drilling is a public health crisis.
Your time has expired.
The asthma.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Damon Doherty. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the board for listening to me. I am calling in regards to item 8. I represent JL Big Nest Ranch, who is going to be impacted by the stoppage of the oil drilling and pulling of our minerals out of the ground. As a property owner and mineral owner, we were not informed of this action being taken, and I am asking that the board adopt and that hold off on the adoption of this ordinance and be delayed to allow the stakeholders to have their proper say in a illegal taking action of our minerals. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, we will now return to in-person speakers.
Hi, my name is Jessica Paquette, and I'm an environmental manager for Matrix Oil that operates in unincorporated LA. I'd like to say that this ordinance is going to also get rid of my job. And I encourage you guys to maybe postpone and relook at it. The just transition, I'm not gonna have a job in these green jobs we're talking about. This just transition is a great idea, but in actuality does not work. So I would like to have the supervisors look at that. When we're already experiencing rolling blackouts, by phasing out oil and gas, we're gonna be at a gas shortage. Pretty soon, we're only going to be able to take hot showers on Tuesdays and Thursdays on this. We can't take away trash cans and expect people to not produce trash. We need to be able to have a contingency plan in place before we come down with this ordinance. In addition, the governor has passed SB 1137, which is phasing out oil production. I don't understand why the county is coming on this right now, taking the legal liability when the state is taking it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. I'm here to voice my opposition to item 8, the oil ordinance, and ask the board to reconsider this ordinance. My name is Jonathan Gregory. I'm the president and CEO of Matrix Oil Company. We're a small business that owns and safely operates 2 oil fields in LA County, both in District 4, West Whittier Field and Santa Nina Field in La Habra Heights. Me and my team operate 24/7 under what are already the strictest standards in the nation. All operators are not created equally. Some of us actually follow the rules. While you have heard many objections from my peers, I want to talk about equity, justice, and opportunity. As a man of color who grew up in poverty, whose staff consists solely of women and other men of color, I think it's important that you think about all the jobs that are going away through this ordinance. Please reconsider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now return to remote callers. Moderator, may we have the next remote speaker, please?
Our next participant is Catherine Doherty. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Catherine Doherty, and I'm addressing agenda item 8 for public record. As a property and mineral owner, I was not notified of this action, which condemns my property, and I'm asking that the adoption of this ordinance be delayed to allow for more stakeholder consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Adam Wood. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Legal Defense Foundation on item 5, the Glen Elder project. In short, this project falls under state law protections, so we ask that you follow the staff recommendation. Let's close the public hearing, adopt the mitigated neg deck, deny the appeal, and adopt the findings and conditions prepared by County Council. It's a great project. Any further delays just results in litigation that enriches attorneys and makes housing more expensive. Thanks.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Judy Jones Fox. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, my name is Judy Jones Fox, and I request that the Board of Supervisors support the appeal by the Coalition Against Lennar for an environmental impact report. The community overwhelmingly opposes the building of these condos due to the environmental effects of increased traffic and the potential contamination of asbestos in the soil. Additionally, losing the land at Glen Elder and La Sabita will severely decrease the amount of green space used by the children of our community. We are concerned about childhood obesity and childhood asthma. The building of these condos is an assault on the health of our children. For the sake of our children, I urge you to support the appeal for an environmental impact report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Nicole Boudreau. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm in favor of the appeal for agenda number 5, to keep the little green space we have. And to be honest, at this point, I feel like my comments are falling on deaf ears because I've heard this community, the people who know the effects of this project would bring to this area better than anyone, the developer for this project. They give so many legitimately good reasons for an environmental impact report, and yet the majority of supervisors at the last hearing approved the project without an environmental impact report. Remember the little girl who spoke about the climate change at the UN Climate Action Summit, Greta Thunberg, saying, "How dare you to continue to look away, pretend that this can be solved with just business as usual and technical solutions?" The you is you, the Board of Supervisors, who can vote to keep our sacred green space. Make a difference for the better, so when you hear about climate change, you can say you did your best to protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Tim Fox. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
I am speaking today on behalf of agenda item number 5. I would like to urge this board to vote in favor of the appeal for an environmental impact report. As has been stated earlier, residents within this community are overwhelmingly opposed to the building of these condominiums. They are going to be largely unaffordable, so they will do nothing to curb homelessness in our community, and they will be denying the residents of a long-used field for youth sports and general leisure activities. With climate change becoming more and more of an issue in California, it is important that we conserve what green spaces we have for the future. So please vote yes on the appeal for an environmental impact review on agenda item number 5. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Manoj Roy Chowdhury. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi. Good afternoon, respected Board of Supervisors. My name is Manoj Raj Chaudhary, and I'm here today to speak on item number 5 on the appeal for a residential condominium development in the community of Hacienda Heights. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Business of Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, the seller of the property. We serve about 16,500 students in TK through 12th grade and 14,000 adult education learners. We have been working with this buyer in order that they work through the various project approvals and do hope to see the project through as it benefits our districts greatly. We see value in this project as it will bring significant revenue, which will be utilized for our district facility improvements as directed by our Board of Education. We also know that the project will attract new families to our district, which will add students to our district. With districts in declining enrollment, we see this as a project that will benefit both the district and the community. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting to see this project come to fruition. I also want to thank the staff of County of Los Angeles for their due diligence on the project.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Adriana Quinones. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Quinones, a resident of Hacienda Heights, and I'm actually an activist advocate in our community. I have worked very closely with Supervisor Hunt's office and Supervisor Solis's office. I oppose this project. The majority of our community does as well. It all boils down to the previous school board administrators. They did a lot of unethical, what I consider unethical processes by submitting the waiver to the state of California. There was not enough public outreach. So there's a lot of issues that are going on in the district. I do know that the person that spoke before me, he's fairly new to the district. He doesn't know the issues at hand. I also know that Supervisor Solis is new to our area, and she's learning about the problems that we do have. I'm hoping that you provide us with more time.
Time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Ted Cordova. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors. I'm addressing item number 8. My name is Ted Cordova, and I represent E&B Natural Resources, a local oil operator with over 250 employees. The draft well ordinance is a costly shutdown of local production, is illegal, and should be carefully studied before moving forward. This type of policy hurts those that can least afford it. California gasoline prices are among the highest in the nation, are not affordable for many. Losing your local production reduces economic activity by hundreds of millions of dollars and the thousands of good-paying jobs. This policy undercuts energy independence efforts. This policy hands a victory to foreign regimes like Ecuador, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and even Russia. This foreign oil comes overseas via supertankers, which are recognized by the South Coast Air Quality Management District as a leading cause of local air pollution. Lastly, this type of policy shuts down a safe, well-regulated, and reliable industry. We believe that producing locally is in the best interest for the economy and for the environment. We respectfully ask you for a no vote today. Thank you for your time and consideration of our comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm going to give a little comment on several of them. Let's see how far I can get in the inappropriately short time. First of all, you know, I think this oil well ordinance, it's like Rosh Hashanah. Every year we thank one another and celebrate that we're finally going to move in this direction, but we're going to have some lawsuits to go along with it. So that's not my favorite area. The one about the nice place in Malibu looks nice. Sheila, we ought to get the rubber stamp out on this one. Winnie has done a great job at dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's and sending the regional planning people this way and that. She's been very cooperative. 2,900 square feet is nice. Animal enclosure caught my eye. I know we're trying to do less carceral settings. I don't know. Hopefully that is something that's palatable and not something, you know, there's no reason to believe that it's anything but nice. Now the sewer charges, okay? The sewer charges, I think, is where we're going to start to speak metaphorically. The prices go up and we have to cover that, and there's little assessments. But what are we going to do about, for example, the public hearing items, which are here buried in the middle of nowhere? These people have been waiting for often months to come down and to give, you know, their last gasp on a particular item. And yet the way you've clustered it up is it's very hard, again, for even the supervisors who are paying attention. Sheila pays attention. She's very, very smart. She knows exactly what the animal enclosure is. She knows what everything is. But it's hard to pay attention when you've got one guy like me taking you around the block, another person speaking on the, where we want to put the oil well party this month. Look, I just think we need to go back to a simple, it's like a subway. When you come to your stop, number 7, we open the roll, close the roll.
Excuse me. Time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Amy Wong. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Wong, and I'm speaking on item number 5. I live in El Monte, and I work for Active San Gabriel Valley. We urge you to support the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Lennar development. Our communities need more housing, but we deserve housing we can actually afford, not luxury condos. Amidst a pandemic, our park-poor, pollution-burdened communities of color are already struggling to afford basic needs, especially housing. As a nonprofit creating a more sustainable, equitable, and livable region, we urge you to act in alignment with the community and approve the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is DeAndre Valencia. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is DeAndre Valencia, and I represent the Los Angeles County and Ventura County chapter of the Building Industry Association of Southern California. As we all know, California is in a housing crisis, and the County of Los Angeles is obligated to build 90,000 units by 2029. This project, which I'm talking about, item number 5, would help support those goals of producing that many housing units. More importantly, I ask the supervisors to go ahead and support staff recommendation to 1, close the public hearing, adopt the mitigated negative declaration associated with the environmental assessment, finding that the project would not have any significant effect on the environment, and deny the appeal. Lastly, adopt the findings and conditions prepared by the County Council upholding the Commission's approval of the project. I thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Nairi Bagdasarian. Please state the public hearing item you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Mitchell and Supervisors. My name is Nairi Bagdasarian, and I'm here on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, here to speak on item 5 and to oppose the appeal of the Glen Elder project. And I want to firstly, thank you for hearing me, not only today, but each time I've spoken before you. This project brings a significant amount of community benefits. With the addition of 85 new homes, it is a step forward in the direction of meeting the needs of our housing community. As you know, the Glen Elder project is going to be a redevelopment of a currently vacant school district-owned property with a zero tax base. What this is going to do is provide over $20 million to the school district for school facility improvements from the sale alone. It's going to improve curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and landscaping. It's going to improve the quality of stormwater runoff entering the county flood control district facilities. In order to attract and retain employees, businesses need to be confident in the local housing stock available to their potential workforce. According to the study produced by the National Housing Home Builders, it's estimated that over a year, the impacts of building 100 single-family homes in a typical local area include $28.7 million.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Thanks.
Our next participant is Trent Rosenleaf. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on agenda item number 8, proposed oil well ordinance. My name is Trent Rosenleaf, representing the California Independent Petroleum Association, or SIPA. SIPA strongly opposes this ordinance due to adverse impact on jobs, the economy, and the environment. Ending oil production in LA County will further dependence on foreign imports of oil from countries that do not follow the stringent environmental regulations under which California oil is produced, nor do they follow the human rights standards that we as U.S. citizens demand. More tankers in the ports means more air pollution in the LA Basin, and the AQMD has stated that our ports are the #1 source of air pollution in the LA Basin. Please vote no on this ordinance and require further study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Jasmine Vargas. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
I'm speaking on item 8. My name is Jasmine Vargas. I'm a Food and Water Watch senior organizer in LA. We fight to protect our food and water from the climate impacts that we are now seeing in our communities, in frontline communities. Those impacts that come from burning fossil fuels and emissions and pollution. I want to ask that the board vote yes and make sure that we get the oil phase out passed so that we can start really protecting our communities' health, and ultimately our climate. I really appreciate and want to thank all of the County Board of Supervisors for being leaders in this. You're really showing the way for the rest of the state and the country, and you have the full support of Food and Water Watch and our 40,000 LA residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you very much. Our time for public speakers, specifically on the public hearing items, agenda items 3 through 8, has ended. And we want to thank all that addressed the board. Today, we'll begin with the public hearing items that we just heard, items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, followed by set matters 1 and 2. Then items 11 and 16, which will be taken up together, followed by items 12, 26, and 29, which will be taken up together, item 32, 45, 50, and finishing with item 72D. We'll now take up public hearing item 3, hearing on annexation and levying of sewer service charges within unincorporated territories and cities. Director Pastrella is here if there are any questions. Are there any questions from supervisors? Okay, seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 4, hearing to codify the treasurer and tax collector in the Los Angeles County Development Authority fees of tax defaulted properties. Keith Cox, our treasurer and tax collector, is here if there are members that have questions. Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 4 is before us, moved by Mitchell, seconded by Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Public hearing 5, hearing on appeal of project number 2019-000181-sub-1 for a residential condominium development in the community of Hacienda Heights. Amy Bodek, Director of Regional Planning, is available for questions. Are there any questions from committee members?
I just want to remind, what is the recommendation from planning on this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the recommendation from the Department of Regional Planning is to deny the appeal and move the project forward.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 5 is before us. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the item.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Kuehl. Is there a second? Is there a second on the item? I will second the item to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
No.
Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
No.
Supervisor Hahn, no. Supervisor Barger.
Madam Chair, can I get a point of clarification on this item?
Absolutely.
As I recall, if we don't take action, because I looked, if the supervisor who represents that district is voting no, I'm trying to figure out what the repercussions are, because usually we support supervisors when they make decisions within their own district. So I'm trying to figure out what the legal ramifications are by not supporting.
Yes, Supervisor Barger, if you decide to vote against the project, then the motion will fail, and the Regional Planning Commission's decision will be affirmed. Excuse me, Supervisor, if you will give me 1 minute to consult with my office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Bodek, do you want to respond as well?
Could you just clarify the question?
My question is that the supervisor who represents that district is voting no, and it's being pushed, so I'm wondering if the motion fails, if the no prevails, what are the legal ramifications to that vote?
Yes.
Because
okay.
typically we support a supervisor when they have a position within their own district.
So the question is, if it is a no vote and the appeal stands, the legal ramifications to the county are that we have violated the Housing Accountability Act because we have not been able to make appropriate findings based on health and safety provisions to deny the appeal. If the board chooses to have no motion, then the Planning Commission's decision stands, the appeal is denied, and the project moves forward. So there is a difference between a no vote, where the project fails and the appeal is upheld. There are legal ramifications to the county for violation of the Housing Accountability Act. If the board chooses not to make any motion, then no motion is taken. The appeal fails, and the Planning Commission's decision stands. In that case, the project moves forward based on the Planning Commission's recommendations. Is that accurate, County Council?
Yes.
And I'm going to abstain because I'm just going to abstain.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion fails 2-2 with 1 abstention.
Well, the motion has failed, and we've already taken the vote, so we can get clarification later, but the motion has failed for lack of support. Moving on to item 6, hearing on appeal of project number 2016-002560, sub 3, for a new single-family residence in the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. Again, Amy Bodak, Director of Regional Planning, is available for questions. Are there any questions or remarks? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 6 is before us, moved by Kuehl, seconded by Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Public hearing item 7, hearing on project number 2019-001054- sub 1 for an automatic car wash in the unincorporated community of Avocado Heights. Ms. Bodak is here for questions. Questions or comments? Seeing none, it'd be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 7 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 7 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Public hearing item 8, hearing on project number PRJ 2020-000246- sub 1 through 5 for the oil well ordinance. Again, Ms. Bodak is here. Are there any members that have questions? Supervisor Barger.
Madam Chair, I have questions as it relates to the action we took prior as it relates to jobs. And we asked our sustainability officer to put together a consortium of a task force. And I was wondering if we could just get an update on that, because I know someone testified as it relates to the impact it's having on jobs. I think it'd be beneficial for us to get an update as it relates to the Just Transition Task Force and the progress to date on the third-party report and other efforts underway. Please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. So I'm happy to provide that update. So as directed by the motion, we did reconvene a task force as directed that started back in November of last year. Again, as the motion directed, we both expanded that task force. So, it's a very diverse set of stakeholders right now. It does include industry representatives, labor, environmental justice, and environmental groups, as well as academics, very focused on the jobs related to oil drilling, in relation to this ordinance. And so we've been meeting now since November on a monthly basis, both the full task force as well as subcommittees that were formed to specifically discuss workers, impacts on workers, recommendations on site reuse and remediation, and then, financing. So how do we secure funds to support the recommendations that are going to come forward? Just to keep it brief, we are coming to the end of that first phase of the process and hoping to bring forward a plan that represents the recommendations that came from that task force at the end of this year, which will then, brief all of your offices on what's come out of that once it's been sort of finalized with the task force members, and are now then starting to talk about what implementation looks like with that task force.
Thank you. Do you think the rate at which we're moving and possible job training or moving those jobs into a different industry is going to be able to be on a parallel track? Because I think the woman said that her concern was that she's not going to have a job. So are we able to do that on a parallel track?
Right, we're hoping so. There's still, of course, a lot of work that needs to happen with the ordinance being put in place and then the amortization study. So we're still a little ways off before I think we see like actual impacts to specific sites. Right. But luckily this task force is in place and hopefully we'll be able to move with those recommendations in parallel.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to just weigh in because I'm strongly supportive of this ordinance, especially how we have heard from witnesses today regarding the health impact. So whatever studies we undertake or in view of the ordinance and its preparation, I want to make sure that we have all the data regarding any health-related issues and all of that, because I think time and time again, we neglect to include that in our summaries, and I think it's really critical. And I also want to say, since redistricting, I'm told now that the first district, we originally had 8, oil wells. Now we have 90, and the majority of them are in Hacienda Heights. So we heard earlier about a discussion regarding housing. They're building on wells there too. So I'm telling you that there's some grave concerns by our communities, and I think we should be responsible as public servants to heed to some of those concerns. And I know I've been an advocate for many years on environmental justice, so it's not going away, and just want to underscore how important that is for communities that I know I represent, and I know other members of the board here do as well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure if you wanted to go ahead since you've taken the lead in so much of this. But I do have a statement in favor that I wanted to make. Shall I make it now?
Of course.
Thank you. Well, as you know, a year ago, the board instructed the Department of Regional Planning to develop this ordinance to begin the process to actually end oil drilling in unincorporated county. So county staff have worked diligently over the past several months in collaboration with community advocates and stakeholders to produce the ordinance that's before us today, which would prohibit new oil wells and start the clock for the phase out of existing oil wells, and also establish consistent regulations for existing oil wells during that phase out period. And the phase out is a long and pretty arduous process, but this is a really big step in protecting people who live near those drill sites who are disproportionately burdened by pollution from the sites and have been for years and years and years. And most of the communities are communities of color. So I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and your staff for your leadership and allowing our office in the 3rd to lend our support. Grateful for the hard work of department staff, particularly Director Bodek and Connie Chung at Regional Planning, who worked closely and collaboratively with our advocate groups, and all the community members and advocates who've been with us every step of the way. This board appointed me to the AQMD board this year, and it is a grave concern in terms of air quality and always has been. This ordinance, I believe, is long overdue and certainly supported. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would say ditto to everything you said, Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Solis. Couldn't have said it better myself. 2 quick questions, one for Director Bodek. Can you tell me and update us all on the outreach and engagement that your department conducted prior to bringing the ordinance to the board? I think there was some question about whether people felt heard or included. So can you kind of summarize the outreach strategy you embarked upon?
Certainly, Chair Mitchell and members of the board, thank you. We did an extensive amount of outreach, both on the predecessor ordinance and then on this ordinance. This ordinance has actually been posted on our website and available for public review since early May. We sent out significant amounts of courtesy notices to everyone who has been signed up on our courtesy lists, and that includes industry stakeholders and the California Independent Petroleum Association, as well as individual operators. We spent many months talking to various stakeholder groups On the health equity side, ranging from NRDC, Liberty Hill, Physicians for Social Responsibility, Communities for a Better Environment, and such. And then we also fielded individual phone calls just from average folks who might have been interested in it. Clearly, we had a public hearing on this in front of the Planning Commission, and there was an opportunity for that. There was also an opportunity for public comment and public participation at the Community Services Cluster Board deputies meetings as well. So we did a full range of opportunities, both in person, virtual, and then certainly through our virtual consultations and virtual meetings.
Thank you for that. I know the amortization study is a critical kind of element to kind of our overall strategy. Any general idea on the timing of the study?
Well, I want to take a step back, if I may, and just remind everyone that we are not shutting down drilling today.
Correct.
Or tomorrow. When the ordinance goes into place, it means that the board has determined that oil drilling for new oil wells is now effectively prohibited when that ordinance goes in place. That does not mean that existing drilling stops. Existing drilling will become a non-conforming use, and under our ordinance, there is a 20-year set amortization period. So as it relates to jobs, we theoretically have 20 years to worry about those folks losing their jobs. However, we are in the process of doing an amortization study that will look at the various oil fields, because some oil fields are not as productive as others. And we have some oil wells that are very, very old and have really not produced a lot of oil. We have other wells that are very productive. So we will analyze those oil fields to determine the appropriate time frame for each of those oil fields and those operators based on their economic return under an amortization analysis. We may come back to the board in the future and say certain oil fields are effectively amortized, therefore those wells deserve a shorter amortization period, while other wells may deserve the full 20 years. We are in the process of selecting a consultant for that study. We expect to come to the board by the end of this year with a consultant, and we will be moving forward with the initial drafts of that amortization study. I apologize for the long-winded answer.
That was very helpful. Put it in context for everyone. Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 8 is before us. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 8 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Before we move on to set matter 1, I just want to announce, particularly for the public and folks that are still outside, that our County Public Health Department has a vaccine mobile unit outside. They will be there until 2 o'clock, and they are giving boosters and initial vaccine shots. They're in the front of HOA on Temple Street, and again, they'll be there until 2 o'clock. So thank you very much. We'll hear a presentation from Chief Executive Officer Fesia Davenport, and I believe Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza, Executive Director of Racial Equity, and Dr. Laura Trejo, Director of Aging and Disabilities. Welcome, Dr. Trejo. It's great. You're going to start, Ms. Davenport?
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. In the interest of time, I'm going to turn over the presentation directly to Dr. Scorza.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's an incredible pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you, Chief Executive Officer Davenport. I want to start today by thanking you as a board for your incredible leadership efforts as we continue to implement the American Rescue Plan. We know that many of our communities, as they've stated this morning, have been hurting. And with your board's approved spending plan, we're able to accelerate our recovery here locally. Today's presentation will discuss our ongoing efforts to implement projects funded during Phase 1 of our American Rescue spending plan. And we'll also begin providing updates on Phase 2's spending plan, which your board approved on September 13, 2022. As is our regular practice, this slide previews the topics we intend to cover today. I will start by providing a global program overview of projects funded during Phase 1. And to date, all projects in Phase 1 have been approved for launch and implementation. Next, I will highlight the expected Phase 1 project launch dates, encumbrances, and expenditures. I will also provide a brief update on Phase 2 of our American Rescue Plan spending plan. And lastly, Dr. Laura Trejo, Director of the Aging and Disability Department, will present on our ARP-funded elder nutrition and building a better connection programs. As of September 15, 2022, all 83 projects have been approved for launch and implementation to support the county's pandemic response services, the disaster services worker program, and centralized administrative expenses related to the response. 100% of the total Phase 1 spending plan allocation is approved for implementation and launch, and we are well underway implementing your board's directives. Of the 83 approved projects, 38 projects have launched. An additional 28 projects are expected to launch by the end of this month, here September, while the remaining projects are expected to launch in late fall or early winter. Sorry for the technical delay there.
To catch up with you, what slide were you on, Dr. Scorza?
I was on slide number 6.
We can move to slide 6.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. 24% of our funds for Tranche 1 projects were encumbered, with approximately 18% of project funds expended. Funding amounts encumbered and or expended across Phase 1 projects currently vary depending on their level of implementation. And as of this month, we are moving expeditiously to spend those funds and to support departments so that they can spend those funds and implement the launching of their projects. The first chart shows a percentage of funds encumbered for projects approved to launch by spending pillar, ranging from 2% to 18%. And a total of 76% of approved project funds, while remaining unencumbered, are still being programmed to be implemented as well. The second chart shows a percentage of funds expended for projects approved to launch by spending pillar, ranging from approximately 1% to 14%. Okay. As approved by your board on September 13, 2022, this table shows a summary of allocations for Phase 2 of the ARP spending plan. The top row shows the funding allocations for Phase 1 by pillar, totaling $975 million. The second row shows the additional funding allocated to existing programs by pillar during Phase 2 of the spending plan. This sustains funding for Phase 1 investments for small businesses and community-based organizations, and as well as survivors of trauma and others, so that we can allow for continuity of services here in LA County. The additional funds equal $384,450,000. The third row shows funding allocations by pillar for new projects. These funds provide additional investments designed to effectuate lasting change well after the pandemic recovery ends, including millions to create housing for people experiencing homelessness, capital investments to increase the county's ability to address pressing issues like mental health care and alternatives to incarceration, as well as funding for services that help people experiencing homelessness find and keep housing. Phase 2 spending plan also proposes substantial investments for the county's Departments of Public Health and Health Services to preserve local efforts to combat the health impacts of COVID. These newly funded projects have been identified in our Phase 2 spending plan. Again, we thank your board for your leadership in identifying needs and responding to the pressing concerns of members of our community, as well as addressing priorities to help our communities recover from the pandemic. Next, Dr. Laura Trejo, Director of Aging and Disability Department, will present on the ARP-funded Elder Nutrition Program, as well as building connection programs, which will highlight food distribution and food resource grant programs. Dr. Trejo?
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you about two very exciting programs our department is working on. As you know, since the start of the pandemic, we have seen the tremendous impact on low-income communities, communities of color, and persons of older age, and also experiencing various levels of disability. Our Aging and Disabilities Department was approved to receive 2 ARP-funded programs, one for elderly nutrition and one for building better connections to address the digital divide. We are basically working through our existing elderly nutrition program. We have embedded these funds into our existing program to minimize the impact to clients in the future. We are serving both persons through our congregate meal program as well as our home delivered meal program. This is for older adults over the age of 60. We have now awarded 16 contracts in the community through a competitive RFP process. We also are delivering congregate nutrition services at 94 community sites throughout Los Angeles County. As of August of this year, we actually had served 14,262 older adults, providing over 420,513 meals. Of those clients, I thought you would find this quite interesting. 2,500 of them are over the age of 85, considered some of the oldest and fastest growing demographic of the older adult population. The oldest participant in our congregate meals program is 106, and the oldest in our home delivered meals program is 109, representing centenarians, which are extremely unique as a population within the elderly. Our elderly nutrition program addresses food insecurity, social isolation, giving opportunities for increased social engagement and healthy living. The elderly nutrition program allows older adults to receive a nutritious meal that otherwise they may not be able to afford or be able to have prepared. These funds are allowing nearly 2 times the number of older adults to receive services compared to pre-pandemic levels. I want to commend your board for the wisdom of funding this program. We will be providing services under the current allocation through the end of June of 2023. While I can anticipate the reduction in services at the end of June of next year, I also want to reassure your board that I'm working diligently with our federal and state partners to identify existing funding opportunities and also working with our staff on a daily basis to try to maximize existing grant funds so that we can make the program last as long as possible. These are just the statistics that I quoted earlier to you. Our Building Better Connections program is our digital divide project, and we have received $700,000 to serve older adults in our community by providing them the opportunity to gain digital literacy, to also access devices, which is we found during the pandemic was incredibly important. Older adults literally did not have access to healthcare because we moved everything online. And I can tell you, I will quote one of my geriatric physician colleagues who said to me at the beginning of the pandemic, she did not understand why more older people were dying as a result of not following up with their regular healthcare than they were because of COVID. And that was a tragedy that we found when older people became isolated. So again, the wisdom of funding this is incredibly important to us because there's not a lot in the field that we understand how older adults are going to learn how to use technology effectively to take care of themselves. So we're really excited because we're going to be embedding into the 14 community and senior centers throughout the county digital literacy labs so that we are maximizing the opportunity for our community to learn how to use their technology. And we're also going to be working with those that most need to provide the digital devices to them. So we're really looking forward to seeing how all of this work is going to help elevate the quality of life and well-being of older people in our community. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you about these very exciting programs, and I look forward to coming back to your board and telling you about some of the outcomes. I will welcome your comments or questions.
Thank you very much. I know Supervisor Hahn wants to applaud the fact that we finally got our Department of Aging up and running, and look at this wonderful work they're doing with the ARPA dollars. So Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for this presentation. Dr. Trejo, I will say, it is such a pleasure seeing you present to our board today on your first report as our county's Aging and Disability Director. Today's presentation highlighted 2 key achievements with the Elderly Nutrition Program and what the future rollout of building a better connection for older adults will look like. I really related to your comments at the end about how once we went online, particularly with rolling out healthcare during the pandemic and access to vaccinations, how so many of our seniors were completely lost. I'm sure I'm not alone, but we had a full-time person in our office that just helped people, seniors, make their appointments to get a vaccination because they had no idea how to navigate online this new system. I wanted to recognize that it's a huge accomplishment, it is, Laura, for you and your team to have stepped up during this pandemic to prioritize our county's older and homebound residents. As we look to prioritize efforts toward building a better connection for older adults, it's vital that we capture accurate data on our homebound senior populations. My commissioner on the Los Angeles Commission for Older Adults, Jerry Gaines, hits me up every time he sees me about our homebound senior population, whether it's in San Pedro or at my homeowners association or the other night at our reception for my commissioners. He continues to bring awareness about our need to preserve and enhance the general well-being of homebound populations, particularly when it comes to vaccinating and having access to these hard-to-reach populations. We really need your leadership to elevate specific considerations to help support equitable vaccine access for older adults and people with disabilities, along with access to other safety net and emergency services. And I know that's a priority for you as well. You know, food insecurity for older adults and those with disabilities was and will continue to be widespread, and it's vital that we understand how we can best serve our homebound population. Your report highlighted that with the American Rescue Plan dollars, the county can currently say we're serving over 14,000 clients and almost 400,000 meals, and 2,500 of those clients are 85 and older. Just speaks to why this department was so important, and I'm so proud of this board for really getting behind establishing a standalone department. Just had a couple of questions for you, Dr. Trejo. What can you share about your department's plan for capturing the data and monitoring the status of our homebound senior and disabled population?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. I think it's very critical, and I want to thank the board. I want to thank Fezia Davenport, our CEO, and our partners at ISD for working with me to create within the new department Chief Information Technology position, because one of my concerns was about how are we going to make sure that we're capturing the data so that we understand the impact of our work. And you know, we are on the move to create the capability within our new department so that we will have the right staff doing the right technology so that we can get the information we need to do our work. I am really excited. We currently do have in LA County a fairly robust tracking system. It's probably not to the level of ideals that I would like, but it will be very soon. So I think that we need to start really developing metrics that really identify the unique target populations that are important in terms of risk. And so homebound is one of those areas. While it's a construct that can be very hard to assess, it's still important for us to track the various elements that would make us understand the profile of the clients we're serving. So we are very aware of the need to do that, Supervisor.
Thank you. And you know, when you really get that plan really developed. I would urge you to share it with our commission
Will do.
on older adults. I think that would be important for them. Each of us appoints a commissioner, and that's a good way for them, again, to get the word out to their communities. So how do you think we're doing on homebound vaccinations? And what has your department's involvement been in trying to identify those who need vaccines?
You know, I'm very proud of the work Los Angeles County has done. Before coming to the county, I actually called Dr. Ferrer and said, you know, we need to talk because we were hearing about the vaccine coming online. And because of her willingness to lead in this space, even though she was under tremendous crisis, she said, let's put a work group together of executives. And so it was literally executive staff from the City Department of Aging, the county WEDAX, and the Public Health Department. I want to acknowledge Dr. Tony Ko, one of her physicians, a geriatrician. At one time, our work group had 4 of her doctors sitting in there, helping us to try to understand how we would do the right type of outreach and intervention with older people. We have been working at this for over 2.5 years, supervisors, and we have done an incredible job. But we were still a little bit frustrated, I'll be honest with you, because you know our data systems don't capture data so cleanly, and I think that's part of the commissioner's frustration, that we cannot provide them the very clean numbers they want to see. But I can tell you, it's not because we're not trying. Most recently, Dr. Poe and I actually did a survey by looking, we said, we're a representative sample of homebound older adults and persons with disabilities, and it was with our Meals on Wheels providers. And we did a survey with them, and 100% of them responded, which is pretty unreasonable to expect that, but they did. And what we found was that over 85% of their participants had already been vaccinated. About 10% were refusing altogether, and the rest were in process somewhere of making their decision. So LA County has done well, and if we look at that sample as representative of the homebound population, which I believe they are, then I think we're doing very well, and we now have data. We're actually preparing an article for publication on behalf of LA County to share with the rest of the nation how to be able to capture that type of information, which all communities have been struggling with. So I really appreciate the commissioners keeping the voices in our ears and reminding us how important this was, and that we could not just say, well, we don't know. I appreciate that about Mr. Gaines and about Mr. Powell, because I can tell you, they call me all the time to remind me that you need to figure this out, and I agree with them. And we are doing that very well, and much appreciation to Dr. Ferrer and her staff for their willingness to really step up.
Thank you. Well, you know, those are really good statistics that you captured through our Meals on Wheels. The thing about vaccines, though, is, you know, it's never ending, right?
That's right.
There's always, there's another booster, and then now there's a new booster for the specifically for the Omicron variant. So it's not a one-time project. It's something that we have to keep up with. And I think, I really do love these numbers, but because I think, generally speaking, I think we've been more catering to people who weren't homebound, right? We're trying to have people show up at mass sites or go to their own pharmacy or doctor. We do our mobile vans where we go to places where there's art walks or festivals. So we've been more focused, I think, on, you know, the population that is out there, but this is a very vulnerable population, as you know, and it sounds like you've got it really going on. Next time Jerry comes up to me, I'm gonna call Laura. And then just on your building a better connection, that's all very interesting, even getting people devices. If the general public wanted to know about how to access resources from this building a better connection, who should they call? And also, you know, the same thing for if you wanted to access a meal.
Yes.
Who do they call? How do they get in touch?
The first step would be to call 1-800-510-2020. That's our 800 number. They will be directed to the provider near them. I have to, you know, share with you that most of our nutrition programs are at capacity right now, given the current situation. But that changes on a daily basis. So I don't want to discourage anybody from reaching out to us.
Right.
Just because maybe today there's not an opening, it doesn't mean there won't be tomorrow. So go ahead and call us and get on let us know of your needs so that we can help you.
Right.
We're also the nutrition programs we manage are not the only food resources available in Los Angeles County. And what we do is we also know what other supportive services are available. There may be a nonprofit or somebody else in the community. And so we can help that individual access the services that they need. So I want to encourage the public to call 1-800-510-2020.
Right, and also to access a device or your whole Building a Better Connection. The last thing would be listening to how much is funded through our, what's going to be the impact on our older adults and our homebound clients when the American Rescue Plan funding is over.
You know, that is something that I worry about every day, and I'm trying very hard to look at the timing and sequencing of existing funds and how they're coming into LA, like I said earlier, to minimize the impact. The other part is that we're also looking at how we have attrition that is normal within our programs. How will we use that attrition to serve those that are the highest risk and most in need? And so just know that we are coming up with very thoughtful strategies to make sure that we're minimizing the impact on those who need our services the most. But the reality is that right now we're almost at double the capacity. It will not be possible for us to maintain that level of service when these funds are no longer available to us.
Well, you know, hopefully we have some sort of a transition plan and make sure that you let us know those who would not be served or programs that would have to be cut so we could look to see what we could do to find other funding. So thank you, Dr. Trejo. It's really, we really welcome you to the county family and appreciate your willingness to step up so quickly and so strongly. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger, followed by Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Scorza, and also it's a pleasure to meet you. Dr. Trejo, welcome, and I've heard amazing things. I know my colleague worked with you at the City of LA, and I've heard amazing things, so I'm excited for you to bring your vision to LA County. And much of what Supervisor Hahn touched on is what I was going to ask about, but one of the things, you know, I know that, for example, in Claremont, they have their own meals program for senior citizens. Are we coordinating with programs that are not necessarily part of the county's meals program so that we make sure that we're including everybody? Because some seniors don't know the difference in terms of access.
We are, and you know, one of the things that I am in the process of doing right now in collaboration with the City Area Agency on Aging is we're actually working with Meals on Wheels California to develop a regional nutrition collaborative, because one of the things that we learned during the pandemic was we needed everybody to step up to support our clients. And so being this disorganized, it doesn't work anymore. And so we are going to be very intentionally working. One of the things that we just did is we reached out to the City Department of Aging because they have one of the best nutritionists in California. And we said, could we borrow her for the food insecurity group that the county was doing? And they generously said yes. So we're also looking to partners to help us be more intentional in the work that we're doing to ensure food security for older people and persons with disabilities.
Excellent, because I know that also in Lancaster, which I think gets their food from the Santa Clarita Senior Center, they make it and ship it up there. I know that to your point, they're at capacity.
Yes.
And, you know, I think it's interesting because food is what's bringing them there. And I know that during COVID, that was a real dilemma that we had, trying to make sure that our seniors were getting their meals. But during the hot time, my understanding is that our cooling centers are not used as much, which I find interesting, because you would think that would be something that would draw them there. But I think it's important. That just tells you how important getting seniors their food is, and I think the Meals on Wheels is really a good way to optimize that. And then to the issue, and Janice, you brought it up in terms of the vaccinations. You know, one of the lessons learned, I think, from COVID also was that the whole telemedicine and actually getting access for seniors outside of an office. Yes. So I hope that we will look to expand on not only the telemedicine, but also getting beyond just the vaccination, but even medical care to our seniors. And I think that I know that Fire had a program up in the Antelope Valley where if they had a lot of the frequent users of 911 that didn't necessarily get transported in, they would actually send a doctor out. I'm hoping to expand that because there are times when there may be basic needs that they have that we can accomplish without making them leave their homes, because some of them are not comfortable still with COVID leaving. So I think it's important for us to pivot and see where we can help on that. But I am excited. I've heard amazing things about you, and I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but you are going to change the way LA County does things, or bring it to a next level. And
Well, I did want to share with you good news. I am working with housers, people that provide senior housing. We're looking at models across the country that are bringing healthcare to where the seniors are, so that we're not waiting for them to get so sick that they have to be placed in a hospital or something else. So we are actually actively working. We're having a meeting in a few weeks to discuss that, because we want LA County to lead the nation in this space.
That's great, because I know we heard from 2015 as it relates to IHSS workers, and the fact that they are working hard for individuals that are still living in their homes. Yes. And I think that we have a natural partner even there to help us direct those services to seniors that are residing at home. So I think it's a win-win, especially working with our partners at 2015 to kind of see how we can expand that and make sure we get services. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Scorza, for your presentation again, and excited to see that funding has been encumbered, but I still think we got to put the pedal to the metal to get the funding out to the CBOs, because they're the ones that call us. So just to highlight that, but thank you for the report. And Dr. Trejo, good to see you. I know you've been busy. You've already come out to some parts of my district, which I'm excited about, and hope that, because it's so diverse, good portion, 50%, I don't know, in some places it's upwards of 50% where it's monolingual Spanish. On the other side, it's the API community. And I've heard already that there are, folks wanting to know what kind of multilingual interpretive services are going to be provided from staff. And I know you're building up your staff.
Yes.
But I want to hear a little bit what you're going to do to help us address that, because my staff isn't capable of providing all that interpretation, and would hope that the department could do it, and want to hear a little bit about that, and then I have a couple of other questions.
Sure. Thank you. That's a wonderful question. The diversity of the older adult population, and because also we have a lot more monolingual older adults, or preference, because we are talking about very important subjects with them. They sometimes say, speak to me in the language that makes me more comfortable. We are working with our partners in the community, our API, community-based providers. We're trying to assess the level of capability that they have. I can tell you one of the partners that I reached out to during the pandemic was the National Council on Asian and Pacific Islander Older Adults. They had the capacity to take phone calls in 8 different languages, and I did not hesitate to say, please help me. These are, I think, strategic opportunities that we need to capitalize on. We don't have to rebuild everything. There are already providers in our community that are experts at what they do and have trust with our communities, which is also very important. What we're trying to do is, how do we develop those partnerships? How do we develop those opportunities for those organizations to work with our department? And know that I have a commitment to figuring out how we will do that effectively while we're increasing the availability of services to our clients in the language and culture that they prefer.
Right. And I thank you for that, and I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to collaborate. Yes. One thing that strikes me is that we have other departments that are serving the same population, there's no doubt. DPSS, and even Parks and Recreation. And one thing that has been brought to my attention is, how do we collaborate so that, again, the population that should be served, the aged population, get the service ultimately from whatever agency it is, but to make sure that there's collaboration at the top, but it is also implemented. And one of the concerns I have is that we have some Parks and Rec staff who do services to seniors. And that is the case in unincorporated areas in Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights. But the language is not being provided to them. And so that's why I'm raising the necessity. So I hope you can collaborate with the other departments on that to see how we can have more of a bridge so that we're not going 2 steps back, but going 2 steps forward.
And know that I have already reached out to my colleague at Rec and Parks. I've already reached out to my colleagues at DPSS. In fact, because of our very strong working collaborative already, DPSS has agreed for our new department to lead on a technology grant that was available. And we reached out to them. We said, we'll help you in any way we can. We just want to make sure it comes to LA residents. And at the end, it was decided that it was in the best interest of LA County for us to do the work. And so I'm really excited to get their support from the first day. And so, I want you to know that the department heads have been reaching out to me on a wide array of needs that they see associated with older adults in Los Angeles County. And we are working very hard to establish those links and those opportunities. I have work plans, I think, with like 5 different department heads right now, where we're trying to figure out how will we intentionally lead in Los Angeles in those spaces. I will probably be coming back to all of you with those reports and those opportunities for LA County residents.
Yeah, and just the last, I mean, I have a concern, just as my colleagues do, regarding funding. What happens after June of next year. And the fact that we create this expectation now that the seniors want to see something and they want to say, well, how come we don't have a senior center? I'm hearing that in Salazar Park in East LA. And we use the Parks and Rec facilities there for that, but we don't have a dedicated funding source for that. I've been paying for some of that programming out of my own discretionary fund, which I don't think really is appropriate. It should be from NCC or dollars that come from the county. And maybe there's a way to weave that through and figure out how we can look at these. This is a priority. So we're not duplicating, but that we're really stretching in a way that still helps us meet our goals. Because that's something that is concerning to me. I keep getting asked, even in Avocado Heights, Supervisor Solis, we'd like to see a senior center or programming. I go, well, where do I take it? So I know you're going to be very ambitious about helping us find that, and we'll work with you on that too. And kudos to what you're doing on the digital divide. It's wonderful. And also the congregate settings of meals that have been provided. I was visiting Homeboys about 2 weeks ago, and the First Lady came, Jill Biden, and she was just raving about the program, how they served over 600,000 meals to about 2,000 seniors. And the story that was told by one of the participants was that this young gentleman who had tattoos on his face and all that goes up to the house. It's a new person that went to the person's house, and they go, oh, I don't know what's going on. But the driver of the car had been there regularly, who's part of Homeboys, and said, no, this is our program. And she went up to the guy and just hugged him because they were delivering meals all through the pandemic. So it just tells you how we can also change mindsets by collaborating with groups like Homeboys and even restaurants, right?
Yes.
So I think those are wonderful opportunities. So look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you, Dr. Trejo, and thank you, Dr. Scorza. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you. It's a great story. I just want to lend my echo to the wonderful updates we get in Set Matter 1 every board meeting, so thank you. And really using the ARPA funds to rethink the delivery of services, particularly when it comes to food for our most vulnerable. So congratulations on hitting the ground running, literally and figuratively, and we appreciate your presentation today. Here,
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kuehl.
I'm sorry, perhaps I'm not sure about whether to raise an automatic hand or my very own hand, but I wanted, if I may, I wanted to give a shout out to our colleague Janice Hahn. I mean, she was, Supervisor Hahn, you have been strongest of all of us in emphasizing our senior population and how they really needed attention that wasn't just general across all of the departments, and been so adamant about the need for this department, and really, in my opinion, made it happen, even though we all agreed. Secondly, I want to say to CEO Davenport, I really want to compliment you and your staff about the ways in which you have identified the need for and how to fill the need for the ARP money that we're getting, because it's not going to last and it needs to really make an impact. And certainly in what we were told today, we can see a greater impact all along. Thirdly, Dr. Trejo, I'm really excited about the way you've rolled out this department. And just wanted to add a few things. The third district has always been thought of by everyone as the richest district, thinking, okay, all 2 million of the people in the third district must be doing okay. But of course, that is not the case. And not only in our communities of color, in various parts of the district, but in our senior population that is spread throughout the district. And even in areas where we think, well, that's a pretty good place to live, West LA, our seniors have seen the rents going up and up and up and having to devote more and more and more of a fixed income just to the rent. So they are food insecure, even though we think, oh, they can't be because they live, over there. And it's really the same with the digital divide. It's not just about, oh, I'm old, I don't understand the internet. It's that it costs money to have wireless access and fees on top of fees. And, the money goes up every month. I get my bill, it's another $2. And over the year, maybe another $50 all in all. But so this has serious consequences as well. And I think our moving forward in ways that we can help communities that really need this access to be affordable, if not free. My dream was maybe the county could do one of its own, who knows, in a couple of years. But to, I think, emphasize out of your department, and we will certainly back you up, this is a demographic that is spread across the county. And many of them, no matter where they live, really living lives of quiet desperation, losing physical facility, losing the ability to drive themselves somewhere. I think the cooling centers were a fabulous idea, but if you can't get there because you don't have transportation, and I think that's another area that I would love to have your department look at over the next years to see how we can maybe connect with Metro about this population, because it's not just that we're all disabled, but we do have, when somebody comes and takes our keys away, it's kind of like, now what do I do? So thank you very much for the reports and for your attention to this widespread demographic, all of whom share this great vulnerability. Really glad to have you there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. And Supervisor Kuehl, you don't appear on my screen until you speak, so I won't see you waving. So just feel free to jump in like you just did. That'll be fine.
All right, thank you. I can jump in.
So I think hearing no additional comments, the report is received and filed. Hearing no objections, such will be the order. Again, thank you for the presentation.
Madam Chair, for clarification on item 5, as I indicated, the motion failed to carry. Therefore, no action has been taken by the board on the appeal of project number 2019-000181-1. Accordingly, the Regional Planning Commission's approval of the project is deemed affirmed.
Thank you very much for that clarification on the action taken on item 5. Set matter 2, we'll now hear a presentation from Dr. Barbara Ferrer, our Director of Public Health, Dr. Christina Galley, Director of Health Services, and Dr. Rita Singhal, Chief Medical Officer, the 3 doctors. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, and thanks for having us. Thank you, Chair Mitchell
and to the entire Board of Supervisors, as always, for your steadfast leadership and support. It's a pleasure to join you and members of the public in the boardroom today to provide a report on our ongoing COVID-19 response. After my presentation, Dr. Singhal, the Public Health's Chief Medical Director, will provide an update on our response to the monkeypox outbreak. In today's presentation, I'll share our current COVID-19 metrics, an overview of a couple of LA County's early alert signals, recent changes to testing and indoor masking guidance, and I'll close with information on where and how LA County residents can access the new fall booster. I'll take the next slide. This is the familiar slide tracking the trajectory of the pandemic. This time we're going to look at it from May of last year. The green trend line shows the 7-day average of the number of cases reported daily, and it's measured using the vertical axis on the left. During the past week, an average of 1,350 cases have been reported per day. This is a decrease from the 7-day average of over 1,500 cases reported per day just the week before. The 7-day average for the number of daily hospital admissions is shown by the orange line, and that's measured using the vertical axis on the right. This metric has plateaued somewhat in the first half of September, but as you can see here, we've had a small decline this past week with an average of 81 admissions per day. The blue line on the slide shows the 7-day average number of deaths reported daily, and it's measured by the axis on the right. It remains relatively unchanged, staying between 11 and 14 deaths reported per day since the beginning of this month. As you can see, the number of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths have decreased significantly over time, and we're approaching similar numbers to those we experienced last October. While these improvements allow us to experience relief and hopefulness, there are many who are coping with the tragic loss of a loved one to COVID-19. And to those experiencing this sorrow, we wish them strength, peace, and healing. Next slide. One of our early alert metrics monitors viral concentration for the 4 wastewater treatment plants in LA County, where we're able to measure the concentration of the COVID virus. We look at the 10-day rolling average for viral concentrations at all 4 of the wastewater treatment plants. And the white trend line on each graph shows the 10-day rolling average for viral concentration in wastewater between late July and mid-September. As a reminder, the Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant serves the central and western portions of the county, and the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant serves the southern and eastern portions of the county. They're shown along the top row. And together, they serve about 7.5 million people in LA. As you can see, at both of these large facilities, average viral concentrations in wastewater plateaued in the past couple of weeks. Viral concentration trends in wastewater for the 2 smaller plants are shown along the bottom. The Lancaster Water Reclamation Plant serves people in Lancaster and Palmdale. You can see that at the very beginning of September, there was a decline in viral concentration, but since then there have been increases. Viral concentrations at the Tapia Water Reclamation Facility, run by the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and serving people in Calabasas and surrounding areas, continue to plateau. We are starting to see trends in wastewater data that no longer closely align with the trends in our case data. On the first slide we showed today, we saw continued declines in reported cases, but this wastewater data is showing plateauing, or even in some northern communities, increasing viral concentration levels. This likely reflects that there are growing numbers of people that use home tests, the results of which are not included in our case counts. Given these changes in testing practices, wastewater data is going to be key to understanding the level of viral circulation in our county. The fact that we're no longer seeing decreases in viral concentrations in wastewater is a reminder that transmission is still substantial across the county, and sensible precautions do help reduce risk. Next slide. The Omicron variant, as you can see, continues to account for 100% of all of the sequence specimens. The BA.5 subvariant of Omicron, that's shown by that larger, brighter red section at the top of each bar, continues to be the dominant variant. For the week that ended September 3rd, 93% of all of our sequence specimens were BA.5, and that was about the same as it was the week before. The CDC is estimating that across the country, for the week that ended September 17th, BA.5 subvariant accounted for 85% of specimens. The relative proportions of other key sublineages we're tracking have changed only slightly, including BA.2.12.1, that's the orange bar, that's declined to well under 1% now, and BA.4.6, which is shown by the yellow bars, which is just over 3%, with not a lot of change over the past month. CDC estimates that nationwide BA.4.6 accounts for about 10% of sequence specimens for the week that ended September 17th. To date, 20 specimens of BA.2.75 in total have been detected in LA County, and that's slightly less than 1% of all of our sequence specimens. Last week, we began tracking a new subvariant called BF.7. This subvariant is actually a sublineage of BA.5, and sometimes you'll see it referred to as BA.5.2.1.7. You could see why we call it BF.7. CDC began tracking BF.7 recently, so we're going to do so as well. But so far, there's only been one BF.7 sequence specimen in LA County, and it was collected actually during the week of August 6th. Since BF.7 is a sublineage of BA.5, as is BA.4.6 a sublineage of BA.4, it's expected that the new fall bivalent booster, which provides protection against both BA.4 and BA.5, will also provide protection against BF.7. We're obviously going to continue to track carefully changes in the patterns of these variants, subvariants, and sublineages, as this information helps us understand when there may be increased risk of transmission and/or illness severity. Next slide. We also are continuing to use the CDC's COVID-19 community levels framework to monitor the strain on our healthcare system caused by COVID-19. For the fourth week in a row, CDC reports that LA County is at the low COVID-19 community level. And as you know, the CDC's framework utilizes one case rate metric and two hospital-related metrics. The first metric that's used to calculate LA County's COVID community level is the 7-day case rate, which using our own locally reported LA County data was at 92 weekly cases per 100,000 people. This is a decline from 104 the week before. For the first of our two hospital metrics, that's the weekly total of new hospital admissions per 100,000. On Friday, CDC reported the county rate at 6 weekly hospital admissions per 100,000 people. This also is a decline from 8 that were reported 1 week earlier. And with the second hospital metric, that's the 7-day average for the proportion of staffed inpatient beds occupied by COVID-19 patients. CDC reported this to be at 3.5% last Friday. Again, a small decline from the 4% reported the previous Friday. So as we've noted for 4 straight weeks, there's been little to no strain on the healthcare system. Next slide. With these declines in COVID transmission rates, there have been appropriate changes issued to COVID-19 guidance. On September 13th, the California Department of Public Health announced it would no longer require weekly testing of unvaccinated workers in healthcare, school, and shelter settings. This change went into effect on September 17th, and we've aligned our guidance with the state, updating all of our documents accordingly. Additionally, on Friday, the U.S. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services stopped requiring regular testing for asymptomatic staff in skilled nursing facilities. And again, we've made changes to our guidance to reflect this change in CMS as well. Please note that the guidance does continue to require vaccinations and boosters for healthcare workers and recommends that all who live in, work at, or visit these high-risk settings remain up to date on vaccinations. That means being vaccinated and boosted to protect themselves and others from severe illness. Next slide. I want to also share the changes in indoor masking guidance, which went into effect last Friday, as we remained in the CDC-designated low community level and our weekly case rate dropped below 100 new cases per 100,000 people. Let me start with the 3 situations where indoor masking continues to be required. There have been no changes here. As we shared previously, indoor masking requirements remain unchanged for healthcare facilities and long-term care facilities. Indoor masking is also still required for those that are within 10 days of a COVID diagnosis or exposure, since this is the time when people have the greatest risk of spreading the virus to others. And as always, individual businesses, agencies, or other locations may set their own indoor masking policy, which people are required to follow. This means that at many venues, including theaters, museums, and some transit, masking remains required. We have shifted from requiring indoor masking on public transit and at indoor transit hubs to strongly recommending that everyone using public transit, including ride shares, wear a well-fitting, high-filtration mask. For people that have a higher risk of severe disease, should they become infected, we still recommend greater caution. For people over 65, for those who are unvaccinated, for those with underlying medical conditions, and those who are immunocompromised or living in communities with high rates of poverty, we strongly recommend masking inside settings with higher risk. Higher risk settings include any of the 3 C's: closed spaces with poor airflow, crowded places with many people nearby, and close contact settings. The county is aligned with the new state changes in the masking policies at correctional facilities and shelters, and no longer groups these sites with healthcare and long-term care facilities. As of Friday, at correctional facilities and shelters that have not had a recent outbreak, given the lower case rate and our designation at low community level, indoor masking will be left to individual preference inside the non-clinical areas of these facilities. At all other businesses and settings, indoor masking will also be left to individual preference unless the location itself requires masking. As we think about what these changes mean for our masking actions, I want to emphasize the need for us to continue to make decisions around when to wear a well-fitting, high-filtration mask that reflect not just our own risk, but acknowledge risk to others. Next slide. With a long-duration pandemic, there have been many shifts in guidance that reflected the emerging science and new tools. I want to take a minute to just share some interesting data from the LA Pandemic Surveillance Cohort Study. This was a study led by USC's Pandemic Research Center in collaboration with the LA County Department of Health. One goal of the study has been to survey residents' behaviors and opinions related to the pandemic over time, with 3 waves of surveying starting during the spring of 2021, then a second round in the summer of 2021, and then the last wave surveyed individuals during the summer of 2022. The survey was carefully planned to be as representative as possible of LA County adult residents. There was a database, people were chosen at random, and then they were contacted with an invitation to participate. Many people have been in the study for all 3 waves. Enrollment goals were set to match the age, gender, income, and racial ethnic distribution of LA County adult residents. And while not perfect, it's fairly representative. These next couple of slides show a few findings from the study, primarily from Wave 3, which was administered between May and August of 2022. On this slide, in the question on the left, when asked whether people who are fully vaccinated and boosted should still wear a face mask when they're in a crowded indoor setting, 64% of respondents either agreed or strongly agreed. In the middle question, when asked for their opinion on the statement, even if a person is fully vaccinated and boosted, wearing a medical, surgical grade mask when in public reduces their chance of getting COVID infection, 85% answered that they either agreed or strongly agreed. And in the question on the right, when asked, when you leave your home, how often do you wear a face mask? 77% answered sometimes, often, or always. Taken together, these responses provide us with an indication that for most people in our county, contrary to what's sometimes portrayed as a complete disregard for public health guidance, masking does remain a key part of their efforts to counter the impact of the pandemic. Next slide. For the third wave of the study, we were also able to learn more about recent behaviors and opinions on isolation and quarantine. On this slide, in the question on the left, when asked whether people who test positive for COVID should remain at home for at least 5 days, even if they don't have any symptoms, 92% answered that they either agreed or strongly agreed. And on the right, people who have been exposed to someone with COVID were asked, once you found out you were in close contact with someone while they had a COVID infection, did you quarantine yourself according to the public health guidelines that were in place at the time? 81% replied yes, that they had followed the requirements. Taken together, these results also indicate that the vast majority of residents are likely to take appropriate actions to reduce the risk to others after a positive COVID test or exposure to someone with COVID. The data is reassuring since, as noted by earlier speakers today, the pandemic is not over and many remain vulnerable. As we approach the colder months and the fall and winter holidays, there may be a need for us to call upon our businesses, labor partners, and residents to implement additional layers of protection to counter changing conditions. Next slide. I do want to close by urging those who are eligible for the new fall booster to get boosted as part of getting ready for winter. We're fortunate to have the new bivalent boosters for adults widely available already. And as you can see on this map, there's 981 sites countywide this week offering those booster doses. As of September 25th, approximately 250,000 LA County residents aged 12 and older have received the new fall bivalent booster. This is about 3% of the county's population aged 12 and older. With almost 7 million residents eligible for the new booster, there are still many residents that haven't yet taken advantage of this additional protection. The bivalent boosters are a targeted layer of defense against the subvariants that are currently circulating at the highest levels. And they're going to be one of our best tools for reducing disruptions and having a safer and healthier winter holiday season. You can go ahead and get on our website, vaccinatelacounty.com, go to find a location, and you'll be taken to areas all across the county where those bivalent boosters are being offered. As always, people can also call us at the Public Health Vaccine Call Center 7 days a week from 8 in the morning till 8:30. That number is 1-833-540-0473. I also want to note we're on site today on the Temple Street site side of the building, the administration building. We'll be there till 2 o'clock. We're offering free vaccines. You can get your initial dose or your booster dose. It's free and you don't need an appointment. And again, we'll be there till 2 o'clock. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Singhal to provide an update on the monkeypox response.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm pleased to join you to provide a brief update on the monkeypox outbreak in Los Angeles County. I'll present our regular situational update, case data and trends, and our latest vaccine administration data. I'll end with an update on our community engagement efforts. I'll take the first slide, please. Over 65,000 monkeypox cases have been reported globally, with nearly 40%, or about 25,000 of those cases reported here in the United States. This includes 4,886 cases in California. Here in Los Angeles County, we have surpassed 2,000 total cases of monkeypox. As of yesterday, there were 2,003 cases in LA County, in addition to 109 cases reported in Long Beach and 27 cases reported in Pasadena. While new cases continue to be primarily among gay and bisexual men and other men who have sex with men, we are closely monitoring cases in vulnerable groups and high-risk settings. As of September 23rd, there were 110 cases among PEH or persons experiencing homelessness, which is about 6% of our total cases. In addition, there has been one more case identified in the jail system for a total of 3 cases. At this time, there is no evidence of spread of monkeypox in shelters, encampments, or the jail system. Since my last update to the board, 2 additional cases have been reported in children, bringing the total to 8, which is less than 1% of total cases. We continue to see disparities with the highest rates of infection among Black African American residents, among those in Healthy Places Index Quartile 1, or our least healthy communities, and in Service Planning Area 4, which covers Metro Los Angeles. Next slide, please. Next, I'll share an update on the trends in new monkeypox cases. On this slide, you see the latest epidemiological, or EPI curve, for monkeypox cases by episode date, which is the date that the case reports symptom onset. The methodology has been updated to show daily case numbers in the blue bars rather than weekly case numbers shown in the past. In addition, the dark pink trend line shows the 7-day average cases. As you can see, there's been a steady downward trend in our 7-day new case average starting the 3rd week of August. The 7-day daily average has declined from a peak of about 41 daily cases on August 20th to 13 daily cases on September 15th. The decline in new cases in LA County is consistent with global and national trends. CDC recently announced that they are cautiously optimistic about these recent declines, and we are likewise encouraged by the trends in LA County. Next slide, please. Vaccination is one of the strategies that remains critical to our monkeypox control efforts. After receiving Tranche 2 of Phase 4 of our vaccine distribution last week, we now have received about 65,000 total vials of the Jynneos vaccine, which we estimate equates to about 150,000 doses. Tranche 3, the final tranche of Phase 4 allocations, has been ordered, and we expect to receive an additional 8,260 vials later this week. As of yesterday, 51,389 vials, or 92,578 doses of the Jynneos vaccine have been administered. Of doses administered, approximately 74% are first doses and about 26% are second doses. Increasing steadily each week, currently 51% of individuals in LA County who are due for a second dose of monkeypox vaccine have received it. Next slide, please. I also want to briefly discuss the changing trends in vaccine demand by provider type. Here we have the breakdown of Jynneos vaccine administration by vaccine provider by week for the last 4 weeks. Overall, weekly vaccine doses administered has decreased from about 9,873 doses the week of August 29th to 5,802 doses the week of September 19th. This is a 41% decline in total doses administered. However, the demand has declined the most at public health sites that went from administering nearly 4,000 doses per week at the end of August to 1,875 doses last week. Public health sites include vaccine sites and mobile vaccine teams run by Department of Public Health and the public health departments for Long Beach and Pasadena, and encompasses about 21 sites in total. Of note, demand at our community clinics, which there are 55 sites, and our mobile community pop-up events and our health system sites, so that's DHS, Kaiser, and UCLA, has remained much more steady. In fact, last week, our community providers administered nearly as many doses as our public health sites. Next slide, please. In examining the race ethnicity distribution of individuals receiving the Jynneos vaccine by vaccine provider, community clinics, which is the 3rd stacked bar from the left, and health systems, which is the 4th stacked bar from the left, vaccinated a higher percentage of persons of color compared with other providers. For instance, 39% of people received their first dose at public health sites were Black, African American, or Latinx, versus 48% at community clinics and 59% at health systems. These data point to the critical role our established clinical providers are playing in vaccinating our at-risk populations and communities of color. Next slide, please. To close, public health continues to work with a variety of community partners throughout the county to spread awareness about monkeypox, increase vaccination rates in underserved communities, and improve our outreach and communication strategies. Last week, public health participated in a Spanish language town hall event at East Los Angeles College. The event was organized by the LGBT media outlet, the Los Angeles Blade, and sponsored by the Department of Public Health. A number of community partners participated in the town hall and hosted resource booths for attendees. We were honored to have representatives from Supervisor Solis's office at the event, which featured panelists from public health and other organizations speaking on and answering questions from the community about monkeypox. Additionally, public health is partnering with St. John's Community Health to hold a monkeypox prevention strategy meeting this evening with community partners and the public. The meeting will feature community members, LGBTQ+ service organizations, and healthcare providers discussing and developing prevention and messaging strategies to address the monkeypox outbreak. The meeting is at 5 p.m. this evening at Magnolia Place at 1910 South Magnolia Avenue in Los Angeles, and we encourage residents to attend and share their ideas to help public health and partners craft effective monkeypox prevention strategies and messaging. Thank you for the chance to provide this update.
Thank you very much. Dr. Galley.
Thank you, and good afternoon, supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here in person. I'll keep my comments, again, relatively brief and just walk you through some of the basic stats on COVID hospitalizations that we're seeing in the DHS hospitals and then touch on community testing. So first, this chart that you're familiar with shows the number of COVID inpatients in our 4 DHS hospitals. It shows data over the past 6 months, and if you'll focus on the far right of the slide, that's our current numbers. You can see the steady decline in the total number of inpatients who have a positive COVID test. If you'll recall, we do test everyone on admission to the hospital for COVID. We use a PCR test, and so because of that, there's lagging positivity given that the PCR test often remains positive for a couple of months. And it will take time for that trend line to decline to the point that it again mirrors the general population. We do still periodically do chart audits to look at the total percent of patients who are in the hospital for their COVID illness rather than just with a positive COVID test. And that number currently is sitting at around 10%. So that indicates that out of the total 60 or so patients who are hospitalized currently in the DHS 4 hospitals, about 6 or so are there for COVID, with the remainder being there incidentally with a positive COVID test and being primarily in the hospital for something else. On the next slides, I'll shift to a brief discussion on community testing. Our testing volume has decreased about 10% overall since the last presentation. We did close early a couple of community testing sites during the heat wave that we had over the last week, and so some of the decline in volume was related to that, but we still have ample utilization and capacity that's available at the community testing sites. Our test positivity rate at the DHS managed and the Fulgent operated testing sites that we have the test positivity data for has declined to approximately 11%. That had a historic high in the high 20s a couple of months ago. And we're continuing to work on a potential transition to use of a mixed use of antigen testing and also PCR offering, with an anticipated conversion of that at our full service community testing sites that are managed through DHS and our contracted vendor in early October. These next, let me try to go back, sorry. There you go. The next 2 slides just walk you through briefly our community testing stats. If you'll focus on the far right of the slide, the blue bars show the utilization, and the yellow and the green bars on this slide show unused capacity. You'll see in that second bar, second to the right, the decline in the numbers for the week of 9/4 to 9/10, and that represents the early closures of some of the sites during the heat wave, with then restoration of the capacity in the most recent week. Still, the vast majority of tests are not being utilized at those sites, and there's ample capacity available. The next slide shows not the full service sites, but this focuses on the pickup and drop off and distribution locations, whether it's in-person pickup and drop off or home, at-home test mailing and test kit collection program. And the vast majority of those kits are still not being ordered or distributed. We have tests that are available, and the access to those kits is available with information online on the COVID testing website. I will close there, but please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all 3 of you. We'll start with Supervisor Barger and move over to Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. I'll make my question short. Dr. I'll start with the COVID. We'll start with COVID, and then I want to ask a question on monkeypox. But in terms of, and I know that someone asked you about the president's comment that the pandemic was over, and in terms of messaging. And I know that the state is saying that we likely won't ever have to wear a mask again, but I know that we've tried to temper that and actually educate. And so I guess I'm just wondering, what changes do you see on the horizon from the federal government and even from the state? Because I know you talked about alignment, that we will align. And I'm just trying to premeditate so that we can get out in front in terms of messaging, because I think that, you know, we would all agree that especially since we're getting the vaccine out there for the current strain, that doesn't mean that we're necessarily out of the woods, but that we are moving in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Supervisor Barger. And I really appreciate you know, our sort of joint awareness that we just have to be prepared for uncertainty. It would be foolish not to be prepared for uncertainty because we've just seen so much uncertainty. This is a coronavirus, it mutates a lot. We cannot change that reality. What we can do, and I loved the language you used, is make sure that everybody in the general public is aware that we feel very optimistic. We've got great tools. For the first time, we're going to enter into the winter with a booster dose that's actually made to match what's circulating right now, which is going to give us a lot of protection. But people do have to get vaccinated, and it's hard to motivate people to get vaccinated if they feel like the pandemic's over. So I think we have to be realistic to say we're in a much better place than we've been for a long time. We've got a great tool for this fall, but we still need to be real about the fact that the pandemic's not over. I think, unfortunately, it was just a poor choice of words. I think if you listen to the rest of the president's remarks, he made it clear that there's a lot of work to be done. I love what Dr. Tedros said at the World Health Organization. We can finally see the end. We're not there yet, so we got to dig in, use what's available. And that means for us being honest with everybody and saying, you know, right now, you know, we're aligned. We think people have the right to make an individual choice. It's individual preference about what you want to wear in terms of a face covering and when you want to wear it. But we do want everyone to know, should we get into a bad situation again, and we've been there twice now, really bad situations, where the vaccines weren't working as well as we wanted them to. We definitely had too much stress on the healthcare system, too many people sick and too many people dying. We're going to go back to some of the older tools, like a really well-fitting, high-filtration mask, to help us make a difference should that be needed. I'm really hoping that we're all going to take advantage of the boosters. I think that will make a big difference. We'll have a lot more protection. We all know at the very beginning, when we get those booster doses, people will have significant protection, not just against severe illness and disease, which seems to last for quite a while, but also against getting infected or infecting others. And that, the timing will be great. You know, a lot of people got infected over the summer with Omicron, you know, our initial Omicron variant, BA.5. That natural immunity is going to wane over, you know, 2 or 3 months. That's what we've seen. So this booster is here just in time for all of us to take advantage of sort of being able to boost our immune systems, be well prepared for whatever might lie ahead.
So, I mean, and I know that, and you can correct me, because what I'm hearing is that those that are getting the booster, even when they get it, the severity is less, so their attitude is, and even, they're not even testing. Some of them are, some of them aren't. That's kind of, it's like, they're saying, you know, I'm sick. Do you feel that that's maybe when they say that we're coming to the end, that it's going to be more like flu season, although it's not a season, I think with COVID, it's year round, versus flu where we target a season, that it's going to be something that we're basically, for lack of a better term, going to have to cohabitate with?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to sort of characterize what's in front, what's potentially in front of us, just not with certainty, would be that we would get to a stage where, A, it's more predictable. I think one thing about what we're all experiencing now is it's not all that predictable. Like, we're not exactly sure what we should expect. We think there's seasonality, but even that hasn't really been established, really with the rigor we would want, and that it's less deadly. We definitely need it to be less deadly. I know people feel, because there's so much less death now than what we saw before, that we're in a good place. But I think across the country, third leading cause of death. Here in LA County, it's probably more like the second leading cause of death still. So we do need to get ourselves to a place where it does cause less severe illness, less deaths. But then I think you're right. We're going to get much more comfortable with knowing that, A, we can assume we might need an annual booster dose, like we do with flu. We're going to come in and get that dose. We're going to have a more, I think, a less deadly virus that's circulating. And we'll have learned a lot about how to remain prepared for changing conditions. So I think we'll also take away with us these lessons about what preparedness really means.
When does flu season start?
Flu season started.
It started. So are we seeing,
I mean,
what
in
are our
some
numbers?
ways,
What do the numbers look like?
We're going to see, flu season has been weird. You know, remember we had almost no flu until people took off their masks in March. Then we started seeing some pretty significant increases for the first time in flu that we've not seen for the last 2 years during the pandemic. It's winding down now, although it's not negligible yet. But usually for flu season, you know, we start seeing early cases of flu in October. And then generally, we expect the most flu cases will be December, January, February, and early March. That's the predictable pattern. We think things are maybe a little off kilter. I do want to say the Southern Hemisphere had a pretty bad flu season, and they're ahead of us, sort of in the cycle. They just had their winter. So we're paying attention to that, and again, really trying to make sure that people know you can start getting your flu vaccines now.
How far behind are we? Because I know we tracked that with COVID as well. Typically, when you say that they're having a bad flu season, what, is it a month behind that we're about a month?
They have, their winter is in the summer.
No, I know, so is it like, so it's?
Summer. They're coming out of a bad flu season now.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I appreciate that. And then, you know, to you, Dr. Galley, in terms of the testing volume decreased by 10% overall, we still have a lot of capacity, correct? I mean, if people want to get tested, there's no backlog or any problem there.
That's correct. There's plenty of capacity both in the county's community testing sites that we run, as well as in a variety of other locations throughout the established health system, private providers, retail pharmacies, other locations.
So getting them, and then on the number of COVID-19 inpatients, what, and you may have said it and I apologize if you did, and so you may have to repeat it, what percentage were admitted for COVID and what percentage were admitted and then tested positive for COVID?
This is for the 4 DHS hospitals where we do the manual chart reviews to look at that. 10% are admitted to the hospital for COVID and 90% are there for incidental findings, but they're primarily there for another reason.
Great. And then just on the monkeypox, you know, I know that in my district up in the Antelope Valley, even in Dr. Y'all, public health was great about getting the vaccination up there because sometimes people forget about the North County. And so I hope that we're going to do outreach, and my office would be happy to work with you. But I think it's important to do outreach up there as well, because even the depth of services that are available are limited, and they tend to come down below. So while I think it's great to target, you know, certain areas, the Antelope Valley also has a high number of people of color and is directly impacted as well. And so I know that we've, you know, got a nonprofit up there that works closely with you, and we've talked to them, and I think they would want to partner on that.
Absolutely. We would love to hear and make sure that we have enough access up there. Yeah,
okay.
We can work
Thank
on
you.
I mean, it is, you know, you could look at all the data and you can also look at where there's, you know, sort of health deserts, medical deserts in LA County, and we've got a problem up north that we have to fix now with the mobile teams and with, you know, really reaching out to our partners. So we're very lucky that we've had such great partners up there, and we've had great cooperation from the cities as well.
Yeah.
So that we can locate sites that are more accessible.
All right. Well, thank you to all 3 doctors. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all, our head health department and MPOX and our DHS. Thank you for everything you've done, and thank you most recently for helping us out at East LA College and also at the Queer Mercado in East LA, and the big event we had at the East LA Civic Center where there were also MPOX being distributed. So I really appreciate the fast notice and nimbleness that you have in helping us meet the needs of our district. But just going a step further, I'm hearing that there's hesitancy amongst the Latino and African American community to get the MPOX part, cultural and what have you, stigma. And I'm really wanting to know, what are we going to do? What's our strategy? Because we still have those niches that are not being served. And in my district, I'm thinking about the eastern part now. And what kinds of efforts can we do there? We can't just rely on the federally qualified clinics, because I'm even hearing from other providers that some of them are not coming forward. And that bothers me, because some of them have better access to this population, but they're not doing it. And that troubles me. So what can we do here?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question, and thanks so much for all the support on helping us find sites where we can actually do a lot of vaccinations. We have an entire team that just works with providers to help make sure that more providers, get registered to be vaccinators for monkeypox, because we know that for many, they are not going to come to a public site to get this vaccine. They'd be much more comfortable going to see a private provider, whether it's a federally qualified health center or it's a smaller clinic or it's just their own private practice provider. That's the way that they're going to feel comfortable getting vaccinated. They have a lot more privacy in that setting, and I think that matters to many people. Which is why we have this whole team to try to continue to build out the network. Remember when we started, we had hardly any private providers in the network, and now, Dr. Singhal, we have,
Overall, we have 100 different vaccinating sites across the county, and 72 of those are open to the public, and around a little over 30 of them, they are vaccinating their own patients. But we do now, I think I had come before to you and said we had about 50, so we have over 100 now. And 75% of those are open to the public.
And I think the other strategy is, our meeting tonight is really to hear from people about what's going to make it easier for you to feel comfortable getting this vaccine. I think there is some vaccine hesitancy. I think there's a ton of stigma attached with sort of the requirements on who's eligible to get vaccine, that for some people are making it super hard for them to feel comfortable getting this vaccine. We've been talking with the CDC about changing the location where the vaccine is given right now to allow people a little bit more privacy so that everyone doesn't see, that you've got, because you can bruise pretty badly. We want to make sure that, certainly for darker skinned people, they understand and are offered an option to get the full dose. I don't even want to say the full dose, to get the original dosage for this, because there's a lot less scarring with the original dosage. So, again, we're trying, because we hear from people about, what it is that's making them uncomfortable. And my hope is tonight we have a lot of community organizations joining us for this conversation that will be able to constantly, adapt and come up with strategies that really respect where people are at and try to make sure that access is something that's pretty easy for everyone.
And then just lastly, this is more about, the COVID overall. I was reading today the BF7, this is BF7 in the UK. Am I correct? Is it kind of going up there? This is for the COVID. This is for the new variant that's presenting itself in the UK.
Yeah.
I'm reading that.
I mean, we have increasing COVID numbers in Europe and increasing numbers on the East Coast. And I think the good news is certainly in the United States, what's fueling this is not a new variant of concern at the moment that is sort of accelerating and starting to dominate with huge numbers. It's a little bit all over the place. In places like the Midwest, which have the highest numbers of cases associated with BA.4.6, something we're watching very carefully. They actually don't see much of an increase in cases at all yet. So it's not necessarily clear to us that this is linked primarily to a new variant that's really evading more than the variants that are circulating now, our vaccine protection or previous natural immunity, as much as it might be related to behaviors and the winter, the seasonality. There's something, that scientists are studying about what happens in the winter in terms of, not just individual behaviors, but the humidity levels that may, again, affect how this virus interacts with us. So I think while we are, of course, concerned whenever the numbers start going up somewhere else, our experience has been in a few weeks, that may be our reality. But our hopefulness is we have an opportunity to get a lot more people vaccinated before we actually get to the point where we're going to see those increases. If it follows the usual pattern, we've got a few weeks. And we really like to encourage people to go ahead and get vaccinated, get that extra layer of protection in.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again to our three doctors. Thank you, Dr. Frere, for moving to align our indoor masking guidance with the states last Friday. We were starting to get questions about the lowercase numbers and how this would change our guidance. And I think shifting our masking guidance from strongly recommended to an individual preference shows that we can dial down or dial up our public health protections as needed. And I think that's where you've tried to kind of get all of us to be a little bit like Supervisor Barger, what you were saying, we're gonna have to learn to live with it, but we need to be flexible, either up or down in terms of protection. And I think the survey was interesting. I mean, it was a really small sample, it was like 1,300, and we think we have over 10 million people in LA County, so it's a really small sample. But it did seem to indicate, to that point, that people seem to be doing what they need to do to protect themselves. In that instance, it was kind of a validating survey for, I think, where you want to get us as a population in terms of how we see public health in our own lives and our own different circumstances. And so to that point, I can see that you decided to still not align with the state on masking for close contacts. And I wish that was also a strong recommendation instead of requirement, because I think I can only speak for myself, I know my colleagues, but I've been getting a lot of calls from our schools, as you have too, and that's a very difficult one to enforce. And again, based on how it looks like you've done your job in educating, kind of harm reduction philosophy a little bit, what are you thinking about that? And is there any thought to align with the state on this?
It's such a good question, and I know there remains concern both at schools and with some members of the public about wishing there was more flexibility here. And I think the issue of alignment in this case is we are actually aligned with the intent of both CDC and the state, who have said that when people are exposed and when people are infected, it's really, really important for us to keep our masks on. I don't think there's any debate about the science there. So, I want to put that aside, because we do all get the emails from people who are just saying, we're not going to wear a mask because masks don't work. And I want to just say, I don't think that's the issue. Masks do work. There's agreement at the federal level and at the state level and locally that masks are an important tool, particularly when we know somebody has the capacity to go ahead and spread to somebody else or to possibly spread to others. I think the issue is more what you were just saying. Why are we in fact requiring this as opposed to just allowing this to be a strong recommendation? And probably some of it goes back to our historical role around isolation and quarantine as a public health department around other infectious diseases. I mean, quarantining and isolating around other infectious diseases that cause great harm is a key tool for public health departments to use. And we use it around a host of other diseases as well. I think we don't have another disease that's spread amongst so many people so quickly, so we've never really been faced with having hundreds of thousands of people infected and capable of infecting others until we got to COVID. And I know you'll all remember at the very beginning, we actually issued tens of thousands of personalized isolation and quarantine orders to everybody so that they would actually understand what their legal obligation was because they were either infected or they had been exposed. And we have moved away from that to really, as you acknowledge, relying heavily on the general public understanding what's best to do. And really, for the most part, even at schools, we are not running around with an enforcement tool here. And we don't intend to. We have never run around with an enforcement tool around masking. But we have made it clear, because it is required, how important this is. This isn't, it's one thing to say, we're all sitting here, we assume our status is we're probably not infected, we probably haven't had a recent exposure, and so we feel pretty safe. It's another thing to be in a setting where somebody is actually infected, or somebody has been exposed to what is by far the most infectious variant we've seen circulating. And we know that from the data that actually comes from schools. On day 1, we have 1 football player that's infected. On day 2, we have 5. And on day 4 or 5, we have 30 and the 2 coaches, because it is easily spread. So yeah, let's do everything we can for the people who we know have the greatest chances of spreading it to others.
I mean, I totally get it. I mean, that's...
Yeah, so that's where it comes from.
Yeah, and I want to know what your thinking was on that.
Yeah,
and clearly
I appreciate that.
That's your task is keeping our public
doing what we
well
can.
And safe. I was just kind of trying to relate it to a little bit to the survey where people seem to be, when they're presented with the evidence, they seem to be doing the right thing. And kind of back to Catherine saying, at some point we are going to have to cohabitate. Was that your word?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No.
And we agree.
And so I'm wondering, even in the close contact issue, if you present the facts to a school or the teacher presents it to the parents of the classroom, do you ever see a time when we would rely then on their, it would have been interesting in the survey, and I don't know if you asked the question, but I'd be interested to know, did people do all that stuff because they were following
public health guidance?
Because they were scared of you.
Yeah, we don't.
Or were they doing it because they understood kind of what transmission of viruses mean and what public health means? It'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to know that. I was going to ask you too, Dr. Ferrer, that just based on the wastewater slide. I know we all sit on the LA County Sanitation Board. And I brought it up last time about detecting monkeypox in the wastewater. And I don't know if that's a Dr. Singhal answer.
It's
complicated. But a bigger issue, do we have to ask for the results on a particular virus that we want to get the data on?
Yes.
Or does it just come and you...
It's very complicated, and you actually have to have tests that you can actually use, and those tests have to.
Do we have tests, Dr. Singhal?
There is a test for monkeypox. We're hoping that we're part of a pilot project.
So for on the monkeypox specifically, so what we have found in the wastewater is that it is declining. So that's the data that we're seeing that across all of California. So there is some data broadly from California that they've put out that it has been decreasing.
And will we track that on an ongoing basis?
We will.
for a
I
while?
can say for monkeypox, it depends on where you're testing it, right, in the wastewater. And so for us, when it was detected, it was much later than when we had already had cases. So it didn't end up being that useful for us for monkeypox. Unlike for COVID, I think it's much more useful. We will, of course, continue to track it, but I'm not sure how useful it will be. I think the cases and what we're seeing, in the community is probably going to be a better indicator for us, but definitely.
We have like such low prevalence of monkeypox, and the wastewater districts are huge. So it ended up not being that useful. We actually didn't see anything in wastewater, even though we already had cases. But I do want to say, we have asked to be part of a pilot that would let us target smaller areas. Because if you were actually able to get these results in much smaller geographic areas, you might be able to see something sooner. And as you can see when we've showed you the distribution of the cases, it's not equal across the county. So there are some communities where there have been more cases, but we don't have an agreement yet on whether I think there's funding for that project and whether we would be included in a pilot. But we're interested in using this tool of wastewater surveillance in a way that allows us to be more targeted and to actually use wastewater surveillance when you don't necessarily have huge volumes.
Yeah.
Similar issue with polio, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Which is
Thank
fairly
you.
rare, so.
Yeah, right, interesting. So just back to Dr. Singhal, and it's really obviously encouraging that our Mpox cases are going down. My office had 3 more successful mobile Mpox vaccine events this weekend at Muevlo in Downey, at the Falcon Bars in Long Beach. And thank you to our county and our Long Beach health departments. We administered 138 doses. So I think that was really, really spectacular. Spoke to the need and also spoke really to people being really willing and, they really want to get this vaccine. And I was proud that we could have it right there at the bars where they were, and I thought it was very successful, so thanks for everybody's help on that. About testing, Dr. Singhal, we talked about how it can take several days for someone to get their test results back on Mpox, and obviously that can put the individual, the community more at risk. Last week, a biotech company announced a new rapid test to identify Mpox infections in 15 minutes. And I guess they've launched these tests in Europe. What's the status of those kind of Mpox rapid tests being available here in the US?
So yes, so first I can start with just discussing our current monkeypox testing. So yes, in order to be tested for monkeypox, you do need to go to a provider. Most providers can test for monkeypox. And then what is good now is that we have several labs that can then process the actual test. And so we do track the turnaround time for when test results, how long it's taking for results to come back. The largest, the lab that's doing the most proportion of tests for us is Quest. And their turnaround time has stayed very steady between about 2.5 and like 3.2 days. So it's been very good, about 2 to 3 days. The other lab, of course, is our own Department of Public Health lab that we do rely on for any urgent cases. If there's anybody who's hospitalized, if there's PEH cases, child cases, any cases that we feel like we want, we need the results back right away, we'll actually make sure that we talk with a provider and get those samples sent to our lab. And we can usually run those even faster. So once we talk to our lab director, they can get it on the next day and we can have results by the evening. And so overall, the testing, I think we're doing very well in LA County. Now, the rapid test, we don't have a lot of information on this yet. We would really look to FDA. It's got to go through its approval process here, and we'd look to the CDC to indicate that that is a test that they want us to begin using. But something like that could actually definitely help with diagnosis. And yes, we'd be very excited to hear more about it. Now, the other thing I do want to add is, yes, there's time from when someone's tested to when, they get the results back, but we have messaged very clearly to providers that if you're testing someone who you suspect they may have monkeypox, they should go isolate right away. So they will isolate until their results come back, is the messaging that we've provided to providers, and we're hoping that they are, messaging that out, and that we actually have evidence of that they are, because when we talk to the cases, once, the results come back positive, majority of them have already been isolating from the time that they got tested.
Well, good. I'm glad you're doing good, but nothing is as good as a 15-minute result. I mean, I remember when that happened with our COVID testing, right? It just kind of changed the game to have rapid results. It just made such a huge difference for everybody. Everybody who was anxious, about themselves or their family, nothing like a rapid test result. So hopefully that we can have access to that here in the U.S. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kuehl, any questions for the doctors?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I think they've all been covered.
Thank you. I just want to have a quick, really kind of concern, and piggybacking off of Supervisor Solis's questions about the disproportionate infection and vaccination rate between the Latinx and Black community. What is also striking and troubling, and I think inconsistent really with our COVID experience, for example, is the disproportionate rates of TPOXX treatment in the Black community. So it's one thing, we can sort of understand or explain away with vaccination hesitancy and access to testing, but if you've been tested and you are positive for monkeypox, how do we explain the disproportionate low rate of TPOXX treatment in the Black community? Help me with that.
Sure, we did actually look at this. So what we'll back up first and we'll start with how many people have been treated with TPOXX, which is just about 490 people out of our 2,000 cases. So it's about a quarter of them have required TPOXX. Not everyone needs it. So the indications are if they're at risk for severe disease. So there's certain populations that have been known to have more severe monkeypox if they do get it. And then there's those that have perhaps lesions in certain anatomical positions or may have some complications that may put them at risk and that they need the TPOXX. So overall, about a quarter of our cases have required TPOXX. So when you look at, for example, the breakdown by race ethnicity, we have about 250 cases among the Black African American population. Then you look at how many have received TPOXX, it's about 67 of them have. So that's about 26% of them. So a quarter of them have received TPOXX. So it does align overall with the overall percentage of our monkeypox cases that are getting TPOXX. Now, that's a very simplified way of looking at it.
Then clarify that. Thank you for that. So would you suggest that the 25% kind of benchmark is also reasonable in terms of those who are at risk for the things you mentioned and therefore need the TPOXX?
That's exactly where I was going.
Okay.
The next part of this is really looking at who, the at risk of those that are getting monkeypox. And that is further analysis that we want to do. We don't have a clear way to know right now that of the 2,000 cases that we've had in LA County, how many of them would have actually qualified for TPOXX but perhaps didn't get it. But what we can do is, for example, look at HIV status or as a indicator, because that is one of the groups of folks that would be indicated for TPOXX. So we will be doing some additional analysis on that. And I think, it's fair to say that there may be implicit bias, right? In the medical community, this is something that we are well aware of, where certain medications or certain treatments are not offered evenly across the board, and so that would be very likely something that may show up. And in the weekly and biweekly meetings that we have with our stakeholders and providers, it's actually come up, and we have discussed this and made sure that we mention that you need to be checking, making sure you're offering TPOXX. If you have these folks, make sure that you're looking at it. And it is something that we will continue to have those conversations with our providers, but we will do some in-depth look at our data as well.
I appreciate that, and I think I'm going to miss tonight's event at Magnolia Place because I will, I think, be here. But I appreciate the event. I appreciate the way in which you're having this strategic meeting as opposed to just a everybody come town hall where you're asking the questions. I know you're breaking up into subgroups. And I hope maybe you can glean some information from tonight's event about direct experience around TPOXX. If people have asked for it, it was denied. I hope that is never the case. But I hope that you're able to get some information from tonight's and your other community-based engagement to ask people what their experience, have they been offered. I appreciate the explanation because I didn't understand that it was really designed for a unique case. I thought it was what everyone should be offered if indeed they test positive. So that was helpful for me to know as well.
I think the other thing that's really important for us to, really grapple with around sort of medication in general is the hesitancy at this point,
right,
in our communities for people to feel confident with both the vaccine and with the medication, and we, whether it was COVID or it's monkeypox or it's something in the future, like we do have our work to do to build trust back in some of our communities, so that when we introduce a new product, and although this vaccine was actually developed in 2019. For most of us, we've had no experience with it,
right.
And the the antiviral we're using, TPOXX, people really have even less experience with. We're providing information in a way that people can actually understand it, and feel like they have opportunities to ask us questions and to get good answers about both the effectiveness and the safety. Because I think, again, those are top of mind issues, particularly in communities where that trust just has not been there in the past. So I don't think we can pretend that that doesn't exist either around our response to Mpox.
Supervisor Solis?
Madam Chair, you just, my memory's starting to think about this in a different way. Because if we are asking people who walk up to our mobile clinics and a test, so may not tell us everything. And they may be around someone who they're with who they don't want to share that they have HIV or they have any other types of STDs. And so I really think this could be a bigger issue, particularly with the stigma that it's carrying in communities, in immigrant communities, and not just Latino, but the API community, because I'm seeing that also coming up in the eastern part of my district. So I really do think and want to encourage us to think about how we speak to people and maybe have our providers who know that population to help work with us so we understand it, our own staffs, So I think you sparked a concern there that it's probably very valid. Thank you, Madam Chair and staff.
And just my last comment, I appreciate, Dr. Furr, you talking about moving the location. I happened to have a conversation with someone who showed me the enlarged mass that came about as a result of the vaccine, and it was very low on the forearm. So yeah, so being able to either do the full doses, half doses, I can't remember what you said, to address that, because as we talk about hesitancy and stigma, that's not helpful either, if it's very clear that someone actually got the vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, we totally agree. I mean, the thing is, the directions on how to use the vaccine product are not ours to alter. But we have, on multiple calls with CDC, asked them to work closely with the FDA and take a look at it, because we cannot imagine that, A, you can't find a different location on the body where it would be appropriate for us to go ahead and administer this vaccine. That was much less visible.
Yep, I I agree.
We are getting some information from CDC about additional locations, but it's still not great. I mean, it may be on the back, scapular region, but I think, so what we're talking about full dose versus partial dose, I just want to make sure we're clear. So we're talking about the intradermal, which does require a smaller dose, which is creating kind of the mark on the forearm, versus the subcutaneous, which is a different dose. But that does not create the same local reaction. And so I think that's what we started off with. We didn't have that, enough vaccine supply at that time. What they are doing currently are studies to look at vaccine effectiveness, and they feel like the intradermal is going to be as effective as doing the subcutaneous, but there are these other factors that need to be considered, and that's what we're having the discussions with CDC right now.
I appreciate that. It reminded me back from my women's health advocacy days when Norplant became popular, and teens and other groups of women didn't want it because it was on the surface and you could see the 3 needles right on the top of your arm, and it was like, yeah, this is helpful, but I'm not going to get it if everybody knows I've got Norplant. All right, thank you very much to the 3 doctors for your really comprehensive presentation and your responses to our questions. We appreciate you. Hearing no other comments, this report is received and filed. Without objection, such will be the order. Thank you again. Moving on to item 11 and 16, which were held and we're going to hear together. Item 11, exploring models for a secure mental health treatment facility, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And item 16, addressing the mental health crisis in LA County, developing a mental health care facilities to depopulate the jail, which was held by Supervisor Solis. We'll hear from Supervisor Barger first, then Supervisor Solis, and then I'll open it up to others who have questions or comments. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you all for being here. It's nice to see you all in person. I'm going to start off with some questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
And so I'll start off with you, Dr. Belovich. And by the way, thank you for everything you do, especially in keeping this board appraised on what's going on in the jails. Can you explain to us how we currently, how many mentally ill inmates do we currently have in our jails?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Barger. Currently, today, we have just over 7,000 mentally ill individuals in the Los Angeles County jail system. That's just about half of the entire jail population. It's a significant increase that we've seen over time, both in the absolute number. It's about doubled in the last 6 years. As well, the percentage of the total population, we're at about 50%, whereas 5 to 6 years ago, about 30% of the jail population was part of the mental health program.
Yeah, and I know, and just to be clear, I know at the last meeting where we were discussing this, Supervisor Kuehl, I think, mentioned that mental health is a pretty broad term as it relates to the severity. So we're talking about all levels of severity, correct? I mean, it's not necessarily that they're all in a room. I mean, some of them are not as severe as it relates to needs for mental health services.
That's correct. The staff in the mental health staff in the jail, we have an acuity rating system of 4 acuity levels. And so they include from individuals who need episodic care and may take psychotropic medication and do very well, all the way to individuals who require significant inpatient treatment.
So knowing that, and of the 7,000, how many what percentage would you say can be diverted currently?
The percentage that can be diverted, I think, is related to a multiple number of factors, not necessarily their mental health, but also their custody factors and other the availability of resources in the community for them to be diverted to. So I do think there's a large proportion of individuals who can be diverted if we have the community resources who can accept them. But again, when I talk about the sheer number of individuals who are mentally ill, there is a large number of I would say at least 2,000 who are acutely mentally ill, who would need significant care in the community. These wouldn't be individuals who would be able to live on their own and go and see a mental health provider as needed. These would be people who need intensive inpatient level or subacute level of treatment.
So when I hear the term P3 and P4, can you describe exactly what a P3 and P4 means?
Yes, that's part of the acuity system that we developed over time. A P4 is an individual, the acuity level for an individual who, if we have available an inpatient bed, would be placed in an inpatient bed. So in the community, they would meet criteria to be hospitalized for psychiatric care. A P3 is also someone who is acutely mentally ill, but may not rise to the level of care needed for an inpatient treatment. These would be individuals who, if we're working with our partners in Department of Mental Health, would qualify for a full service partnership where they would get intensive treatment and care on in the community. And so those are the two levels of care that we would say are acutely mentally ill. They require significant levels of service. There are also individuals who, in a correctional setting, can't necessarily maneuver it well. They may not be able to follow directions as well. They may end up getting into trouble in a correctional setting because they can't necessarily follow the requirements of a correctional setting.
So Assistant Sheriff Corbett, can you describe the types of criminal charges for P3 and P4 inmates? I mean, what they're facing?
The charges, Supervisor?
Yeah, I mean, like for a P3 or P4, I mean.
Well, that's where it becomes a little difficult. That's strictly a medical diagnosis
So
or
it doesn't
classification.
correlate with.
On top of that, now you have to add the security levels of what their crime is, what if they're suicidal versus homicidal versus what their charges are. That classification is on top of the medical concerns.
P3, P4 does not correlate with.
No, ma'am. It has nothing to do with the security levels.
Okay. Dr. Belovich, in your view, what is needed to achieve compliance with the remaining DOJ consent decree provisions, which I know we continue to struggle with?
Yes, we do continue to struggle with those. There, I think, are several things that are needed to come into compliance. One is a reduction in the sheer number of mentally ill in the jail setting. The jail was not built or created to provide care and to provide this amount of care for this number of individuals. So the sheer reduction in the number of individuals who we have in the jail to serve. Again, when that consent decree was entered, we had between 3,000 and 3,500 individuals who qualified as class members, whereas now we're looking at the 7,000. And I think that if we can reduce the overall numbers, we can better meet many of the mandates, but there are some mandates that will be nearly impossible to meet with even 3,000 or 3,500 individuals. And some of those revolve around the number of treatment hours out of cell that people are required to have. It's mathematically impossible in our space to actually provide that amount of treatment. We don't have treatment rooms. We don't have private confidential places to provide treatment. So those are all factors that play into coming into compliance with the Department of Justice consent decree. But also there's a big factor in one of the provisions has to do with the number of licensed inpatient beds that we provide care in. We've got about 50 that we have now, and on any given day, I have a list of 150 who qualify for those beds. Those are those individuals who we label an acuity level P4.
And are you able to divert them currently to use a diversion program?
There are, working with ODR, there are times where we're able to.
But of those, what percentage would you say can be diverted under ODR? Because you've got 50 beds and you have, how many did you say?
We've got 50 beds with 150 who would qualify for them.
Can you divert 100?
I don't know that 100 can be diverted. It's difficult for me to say how, because I don't know where we divert them to.
Exactly.
if we had a place to divert them to, knowing what that place could provide and the security it could provide, I would be better able to estimate that
So
number.
I think that Judge Pregerson and even our monitor would agree with you, and I think that's their frustration, that we talk about diversion, but we are not diverting because we don't have a system built to divert.
That's correct. We do not have a diversion system, especially for these high acuity individuals who may need a more secure setting.
Correct.
Where they are not able to walk away into the community.
So Assistant Sheriff Corbett, I see you nodding your head yes. Would you agree in terms of the DOJ compliance and the consent decree provisions, where we are?
Yeah, Supervisor, I think the frustration we have is we're trying to provide 2022 levels of care and care therapy that in 1960 to 1990 facilities. The footprint isn't there. The clinical space isn't there. The therapeutic rooms aren't there. We're doing the best we can, and Dr. Belovich's team and my deputies are doing a great job, but we're working within the confines of an older facility that we're trying to do that. Diversion is awesome. We support diversion, responsible diversion. The problem is a lot of these crimes these individuals are charged with will not qualify them for any diversion available now. And so, unfortunately, a lot of those that are acutely mentally ill are facing some very serious charges.
So according to the consent decree, I mean, following up on what you just said, the county has a constitutional obligation to provide certain services to those vulnerable inmates. What is your response to that obligation in terms of how we're doing?
The county and the Sheriff's Department are responsible people remanded into our custody. And once an individual is remanded by the court into our custody, we have to provide that level of care, which within the consent decree includes 60, 63, and 80, which are HOH beds, licensed HOH beds, and out of cell time, which were almost impossible to get within the facilities we have.
I mean, and I think that's at the heart. I mean, when I, get your memos, Dr. Belovich, and know the commitment from people I know that work in the jails that are providing mental health services. And I know Dr. Galley, you know firsthand as well, because you know the people that are working there. They take their role seriously beyond the constitutional obligation. And the frustration level is great, because even the one-on-one cannot be given the way they want to give it in terms of the quality, in terms of confidentiality, one-on-one, because of the space limitations, but even the time commitment, because there are so many to be seen. And I think that's important. And so I appreciate you, answering those questions. And, 2 weeks ago, I crafted a verbal report back motion, which was seconded by Supervisor Hahn, due to my frustration over the conditions at IRC as outlined in the OIG report, and actually the ACLU's request for a temporary restraining order. An order has since been granted by Judge Pregerson, the same judge that has been overseeing the county's 2015 DOJ consent decree. I agreed to hold off for 2 weeks at the request of my colleagues, and I'm introducing a motion that is similar to the language I referenced 2 weeks ago. Let me be clear, since so many people have chosen to misrepresent what my motion says, it does not say build a jail. I'm looking to our county departments to report back with models, existing or proposed. We take pride in LA County for being the first in the cutting edge on doing things that are replicated throughout not only the state, but the country. This is a secure, non-custodial mental health treatment facility for those inmates who are severely mentally ill but cannot be diverted. And I think we heard both Dr. Belovich and Assistant Sheriff Corbett reference individuals that cannot be diverted. I don't think this board believes that we can divert all inmates with severe mental illness, or that we can turn a blind eye to the law. I've said it before and I will say it again. With the board, we, the board, have a constitutional duty to safely house and treat inmates. Since 2015, the county has been under close observation by both the federal judge and a court monitor. To date, we have made some progress, but key provisions remain in noncompliance. And I felt it was critical to include some of those DOJ provisions in the motion, specifically provision 63. and I quote, "The county and sheriff will maintain adequate high observation housing and moderate observation housing sufficient to meet the needs of the jail population with mental illness." Then there's provision 64. "The county sheriff must develop a long-term plan to, quote, reasonably assure the availability of licensed inpatient mental health care. The plan must describe the capacity required, strategies that will be used to obtain additional capacity, and resources necessary for implementation." And then provision 80, quote, "The county will continue to make best efforts to provide appropriate out-of-cell time to all prisoners with serious mental illness, including 100% of all HOH inmates with 10 hours of unstructured out-of-cell rec time and 10 hours of structured therapeutic and programmatic time per week," something we are not doing. I think it is important that we do not forget about the legal obligations that we as a board are bound by. In his recent ruling, Judge Pragerson noted that the county must address the overcrowding issues and public safety. We have an inmate population that is on the rise, with some inmates having committed serious and violent offenses. Earlier this year, Brianna Kupter, a UCLA student, was working inside the Croft House furniture store in Hancock Park when she was brutally stabbed. She was attacked by a transient with a history of mental illness and a lengthy criminal record. Sandra Shells, a nurse at LA County USC Medical Center, was fatally struck in the head in an unprovoked attack at a bus stop on Cesar Chavez Avenue. In April of 2021, 3 children were found drowned in their Reseda home. Their mother has been charged with murder. What these victims have in common, besides being victims of brutal offenses, is that their offenders are both mentally ill and pose a significant threat to public safety, making them ineligible for community-based programs, but still in need of care and treatment. We have a crisis in our jails, and unless something changes, inmates will continue to receive below constitutional levels of care. If we don't start looking at what is out there as far as best practices, how will we start addressing the needs of a population that's in our care and needs and deserves to be served? When we take meaningful steps to comply with the law and fulfill our moral, and when will we take the steps to comply with the law and fulfill our moral and constitutional obligation? We have been in this consent decree for 7 years. Feels a lot longer. How much longer must taxpayers foot the bill for this case if we don't have an exit strategy? The county agreed to the terms of the consent decree and was supposed to implement them within 6 months, which is why I think the judge and the monitor are frustrated. Several provisions are nowhere close to reaching compliance as we keep testing the patience of the court monitor and the judge. We talk a lot about people with mental illness on our streets to whom we have a moral obligation, but ignore the inmates to whom we owe both a moral and a constitutional obligation under federal law. We cannot continue to fail people with serious mental illness in our jails because of political rhetoric, like we are failing those on the street because they have the freedom to choose whether or not to get the help. I believe my motion complements the one introduced by Supervisors Solis and Hahn. Both motions demonstrate that we as a board are acknowledging the fact that we have a shortage of secure mental health beds in a variety of populations, not just in our jails. The acknowledgement is a great first step to a long overdue action to address the mental health continuum of care with the serious mentally ill. I would ask that we not just give lip service to the word care in Care First, Jail Last. Otherwise, those who we should be caring for are indeed seemingly last on our list. I've heard some of my colleagues and some others who say we don't want a jail. I don't either. We also know that we can't divert everyone. So if not a jail, but better treatment than what we can deliver right now in the current configuration, then the question becomes, where are we going to do it? That's what my motion is asking. Where and how and when. We need to explore and understand the alternatives. Colleagues, let's stand with our vulnerable inmates who have rights while in our care. When they're out of our care, they can choose not to receive service. When they're in our care, we have both a moral and a constitutional obligation to provide a level of services that are not being done. And we're hearing that from our experts, people on the front line. So I would ask for your aye vote to move forward with bringing us alternatives that will in fact address care first for those that truly are in our care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to start by thanking all those individuals who wrote and called in or emailed a letter of support for the motion that's presented before you, and that's item 16, that I have asked Supervisor Hahn to co-author with me. And I believe that will help us address the need to secure more mental health facilities throughout the county to build out our community's continuum of mental health care. Many of you discussed in the audience, many have left now, but their personal stories and frustrations with the gaps in our mental health care system, we all know that to be true. Their stories and the stories of those needing mental health treatment are languishing right now in our jails. It's pretty clear to all of us. That's why the motion is necessary. And I also appreciate Supervisor Barger for raising her concerns about this need, and I understand and share your frustration with those who need immediate care and are languishing in our jails. I also agree that we need to act now. But whether, well, on this, I would say that we differ on the approach, and that's why my motion is before you. I must admit that your motion gave me pause as I read that it was necessary for our board to revisit the options to replace Men's Central Jail. I want to be clear, we don't need a replacement jail. We need to revisit replacing Men's Central Jail. I've been very clear about that I want Men's Central's jail closed and demolished with no new replacement jail or no new jail constructed, period. And I'm concerned that the way the motion that Supervisor Barger has written could result in a replacement jail or a mental health jail instead of a secure mental health care facility that we need. There is a distinction. And I have to say respectfully that I will be voting no on item 11. My motion, item 16, with Supervisor Hahn, is more than just a report back to the county. We already know we have a severe lack of mental health beds in varying degrees and acuity. And across the county, we're also struggling with the lack of providers to help staff up those beds. We know that. That's why we have to act now to meet this great, tremendous need. And as a part of my old General Hospital project, I'm trying to help fill some of those shortages with those beds. Recently, Governor Gavin Newsom came and toured that hospital. The hospital is part of a restorative care village plan, which includes building 128 subacute beds, as well as mental health urgent care center and crisis residential beds already in use. With these projects, I am personally committed in creating the services needed across the continuum of care to give our residents the level of services that they need. And mental health continuum is not cannot be comprehensive without both secure and open residential beds. But currently, the county is trying to handle the sharp increase of people with mental health needs in our jails. Of the almost 15,000 people who are incarcerated in our jails, almost half, as we've already heard from this panel, that they have different levels of mental health needs. Some may need more support, some may need services, treatment more than others, depending on their severity. In looking at the almost 7,000 people with mental health needs, almost all have some viable way to be diverted or released safely into some form of a mental health treatment facility or program. For example, DMH oversees a broad continuum of mental health care services, from the locked hospital and subacute care to open residential care, supportive housing, and outpatient care. DMH has noted for years, however, that its network of locked subacute beds is under-resourced, with wait lists of several months for those who need that particular level of care. DHS also operates or contracts for both locked and unlocked mental health care facilities. ODR, in particular, operates a locked acute program that also serves subacute patients at Olive U, UCLA Medical Center, in addition to its large network of unlocked housing programs, all serving justice-involved individuals. This isn't to say that we don't need to continue expanding or supporting these programs. We do, and the board is going to be doing that. There seems to be a lot of misconceptions about the motion. This is not an either-or decision that the board is making. This isn't a choice between a locked facility or an unlocked facility. Rather, we need both for our continuum, for the county's comprehensive continuum for mental health care. And for those who are eligible to participate in a program or to go to a mental health treatment facility, we need to get them out of jail. For those who are not able to participate in a program or can be transferred to a mental health facility due to the severity and complexity of their offense or due to their debilitating mental illness, their only option is a jail. We cannot accept this reality. We need to get them out of jail and into therapeutic settings, those that are eligible. The truth of the matter is simply that the jails are not places we want anyone with mental health needs to have to stay, especially because there's no alternative or an extremely limited capacity in the community. Last week, my staff visited a secure subacute facility in Supervisor Hahn's district, and the facility, though was locked, was far better than a jail. There were no law enforcement present, only staff who were there interacting and engaging with the patients, with clinicians and support staff. And there were spaces for programming, recreation, and visits with family, all that are very essential and needed. The staff even shared that they got referrals from all over the state, from different counties, and they also take patients who fail out of the program, like ODR housing program, because they required a higher level of care and security. The argument that people can be treated and medicated in jail until they're stable enough to be released into an open residential program seems like a tragic alternative when they can be treated and medicated in a mental health facility that is run and operated by clinicians and not law enforcement. Should someone be treated and medicated in jail, they're still in a jail, which simply is not a therapeutic environment. The jails are run and operated by deputies, not by clinicians. They are not trained mental health professionals, and that puts people with mental health needs at an incredible risk of neglect and abuse, as we have seen already reported. We already know how severely limited our resources are for care in jails. How can we reasonably expect those with severe mental illness to get the care they need and the opportunity to get better in such a setting? In a mental health facility, not only will they get access to actual care, but there will also actually be an opportunity to improve and step down into a less acute setting. This is, I believe, our ultimate goal. Again, a locked mental health facility is not the same as a jail. This motion makes it abundantly clear that we are looking at a non-carceral, non-law enforcement, bona fide mental health care programs. And we're also including a look at non-law enforcement security models. We know mixing law enforcement and mental health in jail leads to unnecessary uses of force, trauma, and harm. We as a board have committed to care first. That means we should begin with psychiatric technicians and other trained mental health staff who are trained in de-escalation techniques and have rapport and familiarity with these types of patients. I want to make it clear we're not warehousing our loved ones. Rather, the motion explores how multiple mental health facilities throughout the county, because we know how important families and social networks are to someone's well-being and mental health. That may even allow a level of flexibility to tailor each of these facilities to the client's need and security level, truly building out a continuum of care with step-down facilities. The motion also directs departments to look at existing facilities or those that have been closed that could be used for this purpose. We know the need is great, and we should act now. If we want Men's Central Jail closed and demolished, which I am deeply committed to, we need this, just like we need other decarceration tools. Jail should never be the only option. Jail should never be default. Care must be. This gives our most vulnerable and their families hope and not fear. In short, the board is concurrently investing in our communities so that individuals do not get entangled in the legal system in the first place, and investing and expanding our diversion and alternatives to incarceration programs, services, and resources. And we need to expand our mental health continuum of care in the community to fulfill the individual needs that our residents deserve and should receive regardless of who they are. And we're not done. I'm committed to care first for all our systems, not just our public safety and justice space, to help understand the need and the landscape of the continuum of mental health care. And I've asked, and I'm glad you're here, Dr. Lisa Wong, and also the interim director for the Department of Mental Health, as you know, Dr. Christina Galley, to be available. And before my co-author, Supervisor Hahn, provides her remark, I do have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Wong, if you might. Dr. Wong, there are a lot of mental health terms out there that many people may be unfamiliar with. Can you please explain what subacute and acute facilities are and when someone might be treated in one of them?
I'd be very happy to, Supervisor. So acute facilities are those facilities which are general acute care hospitals, psychiatric health facilities with an acute psych unit, or psychiatric acute care hospitals. And they generally serve patients who are acutely ill with severe and persistent mental illness. And frequently, folks who are in these settings are in there involuntarily, and they're on hold for danger to self, danger to others, or grave disability. And the average length of stay is 7 to 10 days. So those are our acute facilities.
We've also heard that people don't get well necessarily in a jail cell. For an individual who can't yet live safely in the community and needs subacute care first, what would be the impact on that individual and their recovery by removing them from the jail and placing them in a secured subacute care facility?
Okay. Well, subacute care facilities are really for longer-term stabilization for patients who have severe and persistent mental illness. And they typically take patients on conservatorship from the hospital, people who need further care beyond the hospital, and they require like maybe 24/7 nursing or supervision. They're typically locked units, and they are skilled nursing facilities, special treatment programs, mental health rehabilitation programs, and they typically have a length of stay of 12 to 18 months. And the difference this would make for those people who are in the jails now is that they would actually have a chance at rehabilitation and treatment in the true sense. You know, to have open spaces, therapeutic environments, to be in a community where they can maintain their connections to friends and other loved ones. All those things are very important for healing and well-being. And I think that, you know, we've already talked about how the jail is not the appropriate place for care for people. And I think that goes for anyone, whether they are, you know, very severely mentally ill or not. But I think especially for this high-risk, high-acuity population, if they're going to have a chance of getting well and being able to be reintegrated into society, you know, this is a necessity.
Thank you. And I will say that I think all of us can agree that we do want to meet whatever consent decrees and goals that we need to achieve to make sure that those that are in our care receive the best care. Yeah. So I have no qualms about that, but it's who is the navigator, whether it's Department of Mental Health or Department and Health Services, ODR, and all those support systems that we know have already shown us that there can be success. That's the difference between this motion and the other. Thank you, Madam Chair, and respectfully ask for an aye vote on the motion that I and Supervisor Hahn have introduced.
Supervisor Hahn?
And Madam Chair, if I may follow Supervisor Hahn, I'd like to add something.
Absolutely. So Supervisor Hahn is co-author of item 16.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first just want to briefly speak to 11, and I want to thank Supervisor Barker for your motion and for giving a very thorough explanation of the intent behind your motion. And I think you're asking an important question that I think needs to be answered for all of us, and that's how can we provide treatment for people with mental illness who currently can't be diverted from our jails, either because of the severity of their mental illness or the crimes that they've been charged with, or, as was stated, there's just no place to divert currently. So there is a population that currently can't be diverted, and I think you're asking the right question in order for us to comply with the Department of Justice consent decree. How can we provide treatment for this population of people in our jails? And I think that's important, and I'm going to support your motion because I don't think it contradicts 16. I actually think they can live together as we move forward in a transition to Care First, Jail Last. I think there's going to be a space of who knows how long till we're able to enact all of our goals with building up capacity in our communities to begin diverting folks from our jail and finally closing the jail. But on item 16, I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for inviting me to co-author this motion. And as been said, there's more than 7,000 people in our jails today who have a mental illness. That's almost half of our entire jail population. And we know, we've all said it, that a jail is never an appropriate place for someone who is struggling with mental illness. Many of these individuals are probably eligible to be diverted to open residential mental health care facilities like the ones run by our Office of Diversion and Reentry. And that's why next week at our meeting, we're going to be voting on a budget that will actually greatly expand ODR. But unfortunately, there are some people in our jails who will not qualify for these open residential environments, as I said, because of the severity of their mental illness and or the level of the crime that they're charged with. In jail, we usually refer to this population as debilitating mental illness as the P3, P4 population. But just because they don't qualify for the lower level diversion programs doesn't mean that they deserve to stay in the jail either. They deserve the care and treatment in a non-jail environment. And that's what this motion 16, item 16, is trying to do. We want to develop a number of secured, non-correctional mental health care facility beds across the county that can safely divert individuals at the P3, P4 level of care out of our jails. I've heard some people compare this motion to the proposed 2019 Mental Health Treatment Center, and while I do think that the overarching goal of both motions is similar, to close Men's Central Jail and treat people with severe mental illness in a clinical setting instead of a jail setting, this motion is very different from the one that was proposed in 2019. The original Mental Health Treatment Center was envisioned as a giant hospital run by the County Department of Mental Health with nearly 3,500 beds. This motion now recognizes that smaller mental health facilities scattered across the county is a more efficient and a more humane way to go. We're no longer going to build one giant facility, but instead bringing on beds across the county to meet the various needs of that population. Some of these beds will be probably contracted out to mental health care organizations. Others might be run directly by a county department, like the Office of Diversion and Reentry, or our Department of Mental Health. Some beds might be added to existing hospitals or clinics, but we also might want to look at building a new facility or maybe buying property that has been shut down and converting it for this use. And as far as I can tell, none of these facilities are going to be jails, not a single one. This motion explicitly states that. These will be mental health care facilities run by healthcare professionals and designed in a way to promote healing and care. Yes, they'll need a certain level of security for the courts to allow individuals to be diverted from jail, but we will do our research and make sure we design them in the least restrictive way possible. The status quo for this population is jail. If we do nothing, people with debilitating mental illness who do not qualify for open residential treatment will continue to languish in our jails. And I personally believe that's unacceptable. I'm choosing to change the status quo. I hope this motion passes, but I do recognize, and I think we should all recognize, there are major challenges going forward for us to achieve this. I think I know Dr. Sharon, when he was here, all from day one talked about building up capacity in our communities. I used to call him Dr. Capacity because that's all he harped on. And yet I know from personal experience how difficult it is to cite, an affordable housing project for previously homeless veterans. It is going to be a challenge for us to build up capacity. I think we're all committed to do that, but we should be very aware that we're going to have challenges out there. And I hope we can achieve the goals of this board, which is care first, jail last. But again, that's why I'm okay with your item, Supervisor Barger, because it's sort of like, in the meantime, how do we, and we are obligated to, provide the kind of care and mental treatment for the population that so severely needs it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with indicating to you, Supervisor Barger, that I really understand the intent behind your motion, that we need to do more, and with this specifically vulnerable population, and the urgency of it. But as I read the motion, I don't see it the same as my colleague Supervisor Hahn, and therefore I would not be able to support item 11, because I think we already have a good sense of the potential models. I mean, we have been talking this talk, but not walking the walk for all the years that I've been on the board. And the broad wording in 11, referencing a non-custodial but secure mental health treatment facility, has the potential to walk us right back into the conversation about the big mental health center that we essentially said, no, that's not what we have in mind. That makes me prefer the language of item 16, which is aspirational, but I think tries to identify a way that we're not just building one or even two big centers where we have 1,000 people who are acutely mentally ill. The other thing, everything else has been said except for this one thing that has to do with sort of the legal aspects of it. And I know in considering the type of facility that we may be looking at, because there must be security and treatment, and those things don't always go together. This item 16 asks County Council, the jail closure team, ATI, the court, the DA, the public defender, the alternate public defender, the health departments to work together to figure out what I think is a very sort of difficult piece of this. When a court sentences someone for having committed a crime, the Constitution requires that it be a specific sentence. In some cases, there have been some open-ended sentences, but in California, mostly we put an end to those. With mental health treatment, it's not always clear that, oh, you'll be all fine by the end of a year. But but your sentence is a year. And we don't want open-ended sentences for people with severe mental illness, because then we get into the one flew over the cuckoo's nest area, and that is nothing we want, to deal with. So I like in item 16, bringing together these entities to really discuss, including the court, how we might solve that in terms of you're being sentenced to a limited amount of time, and you may or may not be all well. The other thing I like about 16 is what Supervisor Hahn mentioned, which is it's not just one mega psychiatric hospital. It really looks for facilities in different places, but they could mirror each other in terms of their security, in terms of the attention to treatment, et cetera. Where we have to build, it takes a really long time. But the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I really think we must very seriously buckle down and begin to design and execute these facilities. It's really the only thing we can do to get our severely mentally ill inmates out of a jail setting. So I regretfully will not be able to support item 11, but do support item 16. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. While I haven't been here the 7 years of the consent decree, I certainly share the judges and the monitors' frustration with what I feel like in the 18 months I've been here. It feels like cross conversation, cross motions, and not a real clear path to who we're going to supply services to first and how. So let me start. I want to follow up on the question you raised, Supervisor Barker, in asking the representatives from the Sheriff Department if you could articulate what crimes or what kinds of convictions, I think may have been your terminology, P3 and P4 individuals had. And you said you couldn't answer that, that classification was not in alignment with the crimes they've committed. Fair enough?
Just to make sure I'm understanding your question, Supervisor, the P3 and P4 are a mental health assignment.
I get that. And so what I was just restating was that you couldn't answer the question. Correct. Because that's a mental health classification. It's not associated with the crimes committed.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what percentage of our current jailed population have the P4 classification?
I think I might have that, Supervisor.
It's about 200 individuals total.
Where is that one? I apologize for not having that.
It's okay. I'm sorry. Just
pull that out.
Yeah, it's 200.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 200.
I don't know if you were able to hear the doctor. It's 200, Supervisor.
So of our 7,000 currently in county jail system, 200 are the P4 classification. So I asked that question because as we talk about, because resources are finite, unfortunately. And so as we talk about kind of what we do first, how we prioritize resources, that takes me back to previous motion I carried that couldn't get the support of this board about identifying permanent, significant resources to invest in ODR. ODR can and has housed people up to P3. So 200 of 7,000 are P4, and we're talking about building a facility. When we all acknowledge that we talk about we don't know how many can be diverted, nor have we fully invested in true diversion. ODR has been stagnant in terms of, maxed out at their number of beds. And while I appreciate in supplemental, we'll get some more resources for beds, it's not what it could or should be, and it is certainly not what ODR says they need. So, this cart before the horse conversation, then we get caught up in, well, we shouldn't lock up funds for ODR indefinitely when we really haven't invested in alternatives to incarceration. So it's like these multiple populations. We're trying to prevent people from going to jail. We acknowledge we have a population of people in jail who suffer from mental illness. We spend, in my opinion, a disproportionate amount of time talking about the 200 that are P4, and we haven't invested in an existing county program with great results that could benefit the vast majority of incarcerated people today who are suffering from mental illness. And my challenge with continuing the conversation about a facility as you suggested in your motion, I don't want to call it, in that kind of facility is when we haven't built the community infrastructure, we won't max out in terms of population in that facility because we don't have the step-down facilities. So I share the judges and monitors' frustration because it feels like while we all share the goal of wanting to close the jail, from my perspective, we don't seem to be able to lock in on how to do that in terms of what we invest in first. That, for me, is greatly frustrating. We talk about how many can't be diverted. We haven't given adequate investment to build enough community beds so we can divert the number of people who can be diverted. I look forward to the supplemental conversation. I hope that number is significant. My quick math is through a variety of funding sources. AB 109, because of our advocacy at the state level to get those dollars redirected. We had a strategy in looking at MHSA funds. I don't know that that's been locked in yet, but I certainly hope it has in terms of using MHSA funds for ODR beds. But again, my issue, ongoing support. Those funds and the supplemental dollars will get us to expand bed capacity, but it's not ongoing and it doesn't fund programming. So we have to have a full, complete conversation about how much it's going to take over time to build this community capacity in a meaningful way. It's not enough to do 200 beds here, 300 beds here, when we haven't legitimately talked about ongoing significant funding to maintain those beds over time. If we indeed are earnest and honest in our commitment and effort to treat people humanely and get mentally ill people in settings that are healthy and appropriate and safe, and to ultimately close men's central jail. Have to say I'm also, maybe it's me, a little frustrated with the report back strategy when we have in our possession a report from the work group led by the County Office of Diversion and Reentry and the Sheriff's Department in partnership with community groups and service providers that says the county should invest in 3,600 new community-based mental health beds. That, for me, is the equivalent of a report back. It's about us figuring out and making a decision as a board to just do it, as Nike says, to fund it and to get it done. I hope that as a board we can come to some agreement, not continue to, quite frankly, pick winners and losers between the population, between diverting people in the front end, managing people who are in jail, and acknowledging that the people who suffer from mental illness need and deserve to be in a different space. I think we have to figure out how to get some momentum on a consistent basis and not these one-offs where if we fund it in a meaningful way with a permanent funding source so the programs don't have to come back to us year after year. I just think I'll close in saying my concern about building a facility focused on the 200 out of the 7,000 without appropriately funding the step-down beds and services creates another men's central jail where we will max out capacity and not have a space in place to continue to make room for new people coming in and make room for people who can then step down into community-based treatment. We have to invest
in the community-based treatment model in a significant and meaningful way. With that, are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Barger?
I just want to clarify something. I know that both Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl made reference to a large facility, and if you read my motion, and I think you may have missed this, but secure mental health treatment facility or facilities. My goal was not to revisit what we actually abandoned because it did not make any sense. I know Dr. Wong, prior to being a supervisor, I handled policy for mental health, and I recognize the challenges on having a large facility like that. It doesn't work. But we were trying to make a silk's purse out of a sow's ear as it relates to a plan to move forward with a replacement facility and at least salvage it, and it was not workable. So I just want to clarify, in case you missed that, because you both referenced one large hospital, which was not my intent. And also, I actually incorporated the language that you all used, and that was models of non-custodial. So I also incorporated that into my motion, and I just want to make sure that that's known. But for me, I will vote for both, because when I brought this forward 2 weeks ago, your item 16 was actually one of the components I was looking at. So at least, I do agree that it's not an either or, but at least the discussion 2 weeks ago moved a motion this week that gets us one step closer to doing what I believe we have a constitutional moral obligation to do. So I'll take half. I'd rather have it all, but for me, at least we are moving in the direction of addressing it. And to your point, Chair Mitchell, the report backs are maybe why we continue to talk about it and we don't get any closer to get to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel who came and were able to respond and answer questions. We appreciate you giving your time today. So hearing and seeing no other comments, item 11 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 11 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
No.
Supervisor Kuehl, no. Supervisor Hahn.
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Yes.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Motion fails 3-2.
Item 16 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve the item, please call the roll.
Item 16 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Yes.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 12, supplemental paid leave for monkeypox and COVID-19, which is held by Supervisor Solis. Supervisor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Supervisor Kuehl also for co-authoring with me on this motion. Colleagues, we just heard during Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Singali's updates, we're making encouraging progress on our dual fights against COVID-19 and monkeypox. I'm glad to hear our COVID-19 cases continue to gradually decline and that our new monkeypox infections decrease each and every day. But there's still thousands of residents testing positive for COVID as well, and we remain one of the counties with the highest incidence of monkeypox. These residents still need our help, especially given the significant impacts these infections have on our essential workers. We know for years that COVID-19 has had disproportionate impacts on our essential workers, especially Black and Latino residents. And monkeypox, as you know, is the highest in areas of higher poverty and disproportionately impacts people of color. Many, as you know, are essential workers. Studies have shown that in California, most essential workers are Latino and Black. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends that people with monkeypox remain isolated for the duration of their illness, which typically lasts 2 to 4 weeks. 2 to 4 weeks. The CDC further recommends people with COVID isolate from 5 to 10 days, depending on their symptoms. These lengthy isolation periods can cause, as you know, severe disruption for workers who can't afford to take leave or lengthy illnesses. We have to continue to cover them in some way. The California State Legislature, as you know, passed Assembly Bill 152, which would extend California's COVID-19 supplemental paid sick leave through the end of 2022. while providing relief to small businesses that are incurring the cost of such leave. AB 152 is currently awaiting the governor's signature, and with this motion, the board would respectfully request that he sign the bill so we could be prepared both now and ahead of the holiday season. Unfortunately, there is no accompanying legislation to provide leave for monkeypox infection. With this motion, County Council would examine options to provide supplemental paid sick leave for workers with a confirmed or suspected monkeypox infection, including cost considerations. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn, who will also consider how we can prepare for unforeseen diseases that may arise in the future, and look forward to supporting you on that. Colleagues, I request your aye vote, and thank you. Supervisor Kuehl, I believe.
Thank you. Supervisor Kuehl, would you like to make remarks?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my thanks to Supervisor Solis for giving me the opportunity to join you on this really important motion, because we've seen that COVID impacted and continues to impact disadvantaged populations at higher numbers. And we're seeing exactly the same thing with monkeypox. The impact is not just on people's health, but on people's economic well-being, especially when they have to miss work and not get paid. So we have to ensure that people, whether they're COVID impacted or impacted by mpox, have the ability to take the time off they need to recover without an economic hardship for themselves or for small businesses that might incur costs because they're gone. So the motion asks our advocates in Sacramento, which we already have, but we mean, and I really mean it, to urge Governor Newsom to sign AB 152. And that would also provide relief to small businesses, not just supplemental paid sick leave. So I also look forward to the CEO's report on options to providing supplemental sick leave for workers infected with mpox or a new and emerging infection that might require, similarly, isolation and or quarantine. I mean, recovering from an infectious disease is hard enough for all of us. It's imperative that we not allow infectious diseases to further harm individuals, especially those from disadvantaged communities, by either forcing them to go to work sick, which further spreads the disease, or have to choose to stay home but not be paid. So I think this is great. Thank you very much for asking me to co-author, and I too ask for an aye vote.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis. Solis. That's Kuehl and Solis. You know you've done something just as terrible, too, at the end of the day. Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl for bringing this motion forward. And thank you for accepting my friendly amendment to your motion about directing personnel, CEO, budget, CEO, employee relations, and the Department of Economic Opportunities and Consumer and Business Affairs to report back with options to provide supplemental paid sick leave for new and emerging infections that may also require isolation and quarantine. I want to give a shout out to one of my commissioners, Justin Valero, who is on our county HIV commission, and he raised this issue of needing a plan in place anytime we have an emerging infectious disease that may require isolation and quarantine. And that made a lot of sense to me, that if the county health officer is ordering someone to stay home from work for their safety and the safety of others, that we can't expect that person to forego their wages and their livelihood. I look forward to seeing the options to provide supplemental paid sick leave, not just for COVID and monkeypox, but long-term options as well, so we can better be prepared in the future. Thank you to both supervisors. You have my support on this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions on item 12? Hearing no other comments, item 12 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Item 12 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 26 and 29. 26 is strengthening the county's permanent protections for unincorporated LA County in response to lessons learned during the COVID-19 crisis. And item 29, sustainably expanding eviction defense services in LA County, which were held by Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl, would you like to make remarks? And I'll have you followed by Supervisor Solis.
I would, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. You know, we adopted a number of permanent protections a little while ago, just a small number, to try to keep our renters housed. You heard a lot of testimony today from people who were frightened again, as they were at the beginning of the pandemic, about what would happen because you lose your source of income. It's an eviction tsunami. So as you remember, local, state, and federal jurisdictions acted very swiftly to put up some emergency protections. And at the same time, here in the county, we expanded Stay Housed LA, which you heard from extensively this morning, which is our eviction defense program to provide outreach and education and legal services to tenants and to landlords. Because we found that especially where tenants were represented, there was a far better chance that they would not be evicted. And that, as we saw in the last homeless count, a lot of our protections really worked because the percentage of growth was far less than it had been the year before. So since the state protections ended in June, we've begun to see quite a few eviction filings. And I think this is the crisis that we were worried about since March of 2020, starting up again. The housing market is incredibly volatile. People are falling into homelessness because of it. But let me be clear, we're not saying let's do a whole lot of things. This motion, item 26, only adds a few things to our permanent protections that we've already adopted. And it only applies to the unincorporated areas in the county. So we're asking DCBA and County Council to develop a new ordinance in 120 days, limiting landlord screening practices. This actually came out of a suit that the city of LA was involved in and mirrors kind of the language that came out of that. So to limit the number of screeners you can use, like past evictions or participation in a rental assistance program as a way of screening you out. But we didn't finalize the details in the motion. I want DCBA and COCO to analyze and help us to adopt something without any unintended consequences that really gets the job done. The second thing is we want to create an affirmative defense against evictions for back-owed rent that is less than 1 month of fair market rent, which HUD identifies for every unit. And it's usually a pretty small amount. I mean, the fair market rent is really usually less than what the landlord's charging. Not to say it isn't fair, but just as a fact. So we want people who are, who owe like a third of 1 month's rent not to be kicked out, and asking that to be developed and as part of it. The third thing is, and this I think is the most useful, but one that I think is often questioned. I want to impose a cap on allowable rent increases for RSO units at 3%, but only through the end of next year. In other words, we're not making it a 3% cap every year thereafter. That would be up to the board that follows me. But I think this is really necessary. It's certainly a fair return on money if you're going to raise rent for 3%. The other thing this does is to ask for a series of report backs to support tenants and landlords. Where can we identify funding for mom and pop landlords who use the above protections but need help maybe making some upgrades like, AC? And we also ask CEO, DCBA, and COCO to identify programmatic costs and funding and report back in the recommended budget. So the second motion is about expanding our eviction defense services. As you heard from many, many, many people this morning, it's been a really successful program and one that I think we have to be very excited to bring, to add to this. Stay Housed LA, which is our eviction defense program, started out in 2019. It was aimed at kind of leveling the eviction playing field. But since its inception in July 2020, Stay Housed has provided Know Your Rights outreach, education, rental assistance, legal representation, and we have served over 285,000 tenants. An analysis of the unsealed eviction cases showed that 97% of tenants had been unrepresented, while only 12% of landlords were unrepresented. But they also showed that when tenants were represented, eviction rates fell dramatically. I think this is a really good tool for us in our work to try to avoid homelessness. It's a smart investment of county resources. For every dollar invested in LA in a right to counsel program, the county generates a return of almost $5. Stay Housed has been very effective. Demand is exceeding capacity at the moment. Legal services providers have to make hard choices. So I'm hoping that you would look favorably on these modest additions to our permanent ordinance, report back to us, and to beef up the Stay Housed LA, our eviction defense system. Therefore, I ask for your aye vote on both of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for asking me to co-author item 26. And I also want to thank you, Chair Mitchell, for introducing item 29, Stay Housed LA. I will be supporting both. I think we heard it very plain and clear from our witnesses today, the audience that was here earlier. This is something that we all are dealing with at different levels in our offices. I know I have been inundated with emails and calls, and I especially want to thank the different groups that have been engaged in this effort. I want to thank the Health LA Coalition, comprised of over 300 organizations such as Inner City Struggle, Public Council, Community Power Collective, Eastside Leads, Neighborhood Housing Services Los Angeles, Community Land Trust Network, all for helping to provide support, much needed support to our tenants and to our small landlords. What I like about what we're doing today is we really are learning from what we went through during the pandemic and the funding that we made available to many tenants as well as to other landlords. I think that the problem continues, but we can certainly stem the tide, and I think these two motions do that. And that's why I'm particularly happy to have joined you, Supervisor Kuehl, and happy to support the other item that's being put forward by you and Chair Mitchell. I'm really happy that item 26, for one, requests two ordinances. One, limiting the screening practices to ensure the most vulnerable are not denied unfairly rental housing, and another, limiting the evictions when tenants owe below a certain amount, as you stated. Also, we're temporarily allowing a cap on the rent increases to a maximum of 3% that would end in 2023. So you said much about it. I don't need to say more, but ask also for support of the board and our colleagues. I think our communities need this relief now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if I could just speak as a co-author on item 29, thank you for the invitation, Supervisor Kuehl. I'll be, for the record, supporting both motions today because I believe the motions before us are about stemming that tide into homelessness by providing tools and resources to sustain housing for those who already house. The Stay Housed LA program is one of the county's strongest housing prevention programs, serving both tenants and landlords. I think that's critical, by counseling them on the county's rental policies. Again, today's motion provides stability for the program and for residents across the county that rely on these services to understand their rights and responsibilities. I want to be clear that both tenants and landlords have rights and responsibilities in our housing ecosystem. These motions do not absolve anyone from their responsibilities. Housing stability and keeping people housed is how we as a county stop the flood of people entering homelessness, which is why Stay Housed LA is a tool we must keep in our toolbox. I ask for your aye vote as well. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I'll address 26 first. You know, I understand the intent of this motion is to assist tenants and proactively prevent individuals from facing evictions, loss of housing, and ultimately stop them from ending up on the street. And we all agree that that is something that we can and should achieve. But I think this motion falls short in accomplishing these goals. And if adopted today, it will inadvertently contribute to our rental and housing crisis. Here are my concerns. By placing hard limitations on property owners' ability to thoroughly screen tenant applications, we would hinder landlords from mitigating risk and their ability to provide a safe environment for all residents in their building. Earlier this year, ABC7 reported on the increase in applicant fraud that has already made property owners more vulnerable. I believe that by placing any kind of additional restriction on screening practices, we may be increasing their exposure to scams and fraudulent practices. Additionally, credit and eviction history are hugely relevant components of any prospective tenant's overall rental history. Property owners will have very little incentive to list their properties and rent to tenants without being able to properly screen applicants or administer appropriate rental increases to offset the hyperinflation we are currently experiencing. This is further complicated by establishing a monetary threshold that incentivizes tenants to pay less than the full amount of their monthly rent. And I ran into a woman this weekend when I was running my errands who approached me and asked me about this very issue, not knowing that this is going to be on the agenda. She has rental property that she is leaving vacant until the moratorium is lifted, and it's in an unincorporated area, and she said, what should I do? And quite frankly, I didn't know what to tell her, because her concern was that she has no rights, that once a tenant is in there, the onus is on her to make sure that she provides roof over their head, but she also has to pay property taxes, her mortgage on the home, and for her, the risk was far greater than the benefit at this point by getting someone in there, and she was looking at Airbnb instead. I do believe that that the pendulum can swing to the extreme on both sides. We heard horror stories here today from landlords that were victimizing their tenants. There are current provisions on the books to protect these individuals. So my question is, why are we not being more aggressive in setting up the ability with legal aid to provide these tenants with the current laws, aside from what we are going to do to protect them from being harassed? I mean, the one woman that talked about DCFS being called, inappropriate. But beyond that, there are currently things that we can do to protect individuals. So, you know, I have concerns. Obviously, I feel like a broken record. We've had this discussion so often when we're talking about extending it, and I just still remain concerned about the fact that we are doing this now. The good news is only in the unincorporated. The bad news is that I have a lot of unincorporated. But I think that my concerns, especially up in the Antelope Valley, where we've heard horror stories about tenants that are refusing to pay and are flagrantly saying that there's nothing that the landlord can do, even though they are working and they have the ability to pay. So I have concerns about that. Now, on item number 29, I actually believe that this is something that is a positive. Evictions are often not a desirable outcome for renters nor rental property owners. Property owners in a business where providing housing and filling vacancies is the goal, and not engaging in eviction filings. Nonetheless, legal programs and resources are necessary for those times when an eviction does arise. That's where programs like the DCBA's Eviction Defense Program will be critical in assisting county residents engaged in this process. Education and outreach are very important components that will make sure we are doing a competent job informing our tenants on the availability of these programs. Additionally, the board has received several letters from property owner groups that ask for collaborative engagement practices combined with continued outreach and educational services be included in their eviction defense program. I agree and believe that our landlords and our tenants should have a clear understanding of this program's availability and their rights and legal obligations towards one another. Most of all, I want to ensure that they are complying with our regulations and requirements. So it is vital that we continue to incorporate these outreach components to provide a clear navigation of our county systems. To ensure that both parties are involved and aware of the county's permanent eviction defense program, I would ask, and I think we've run this by you, the language that you consider a friendly amendment to the language that reads, I further move that the board instruct the Department of Consumer Business Affairs to engage property owners, tenants, and other relevant stakeholders through feedback sessions to solicit their input as DCBA develops recommendations for a permanent eviction defense program, and ensure that the continued outreach and educational services for property owners and tenants informs them of the available county services, including those designed to support tenants, the rights of property owners and tenants, the property owner legal obligations, and assistance in the navigation of the DCBA Permanent Defense Program. With this inclusion of this amendment, I would be happy to support the establishment of a permanent eviction defense program placed under DCBA's guidance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I speak to my colleague, just a little clarification and also about the amendment?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger, happy to accept it as a friendly amendment. And thank you. I think it, improves always where we want to know exactly what we get. And in that vein, I wanted to offer something that you might say to your constituents when, for instance, a woman like the one you described talks to you. We don't have a moratorium anymore, and we haven't for a while. People are required to pay their rent, and they're required to pay their back rent. We have some help for them from the state. We have allowed them to pay it in pieces so that they wouldn't be evicted instantly, but there's no moratorium. As to the screening piece, it doesn't say you may not screen. It says we want DCBA to come back with some very specific things that we think are unfair screeners. For instance, if you've been evicted before, that should not be a reason to deny you this apartment because you might have been illegally evicted, or you might have been evicted and had no way to bring a defense, et cetera. So we're asking for specifics in an ordinance that we then get to consider at least twice, if not 3 times. So I'm hoping that it doesn't sound so wild-eyed to you as I think you were concerned about. The other thing about being evicted for owing a portion of your rent just less than 1 month. Again, we're asking DCBA's report, because they recommended this after the release of their report, to be specific about how often that can be used. Obviously, we don't want multiple offenses. But if I've come up with all the money I possibly can, I paid 62% of my rent, and I'm just in this 1 month, I don't want you to be able to evict me right away. That's really all it is. So I thank you very much for the amendment. Thank you very much for your consideration of these 2 motions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Barger for her amendment, and I support that as well. As Supervisor Kuehl said, it does, I think, make it better. And just to be clear, I know Supervisor Barger kind of touched on it, but item 26 is definitely, these are we're putting more protections in there, but it is only for unincorporated county. I think 29 could be more broad, but 26 is completely about unincorporated county. And I only say that because I feel like a lot of people that came today might have been, misled, thinking that it applied to them. There was people who said they were from cities like Pasadena or Pomona or city of LA. I feel like there's a lot of people from the city of LA, and this does not apply to them. And I would urge, whoever sort of organized a lot of these folks to reach out to our offices or come today really has an obligation to make sure that they understand that this only applies, these protections only apply to those in unincorporated county. I don't know about you all, but the communication that came to my office was majority form emails, but the majority of them were not from unincorporated county, urging us to, pass this, which I'm sure they, if it's, maybe what will happen, because I do think other cities do follow us. So hopefully our example will cause some of our incorporated cities to move in this direction. But I would urge them also to lobby their own cities where they live for those councils to put in some of these protections. So I just wanted to say that because I just felt like so many people that spoke were not in unincorporated county, and this would not apply to them. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support both of these and definitely support the amendment. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, let me add that in the motion in 26, we also are establishing a summit for cities that might be interested in these kinds of protections and adopting them, and also developing a policy toolkit that they can simply, incorporate and make it work for their city. So we're well aware we only have 1/10 of the population of LA County in the unincorporated areas, and really hope cities will follow our example. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm nodding, Supervisor Kuehl, when you're saying that, but you can't see me.
Hearing no other comments. Quick clarification. Supervisor Barger, your friendly amendment was to item 26 or 29?
29.
29, perfect. Item 26 is before us, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Item 26 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-1.
Item 29, as amended, is before us, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Mitchell. Please call the roll.
Item 29, as amended, is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 32, developing an opt-in model for the county's land bank pilot program, which is held by Supervisor Hahn.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor?
can I just say, I'm releasing my hold on, I'm going to continue 45 1 week.
Yes.
In the interest of time.
We have to take action on
Okay,
that.
thank
So we'll get to that next. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this motion that I've introduced is about our LA River Land Banking Pilot Program, which we approved in June as a response to concerns about potential gentrification. This pilot program is still in the very early stages of being put together, but I'm already hearing from a number of my cities that I represent who have concerns about how this program could impact their ability to maintain autonomy over land use in their city limits. I think this pilot program has the potential to be impactful and important and help us build much needed affordable housing. But I think it's going to have challenges if we don't have the support of our cities. And from their perspective, our cities are seeing a loss of local control, a loss of acres and acres of land that they could have developed to meet their own economic development priorities. This program should be something our cities want to be a part of, and we should design it in a way that incentivizes their participation. My motion before us today does a few things. One, it directs the CEO to include cities as part of the working group that will develop interim and long-term guidelines for this land banking program. And secondly, it asks our CEO to look at whether it is feasible for this land banking program to be one that cities opt into and how that would impact negatively or positively this entire program. If a land banking program is to be successful, our cities have to want to be a part of the solution. They should be included in the development of this program's guidelines, and they should have the choice of whether or not they want to participate. I think they want us to explore the possibilities of that choice. So colleagues, this is a report back. I hope you would just give me the courtesy of approving this so we could just get a sense of what that would look like. It might be a bad idea, or it might be a good idea. And that, I think, the report back will be able to guide us as we go forward with this very innovative and creative program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger?
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for this motion. I do plan on supporting it. As elected leaders, we have a duty to incentivize, plan for, and build new housing to meet the overwhelming demand for affordable housing across the county, especially on the heels of the discussion we just had about the fact that people and rent is going up because of the fact that there is not a supply. The statewide housing shortage is one of the most pressing issues that the state, county, and city leaders are all focused on. The county has recently undertaken a number of concurrent efforts, including the housing ordinance and investments in affordable housing programs, to support these efforts. While our jurisdiction is within unincorporated communities, through the LA County Development Authority's notice funding availability, the county can collaborate on joint development projects with city planners that have helped bring housing online in cities. This is especially important in cities which may not have the bandwidth and resources necessary to promote the development of new housing in a way that balances the existing housing, current infrastructure, and the overall character of the community. I appreciate the intent of this motion, and I believe that local control and land use authority are paramount to our ability as leaders to right-fit new housing while not ignoring the will of our constituents, as we heard from some of the cities that called in today. Each of our cities has a general plan with a land use plan and a housing element that outline their plan to accommodate the new housing development. In the county, if the county were to purchase land within an unincorporated city and utilize its sovereign authority to develop it in any way that it conflicts with the city's general plan, we would be imposing on the cities that which we are subject to as the state continues to usurp our local authority on these matters. Increasingly, the state continues to pass dozens of bills each year which have massive ramifications on our communities and strains our ability to adequately plan for new development. It is vital that each jurisdiction can plan for development, especially housing, as a necessary infrastructure to support new housing must be planned for and built, something that we are, I think, all struggling with as it relates to the infrastructure side of it. While I appreciate the continued push for new housing, we need to be mindful that our cities and unincorporated communities will be affected. Despite the prevailing narrative out of Sacramento, our aging infrastructure is showing significant signs of strain and needs to be maintained, replaced, and in many cases upgraded to support new development. While we know that the push for public housing in the 1940s created lasting negative impacts on the people it was meant to assist, the stigmatization and the negative public perception created insurmountable obstacles that ultimately hurt the residents of public housing. Therefore, it is my belief that a pathway for a land bank program that is effective will only work with the support of the local jurisdictions and the community. I would stress that this pilot and the eventual program establish a robust outreach to cities with meaningful attempts to get the buy-in and support from communities and work collaboratively with them to identify appropriate properties for development. And I would add that the Department of Regional Planning also has a core competency in understanding the needs of our communities and how development can fit into their existing nature and design. So I would encourage us to engage the regional planning to make sure we can appropriately plan for the success of this program. And then I think it's a win-win. I mean, there's no question there are cities, and I have a few in my district, that are not embracing the fact they have to add more housing. And it puts a strain on the surrounding cities who are obliged and are putting together a general plan that is going to address the state's mandates that have been sent down to us, as we are in the county, in the unincorporated areas. So I will be supporting your motion, Supervisor Hahn, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And while I respect the author, Supervisor Hahn, I know that many of her cities are not in favor of the concept of the land bank program, which I have to underscore is a pilot program. It's initially what it is. I mean, the money that have been set aside already for the program, I believe will be eaten up right away. Anywhere from $10 to $20 million right now, we have identified properties in my own district. And if there's only a small amount, 50 million available, that's going to go quickly. But that's an opportunity for us to see how it works. And I really do think that each supervisor has the authority and ability to get their cities to either participate or not. Just like Project Home Key. Many of us had a hard time getting our cities to get involved in that. I remember that very distinctly. Yet we worked and worked and worked, and finally there was some remedy there. And as a result, we've seen homelessness with at least 2 or 3 of my cities where they initially were a little skeptical, got on board, and we were able to reduce homelessness by a small increment, but nonetheless it's happening. So it's setting a good example. So for whatever it's worth, we're doing some of this already with Metro. And we're doing it with land that Metro owns. And we've had opportunities where we've been able to secure property along transit districts. And this comes to mind because this whole theory or the concept of the program came about because of, at the time that I was representing the Southeast cities, we were looking at preserving land for people that live in the Southeast area. Because people were very deadly afraid that they were going to go through gentrification and displacement, which we have seen in the city of LA and in other parts of our county. So we worked with them. So it isn't just a concept that somebody came up with, it's something that really has begun to work. And I've seen properties in my district as well as in the second, where we've actually, acquired old buildings and kept people from being displaced because the owner went bankrupt or wanted to sell. It allowed for equity to be built by those tenants. They now own that property. What better way of helping to empower our communities in those locations where they really do want to see something work? I don't think this is going to demand that every city does this, because I don't think we have the money for it, quite frankly. But where it is open and people do want to see an opportunity, I think it can work. So I'm sorry, Supervisor Hahn, I can't support your motion because I truly believe in this concept. And it is a small pilot program. So with that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may also speak?
Yes, Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you. As Supervisor Solis says to Supervisor Hahn, respect for the author, but I also am not able to support this motion. An opt-in mechanism, I think, would compromise both the integrity and the impact of this land banking model, as it would in any program seeking to equitably address a county-wide crisis. As Supervisor Solis said, this pilot phase of the program grants full discretion of land acquisition to the board offices while a dedicated team for the work is being stood up. So that means any of our districts would have the authority to work with our cities and rule out acquisitions adjacent to transit projects if that's not in their best interest, in your opinion. It's a kind of balkanization that I think is difficult when we let each city sort of decide for itself. It can work where it's an alliance like the Clean Power Alliance, where a city can say, yes, we want to be part of it or not, because it doesn't really impact the county as a whole. Land banking, I think, is different. So I apologize or not, but I can't support either. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn, is this your hand back up?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Oh, well,
Supervisor Hahn.
thank you. And I understand both of my colleagues who don't feel they can support with us, but we do have kind of a tradition here that we have at least supported a report back. Because, one of the items in this report back is, again, asking our CEO to work with the cities as we develop this pilot program, because the pilot program is in its early stages. It's not really completely worked out. So I think that's a good thing. And also just, comparing it to the home keys or whatever, yeah, we had to work to get our cities involved. And I think that's what I would like the report to just look at. What would it be like if we did more of a working to get them to want to participate? Because I was thinking when you were talking about how much money, 50 million that's set aside, 45 million, I think, for this pilot program. I mean, you really want to work with the cities who want to work with you, right? I mean, if we have limited resources, we certainly want to at least spend it. And that to me is a bit of an incentive, right? It's a bit of a sharing the resources with cities who want to be a part of this. I just think it would be more successful. And again, I believe in it. I just thought it would help us shape this program going forward as a pilot, and particularly if we want it to be a bigger project. If we just at least had a little bit of a report back on how it would impact it, because I think you and Supervisor Kuehl are concerned it would negatively impact, and I think that would help guide our decisions going forward as we broaden the project. So again, we kind of have a history around here that we at least honor each other's requests just for a report back. It's not going to do anything one way or another, just I think it will help guide our decisions as we look to ultimately, I think, probably expand this program. So I would just ask for the courtesy of the report back.
Madam Chair, I wanted to ask our CEO some questions, if I could.
Go right ahead.
Since this is a pilot program, we really don't have a lot of staff on board, right, for this particular project?
Supervisor, as I understand it, we are still in the report back phase. But as a pilot, we would try to figure out what we would need to do to scale it up within any deadline that was requested by the board. I don't know if there was a deadline in the original motion.
I don't recall there is, but I would ask this. I don't know that we need a motion to do what Supervisor Hahn is asking. If we have, when we have full-time staff on board to do exactly what she's saying, to talk to the COGS, to talk to the cities, I have no problem with that. I think that should happen. I just don't think that this motion takes care of the concerns that we have, because we do want to see how the program is fulfilled. And right now, as I see it, the cities that are coming on board really want it. This is a lot of work that's already been done. And I think that, we've seen the successes. So I hope that perhaps the CEO, through your efforts, we can get, that done, at least get the outreach to the cities and the COGS as a part of what we're intending to do anyway in the program.
So just
I think also the language of a report back, I really would like not to be considered discourteous in not supporting this, because it's just a report back. But the language is to report back on the feasibility of including an opt-in mechanism. Well, it's feasible. I mean, it wouldn't be infeasible.
Well,
so in a way, it kind of puts a thumb on this.
Yeah. If I may, but again, it would let me know whether that's a good idea, or like how would it impact the program is what I mean by the feasibility of.
I understand. I think that Supervisor Solis's suggestion is a good one, because it's really the five of us doing it right now with not much money. I think we could certainly see which of our cities is more interested now. Thank you.
So, having all our questions and comments being said and surfaced, are there any additional remarks? Seeing none. Item 32 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Barker to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Item 32 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Regretfully, no.
Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
Courteously, no.
Supervisor Kuehl, no. Supervisor Hahn.
You guys are killing me. I'm voting yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
In solidarity, yes.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Motion fails 2-3.
None. No, just no. Enough has been said already. It's 4:30.
The motion fails 2-3.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 45 that Supervisor Barker had held, and now she's asking that it be continued until next week. It's my understanding that we have to take a vote on the agreement to continue to next week. So moved by Barger, seconded by Mitchell. Please call the roll to move item 45 for consideration next week.
Item 45 to continue 1 week to October 4th, 2022 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
In solidarity, aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 50, rescind the Juvenile Institution Services hiring freeze, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor? Item 50, the Juvenile Institution Services hiring freeze.
Yes, thank you. I had a few questions for our CEO. And so this is about lifting the hiring freeze for probation. So I just think I mean, there were a lot of comments in public comment today about, you know, why we shouldn't lift it based on sort of the behavior of some of the probation officers. But can you remind us why the hiring freeze was instituted for juvenile facilities in the first place?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So last year, there was the report that was issued by the Burns Institute. That report was for the purpose of making recommendations to the board about standing up a new department to serve youth. In that report, there were recommendations. One of the recommendations was to transfer functions, positions, and staff from probation to the new department, which at that time had not been established, but now it is established as the Department of Youth Development. That was the first reason. The second reason was, knowing that we were going in this direction of establishing a new Department of Youth Development, the idea was to free up resources to shift from the probation department, basically funding, from the probation department to the new Department of Youth Development when it was established. So those were the two reasons.
So we instituted the hiring freeze so that we wouldn't hire more folks for our current juvenile facilities in preparation for staffing up this new department.
That is correct.
And in your opinion, is the hiring freeze still serving its purpose, still needed?
So I think there are two things. So since the time that the hiring freeze was implemented, which was about a year ago, the department has approximately 800 vacancies, between 700 and 800 vacancies. So in terms of freeing up resources, well, two things. In terms of transferring staff from the probation department to the new youth development department, County Council has issued an opinion that that cannot happen until there's been a change in law. And then on the issue of the staff freeing up resources, the department now has 800 vacancies. And so one could argue that there are some resources that can be used, funded by those 800 vacancies, that can be used to support the new youth development department.
So you lost me a little bit.
Sorry.
In your opinion, is it still serving its purpose?
I,
The hiring
I'm
freeze,
sorry.
is it still
yeah.
doing what you said originally we did it for?
Yes. So I think that the original purpose of the implementing the hiring freeze, it has freed up resources.
Is there still a need to keep this hiring freeze for that purpose?
Yeah.
Or let me ask this, or is there another way that this board could meet the original goals of the hiring freeze while allowing more flexibility to the probation department to deal with the current staffing crisis in the halls? Because I think that's what I'm struggling with. And I think the public probably hears that too. Like we have a staffing crisis. We've declared an emergency situation to immediately try to staff up some of our facilities. We want to begin moving more of our young people into Kilpatrick, but the staffing crisis seems to be looming at a lot of our facilities, which ultimately is not good for our young people, and it's not good for the probation officers. So could we do this, could we lift the hiring freeze and still
do it another
provide,
way.
I don't know, accountability or deal with this current staffing crisis?
Yeah. So Supervisor, I do think there's another way to free up resources and to provide flexibility. So one way to do that is the hiring freeze. Another way to do that would basically be to freeze a portion of the funding of the probation department. I don't know what that figure would be off the top of my head, but the answer is yes, there is another way. And what we could do is freeze some of the appropriation in the probation department's budget. And what that would do is it would prevent them from being able to fill all of their vacancies. And whatever amount that's frozen, we can basically save those funds, set them aside until we need them for the new youth development department.
So we could do that without lifting the hiring freeze.
Well, that would be an alternative. So one option is to keep the hiring freeze in place. The other option is you could lift the hiring freeze, but if you want to still pursue the goal of freeing up resources, then the way to do that would be to freeze some of that appropriation, some of the funding in the department.
Got it. I mean, I think that's a good idea. I don't know if my colleagues are prepared to go with that. I almost feel like it's, you know, I don't know if it's too late. It's almost like I'd like to continue this and kind of bring that in together so that we could actually look at lifting the hiring freeze, but know exactly the number that we would be freezing a portion of the funding. Almost like we need to look at these together.
Madam Chair, if I could be put in the queue?
Sure. Let me ask one clarifying question, and then I'm going to go to Barger, and you'll be next. Bring it in, I'm sorry, I must have missed something that Madam CEO said. You want to bring it in in the supplemental conversation? Is that it?
I'm trying to figure this out. It's almost like I would like to continue this now. I don't know if it's too late, and just to our next, or maybe a couple weeks, and have the CEO bring in this alternate thing that we could do if we lift the hiring freeze to still have the goals of the hiring freeze, but allow for more flexibility within the department and look at them together instead of just yes or no, lift the hiring freeze.
Supervisor Barger?
So, you know, I hear where you're going, and I guess it would help me to understand why my colleagues would vote no. Because when you go out to Barry J, or you go to the camps and you talk to the staff there, between the recalls that are problematic and burning out our probation officers, and actually, you know, we've been critical of those that are on a medical, that in fact their medical leave is expired, but no one's bothered to tell them they have to come back to work. So I think the combination of that's problematic, and if that's the reason why you don't want to lift the hiring freeze, then I think I want to understand it. So I'm open to what you're saying, because on one hand, we expect probation to do their job, but then we don't provide the resources to allow them to do the job that they're supposed to be doing as it relates to keeping our youth safe. So I want to understand what a no vote would be based on so that I can better understand. And if it's something that is because of what could be accomplished by what Supervisor Hahn is recommending, then maybe it would be better to continue it. I mean, we're having a board meeting next week, and it doesn't sound like we need to continue it a long time, but so that we can come together and recognize that the staffing limitations at our camps and at our halls are jeopardizing the safety of our youth and our employees. And that's my concern. And then we become vulnerable to more judgments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kuehl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staffing concerns that I think have been raised that my colleagues are referring to are completely caused by the employees themselves. I mean, they are the ones in huge numbers calling out and staying out, and then saying, oh, let's hire a whole bunch more people into this culture and, see how that works. So if the request is to explain my no vote on this, I think that what we did was we recognized and supported a limited exemption to the hiring freeze where there was a showing of exactly what you're talking about. And we were forced to hire 150 staff to address the crisis in the juvenile halls that were brought about by staff who, I'll just say it myself, were refusing to do their jobs. So we have a competing obligation to our workforce, including the recommendations of Youth Justice Reimagined initiative, where instead of growing the probation department, what we wanted to do was to move as many duties that were non-carceral, not about locking up our kids, but were more about those things that happen perhaps before and especially after, out of a law enforcement agency, which is what probation is, and into the youth development department. Because in the same way that we wanted to move pretrial stuff into JCOD, the idea is take it away from law enforcement and put it with people who actually, in many ways more, have the success of this population in mind. And that's why we established a youth development department, so that it wouldn't be carceral. And I think the current approach of considering limited exemptions and for the department to say the CEO, takes too much time, I believe the CEO may disagree. If you were to ask me, who would I trust more, the CEO or the probation department? I think right now it would be hands down CEO. So I agree we have to maintain staffing ratios, but I don't think having all of these call outs and then hiring people to cover for people who should be working themselves, I just don't think that's the answer. And I like the limited exemption as an answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a comment Supervisor Kuehl made. She mentioned the 150 positions, and she said like they've been hired, but that's not my understanding. So we did give probation the 150 positions. My understanding was there was a concern, perhaps by the chief, that the turnaround time to hire, or the fact that the CEO's office was involved in that process, air quotes, delayed them. So could you clarify for me, Ms. Davenport, if those 150 positions have been filled or not?
Thank you, Supervisor. I do not believe that the 150 positions have been filled. If you review the report from September 20th from the probation chief, even without a hiring freeze, it takes them between 60 to 120 days to hire. So let me talk about the time issue. We've approved about 250 exemption requests from the department since the hiring freeze has been implemented. On average, it takes us about 4 to 5 days to process the request. However, in the last request from the department, there was a large request to hire up to, it was either 150 or 250. And so what we told the department is, this is a very large amount. What we'd like you to do is go and present it to the chiefs of staff, because you could explain the need with more specificity and more detail than I could. It did take them about four to 6 weeks. 6 weeks from the time that we made that request before they got to your chiefs of staff. And after that presentation, we did agree to give them, we approved the exception request so that they could hire up to 150 folks.
So that's 150 on top of what had already been gone through the pipeline.
Yeah, because their needs are ongoing, and you know, we understand that they have attrition. We're trying to allow them to fill their attrition. So yes, it was 150 in addition to what we had already approved.
So, as I understand it, then we already have a process in place where exemption requests can be granted on a specific as-needed basis, as opposed to really kind of opening the floodgates, lifting the hiring freeze, and not having any real control, for the lack of a better word, getting to Supervisor Kuehl's point about making sure that we are prioritizing care first and that we're hiring into the new department where we intend to transfer youth.
So is the question...
It really wasn't a question,
yeah.
it was a statement.
Yeah.
Don't answer. Supervisor Solis, followed by Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask our CEO a couple of questions. So you said that we've already authorized 250 for probation, and that was when? What date? How far back was that?
So that's on a flow basis. So the hiring freeze was implemented in supplemental budget last year. So that would have been since October of 2021.
And do we know if those positions are filled? The 250?
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Slow, whatever.
Yeah, but it is on a flow basis.
Right. The other thing is you mentioned 150 that you recently also allowed for, right? 150 that you recently authorized. Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So you recently authorized, you said
Yes.
150. So you add that together, that's about 400 positions right there.
So I think what the challenge is for the department supervisor is, as they have attrition, people retire, you know, people go out, like any other department, they, you know, their attrition, they need to hire to backfill. So as long as they are under a hiring freeze, we will have this ongoing conversation with them where they will submit, they'll identify needs, they'll submit a request, and then, you know, we'll work with them to assess the request, the exemption request, and either grant or deny the request.
And you know, Madam Chair, I do believe that the chief, you know, probation chief, has been working with our CEO on this. So I don't, you know, and he's working and talking to the unions, I know that. So they seem to be, you know, on good, well, I don't want to say good, I don't know what that means necessarily, but that they talk to each other. And that I don't think that the freeze is ultimately gonna take us to the right place, to land us in the right space, because I do have concerns too about the fact that we have a lot of absentee employees and more than just a short period of time. And it seems as though morale there has changed. We need to change a whole lot of things. And I am concerned about what took place not too long ago at our East Lake facility, Juvenile Hall, when there was a decision to move those youngsters over to Barry J. We had staff that did not want to comply with that. They didn't want to be a part of it, which created another series of potential liabilities. And then in addition, look how long it took us just to get six kids, youth, young people, over to Kilpatrick. And we had heard there was a lot of resistance on the part of staff. Finally, that's moving, but we also have help from other outside groups, as I understand it. And it's really cumbersome to get little things done, and I certainly don't like that. I want to see better relationships, and I think that we're working to try to get as many people on board as necessary. But we have to also understand our population This population of youth that is in our care is not growing at this point. And we know we're going to expect kids maybe next year coming down from the state, but I think this gives us a chance to kind of reformat how we're going to accept them and how we're going to place them and how we're going to care for them, and reconfigure these different camps or places that they will be held at, because that's also a big hit on our budget as well. So I'm cautious right now, just given what I've seen happen in my own district at Eastlake and what happened as a consequence of students that were all lumped together at Barry J. That was not a healthy situation to happen because staff didn't want to help. So I just think that there's really no in between. I think that our CEO is working with our probation chief, and I mean, I'm not one for lifting the freeze right now, because I don't think it really is a freeze. If you've got 400, positions that you've already said yes to, that's stretch of the imagination, but it's hardly a freeze. So thank you.
Thank you. So, are you back?
Yeah, no,
up? Okay, Supervisor Barger and then Supervisor Hahn.
Well, Fizi, you said that you asked the department to explain to the chief deputies. We've got our chief probation officer here, and we're asking you to justify something. And I think some people have attributed statements he's made. He's here. I don't know why we're not listening to him, because the buck stops with our chief probation officer, who has to ultimately deal with whatever decisions we make. So if Chief Gonzalez could come up, please, we talked about the 150 authorization, and of the 150, it didn't yield the 150, but then, correct?
So my understanding, and I'll let...
Okay, yeah, well, I'm setting up. Yeah, so we understand, because I think what I'm hearing is there is apprehensive to give you a blanket hiring authority for reasons which have to do with, I guess maybe, I don't know, for lack of a better term, rewarding bad behavior by employees that are not doing their jobs, and therefore we're just going to add more employees. But I'd like to hear from you as to why you feel we need to lift this hiring freeze.
Madam Chair, members on the board, thank you for having me here today. The hiring freeze affects more than just the juvenile halls. And it affects not just sworn staff, but also professional staff. In the way our county has our system set up is that in order to promote to Deputy Probation Officer 1, you leave the Detention Service Bureau to promote to become a Deputy Probation Officer 1, and then you leave that to become a Deputy Probation Officer 2 to go in the field. In 6 to 8 months, we're going to have 80+ young men coming back from the state. Those adults, because most of them are over 20, 21, will require a higher level of supervision. That comes our DPOs. So if we're to promote DPOs from the field, then we'll have no one to backfill behind them in the institutions. What was granted was approval to offer 240, I think it was, conditional job offers a few months back, with the hope of hiring 150. We're working through the process now. In April of this month, we formed a strike team with the county's Department of Human Resources, our CEO's office, and our county council. We've been looking at everything regarding the absenteeism, the call-outs, the leaves that we have, some of them which have been for a couple of years or longer. So we're looking at all those conditions right now. But what's key is that in order to get ready for the future, because we know that the individuals are coming back, and we don't want them all coming back to us in June 30th or on June 30th, because we'll be in trouble. We're trying to work with the courts. We had a meeting last week with the juvenile courts to try to space them out 90 days out. So we know in 90 days how many youth we're going to get or young people we're going to get back. I was at, a couple Sundays back, I went to Dorothy Kirby Center to look at where the women are going to be housed. We currently have 2 young girls that were Camp Scott that are 16 years old. I do not want to mix 16-year-old girls with 24-year-old or 23-year-old women. We're going to keep them separate. So I looked at the facility, see what can we do differently. But it goes back to our staffing. Our DPO2s are the ones that supervise the higher population, so we need to have the pipeline to get our staff ready for the next level. And we have staff for this recruitment. We need to have specialized staff. We need the right staff to work with the young men and women that are coming back. Not anyone could do this job. And that's going to take time, and that's where the hiring comes in. So that's where I'm coming from.
So I guess I'm trying to understand, Fezia, I think that currently if you have needs, and I think Supervisor Kuehl brought it up in terms of specific needed positions that you've justified, and you're doing it in real time, you're saying a 4-day turnaround? Is that what I heard you say?
4 to 5 days.
4 to 5 day turnaround. The hiring freeze is not just, but it's going to take you out of the equation, correct? I mean, they will be able to hire without getting the CEO to sign off on it.
You're saying if the freeze was lifted?
If the freeze is lifted.
Yes.
So if it's not lifted, you're committed to a 4 to 5 day turnaround, which means that in that 4 to 5 days, they can still plan and just wait for the sign off. So it's not like it's not like waiting for chief of staff 6 weeks to brief them. It's 4 to 5 days, right?
That is correct. Supervisor.
They're not going to have to go back and brief us. It's going to be you all, and then it goes, right?
So the reason why I asked the probation chief to go and brief the chiefs of staff is because I knew that there would be a lot of questions, and then I would meet with each office, and I wouldn't be able to. So I said, let's do it in one fell swoop. I did not I anticipated that was going to happen on a fairly quick turnaround, but it took longer.
And I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
that when you hear 6 weeks, 6 weeks is a long delay.
Yep.
But what I'm hearing is that it's not going to be that they're going to have to go back to the chief of staffs or even to the clusters every time and do it.
That is correct.
So in essence, I mean, I don't know in my period that I've been with the county where a turnaround 4 to 5 days on a hiring, knowing that you can, in parallel, still move forward with hiring, but just not a formal offer of employment, but you can still move through the queue to get it ready to hire, correct?
Yes, Supervisor. So let me just provide some context. One of the challenges that I think the department has is they have a high fallout rate, like some of our other departments. So even if they have, and that's when Chief Gonzalez mentioned the two numbers, the 250 and the 150. Even if they had authority to hire 250, we know based on prior experience that they're not going to net 250 people. So they actually have to overshoot their target.
Right.
What would be helpful is as they move through the hiring process, and let's say they get through, that list, or they're ramping up, they're getting to that 150, is to submit another request for 100 and whatever the number is, 150, 100. So part of it is forecasting, and part of it is projecting.
So Supervisor Hunt, that's what you were really asking for. So why wouldn't you substitute, rather than a hiring freeze, why wouldn't you substitute the motion here to do what she just said?
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, listening to it, it's very much like, does it really matter, right? One way or the other. I feel like that's why I started by saying what were the goals of the hiring freeze, because I feel like sometimes we're conflating, trying to sort of manage the department or show our displeasure with some of what we have perceived as staff not being cooperative, or the call-outs, or the sick leaves, with what the goals of the hiring freeze were, which was to make sure we saved resources for the new youth development department. And I believe we've hired a very qualified person. We all interviewed him, we hired him. And I think we need to give some level of confidence and trust to our department heads that we've hired. And if we can give the chief the flexibility, Supervisor Mitchell, I don't think we're opening the floodgates. I don't see lifting the hiring freeze as being equated with opening the floodgates. I see it as giving our chief the flexibility to do what he just sort of described, that it was more than just for staffing levels in our halls and our camps, while Fija gave us a recommendation on how we could still preserve resources for the Youth Development Department by freezing a portion of these funds and give the chief the flexibility in the short term to hire a certain number of staff. I think that's a more productive and efficient way to do the original goals of the hiring freeze. Like, we still believe in the Youth Development Department and want to make sure that there's resources while trusting, the chief to run a department like I think we expected him to do when we hired him. So, if we could, but Supervisor Barker, feels like it has to be the same thing. You lift the hiring freeze, but you substitute
It is, but it
that
isn't.
with what the CEO recommended.
Because what I'm hearing, and Janice, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, not Janice, Sheila, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the issue is less about filling the vacancies in the camps and the halls. It's more about promotions and movement in other vacancies. Is that the concern about lifting the hiring freeze that will allow it to go beyond the halls and the camps? Because 150, I think, were specifically targeted to that area. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
That was directed to me?
Well, yeah, I mean, because you said that you don't support hiring additional staff, but is that outside of the halls and the camps? I mean, is that specifically as it relates to promotions and movement and other vacancies throughout the department?
Well, not necessarily, but two things. One is if other jobs and people are needed outside of the camps and halls, it's the same thing for the chief to say, I need the exemption here because I really need these people for this. But also two other things. One is, frankly, I think it's a lot more messy to say we're just going to freeze some of your money than to say, I think it makes more sense to specifically okay actual positions. Because to say, we're just arbitrarily freezing this percentage of your money so that you can't hire, but you can hire because the freeze isn't there anymore, it seems a lot more messy to me, all respect to our CEO. And the other thing is to go back to the original premise, which was we want there to be personnel in the new department that can take over some of the work, working with our young people that is non-carceral. And it seems the idea of the hiring freeze was, if you didn't do that, then the department could just hire and hire and hire and hire and hire. So it seems to me that leaving the freeze in place with the exemptions makes more sense than either freezing an arbitrary amount of the money or just lifting it.
Okay, thank you.
So, could I just ask a clarifying question? Chief Gonzalez, we've heard that you received authorization August 3rd to hire 150 new staff. Have those people been hired?
We've going through the process. We got about 136 that have cleared the life scan in the first process of interviewing and have been referred to investigations for background checks. But they're not on board yet. We only have, I believe, 6 that were actually offered jobs.
So 6 of the 150, and you've got an additional 136 that are in the pipeline.
Right, 136 are going through the actual background process now.
So I know we've talked a lot about a bunch of different options. So, because I had kind of an amendment idea too, but could you restate, Supervisor Barger, because you were
I was trying
bouncing off of Han's comment. So could one of the two of you state what
you want me to
idea
explain
was?
what you were thinking? Good luck. Well, what I heard Vezia say was that rather than lift the hiring freeze, knowing that if 150 are being hired and he knows he's going to need more, he can come to her with that number, and then they will begin the process. It's a 4 to 5 day process. So rather than lifting the freeze altogether, it'll be done more in a, like a, I don't even know what the term is, other than package deal, if you will. Like if he's seeing attrition, or like around March when we know there's gonna be a retirement, and he knows he's gonna need 200 employees or is estimating it, he can get approval for that, but it's gotta go through the CEO's office. It can't just be a blanket hiring freeze where it doesn't have to go through a review and just goes to human resources where they begin to hire.
And so would this language come close?
That's nothing what
Tell
I was
me.
thinking about.
That's what you kind of said.
Because I'm going your direction. So would this language meet the need? The probation department should finish hiring the 150 positions authorized by the CEO and provide data on the staffing shortage before the hiring freeze is rescinded. So either before it's rescinded or provide data before justifying another X number is requested through an exemption.
Would that accomplish what you are seeking, Chief Gonzalez?
I think it doesn't in part, but when we're talking about promotions, then we would have to look at those numbers as far as.
But I think that would include promotion. We're not,
right.
Don't differentiate, because I differentiate.
Right. I think if we're able to get that approval in 4 or 5 days, we can let the CEO's office know this is where we're at.
So it's almost in real time. In county, 4 to 5 days is real time, I'm telling you.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Hahn?
see, I don't think that gets to, and I don't think it's an arbitrary portion of the funding. I think you don't have it at hand, but I don't think it's going to be arbitrary. So tell me what we think about this. I would like to introduce a motion to continue this item and come back next week with a motion to pursue substituting the hiring freeze with freezing some of their budget. And it's not going to be arbitrary. And then with a plan on how the flexibility of the chief to hire would impact all of this. That's what I think we're still missing, because I think what our CEO was saying was to pursue this secondary track, you have to substitute the hiring freeze. But you still keep the resources for this new department. You give the chief a little more flexibility and everything he was talking about from personnel to promotions. But it's more, we have it written out a little bit more, because I think right now everyone is concerned about lifting the hiring freeze and, oh, what the hell is going to happen?
Okay.
And so I would like to introduce that motion now. I'd like to withdraw this motion, introduce a motion that says, continue this item a week, come back with a motion that with the CEO's language that would talk about substituting the hiring freeze for what the CEO thinks will accomplish all of our goals.
So structurally, for the purposes of the meeting, question to County Council, can we simply continue the item and provide that direction to the CEO as opposed to all of that prescriptive language being in the motion?
Yeah, to me, it sounds like it's technically 2 motions, a motion to continue a week, and then a motion for a report back, which any supervisor can do, for the CEO to report back in a week, so that they're all next week on what Supervisor Hahn wants. Yeah.
So the item before us, the first item is a motion to continue this item for a week. Moved by Hahn, seconded by Barger. Please call the roll.
To continue item 51 week to October 4, 2022 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Secondly, we will entertain a motion. How about, you mind if I have County Council say what she just said a minute ago? Council, would you please give us the language for the motion?
Yes, so Supervisor Hahn would be bringing a motion to have the CEO report back in a week on, you say?
Yeah, so I think the motion is report back in a week on an option where we freeze a portion of the budget and then lift the hiring freeze. That would be the alternative. That was the alternative that I discussed earlier.
And that'll be a report back. to the full board next week?
Yes.
Moved by Han.
Yes.
Kuehl, I can't.
Could I ask a question? Is it clear that this would be an alternative to leaving the hiring freeze in place?
Yes.
So that we're not saying we want to lift the hiring freeze and now come back and tell us how we can put aside some money, because we haven't decided we want to lift the hiring freeze.
That is not what we're doing, because our first motion was to continue the current board letter request to next week. So no, that is not what this new motion says.
Okay. So it's an additional report back.
It's a second
where
motion.
Okay. Thank you.
So I had a motion seconded by Solis. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair, could I just ask one question for clarification? We adopted the motion, I understand, but was there any reason why we were freezing a portion of the budget?
I think Supervisor Hahn just heard a potential alternative strategy that she would like to pursue further from the CEO.
Okay, so no mention about the money to YDD. It was just freezing the budget.
No, you make a very good point. That is the reason, because that's the original goal of the hiring freeze, was to make sure we had the resources for the new department. So if we did lift the hiring freeze, how do we still achieve the resources, enough resources and staffing for the youth development department, which we all support? So you make a very good point, Supervisor Kuehl.
So could we simply ask the CEO, since we adopted the motion, to incorporate that as an understanding of what the board meant?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, hold on a second. The CEO looked
Was that a
little
question to me? I'm
puzzled.
sorry. I didn't
Were you
hear it.
posing that question to Ms. Davenport, Supervisor Kuehl?
Sure. She's the one that seems to know more than I do about everything.
Well, I would assume that you understand that, because that is how you described the.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question. That's all I was asking. I didn't hear what she asked.
So she's basically want to make sure that when you talk about freezing a portion of the budget, it is to fully resource and staff the new youth development department. We're not just
Yes,
freezing their
yes.
An arbitrary amount of money just to have it hanging out there.
That
It
is correct.
Specifically to keep resources for.
The Youth Development Department. That is correct.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
And thank you. Item 72D is in David, increasing health and safety protections for communities on the front lines of oil drilling operations, which I held. Thank you, first of all, to Supervisor Hahn for co-authoring this motion with me today, and it's an important issue for communities in both of our districts, so I appreciate your partnership. I authored this motion as a follow-up to the important step we took today as a county to prohibit new oil drilling permits and to set the stage for an oil drilling phase-out in the unincorporated areas. This motion takes into account the recent changes in policy at the local and state level and the complex oil and gas regulatory landscape that we have to navigate. This motion asks our relevant departments to reassess and identify where gaps remain and where local or state policies and programs can fill those gaps to better protect the health and safety of frontline communities during the phase out. We know that neighborhood oil drilling will not end overnight and that we can't just ask frontline communities to continue waiting for improved air quality and stronger safety protections. That's why proven strategies like continuous community air monitoring are important in providing quick responses and more robust data to inform our efforts. I've asked the Department of Public Health to develop an equity-based framework for this type of continuous community air monitoring program because there are grant and funding opportunities available at the state and federal level that we should leverage. Ultimately, the intended outcome of this motion is to make sure that we're putting public health and environmental justice front and center in our phase-out efforts. So with that, I ask for your aye vote. Supervisor Hahn is my co-author. Would you like to make a few remarks? Thank you.
I would, Madam Chair. Thank you for inviting me to co-author this motion with you. Thank you for your leadership on the new policy direction to phase out oil and gas drilling in unincorporated areas of LA County. We're seeing the city of LA follow the same direction. And at the state level, the governor signed Senate Bill 1137 to require health and safety protections for existing wells. And now we're asking our county oil and gas strike team and chief sustainability office to take a look at Senate Bill 1137 and identify any other policies we may need to enact at the local level to protect community health. About 1/3 of our residents live less than a mile from an active oil well, and for some, they are right next door. Neighborhood oil drilling has been linked to asthma and other respiratory problems, as well as reproductive health problems and cancer. And it's because of these serious health impacts that the Public Health Department has been heavily involved in responding to health concerns around oil and gas sites. Public Health has identified the need for air monitoring, fence line air monitoring, pipeline safety and leak detection, proper capping of idle wells, and community health and safety plans. And when I was in Congress, this became a huge issue for me. I represent Wilmington, which probably has the largest oil well area and a lot of drilling right next to homes and residential areas. There was an idle well, supposedly, that had been vacant for over 20 years, and suddenly it leaked about 40 barrels of oil into a residential neighborhood. And I came to understand that there was no such thing as an idle well. That was kind of a misnomer. And when a pipe is no longer used, it needs to be capped on both sides, and there's a different kind of inspection that happens. So I think a lot of our communities have really suffered. And when I found it interesting when LAUSD tries to site a new school, they look at where they can site it within so many feet of an existing underground pipeline. And when you look at the underground pipeline map in Los Angeles County, it's very difficult, particularly in areas like Wilmington, to even find a suitable location to site a new school. So I think this is really the right thing for us to do. The health protections were not totally included in the revised oil and gas ordinance that we passed today, so I know we have a lot of work to do, but I appreciate all the work our departments have done on this issue: public health, public works, regional planning, and our fire department. And I look forward to hearing how we can do more to protect our residents in their unfortunate livability situations when they're sited next to some of these oil and gas operations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on agenda item 72D? Seeing none, it's before us. I will move. Ask the Supervisor Hahn second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 72D is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. These are our specials. Supervisor Barger, I know you've got one.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a call with Supervisor Hahn. Last year, Supervisor Hahn and I brought in a motion asking the Department of Mental Health to report back on hiring shortages and staffing needs in our mental health frontline workforce. This was in response to both the growing demand for community-based mental health services and the statewide shortage of mental health clinicians. This is not just about providing mental health services for those on our streets, in our jails, or in our safety net systems, but there is also ensuring all residents have access to mental health care. This really is about parity. Many have discussed the challenges our residents are facing accessing primary mental health care, including in the LA Times over this past weekend. Our providers have also discussed the barriers they are facing to meeting the needs of their patients. The county must be responsive to these concerns, but also transparent about the steps we are taking to meet the demand within our communities. We therefore move that the Director of Mental Health provide a written report in 3 weeks and present the report to the board's regular agenda on October 18th, 2022, on the steps being taken by the department in collaboration with our network of providers to ensure that our system has the adequate staffing and capacity to serve those at risk or suffering from severe mental illness. That would be our request. And then Dawn, this is a report back. Can it be voted on today?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, it can.
great.
So we will take the read-in as a motion by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Please call the roll.
Access to mental health services is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Are there any other specials before us today? Great.
That is it.
At this time, it'd be appropriate to hear adjournments. We'll begin with Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Jennifer Quao Baxter, a longtime executive at Sony Pictures who recently passed away July 23rd at the age of 62 after a battle with cancer. Jennifer began her legal career in Los Angeles as a corporate lawyer with O'Melveny and Myers in 1984 after clerking for district court judges Malcolm Lewis and Edward Huff. She then transitioned into the entertainment industry soon after, working as Senior Vice President of Legal Affairs at Sony Pictures and in several senior positions at DreamWorks Animation throughout her 30-year career. She started at Sony Pictures in the fall of 1986, where she supported the production and distribution of several motion pictures. Her experience with production and special effects led her to become the co-head of the Business and Legal Affairs Group. She was closely involved in several popular films such as Stuart Little, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Trolls, and Starship Troopers. Jennifer is survived by her husband, Tom Baxter, son, Charlie, parents, Frank and Dora Quo, brother, Doug, as well as several nieces and nephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Solomon Belgary, a longtime county employee of 44 years who passed away on September 15th at the age of 82. Solomon grew up in New York and moved to Los Angeles at the age of 15. He attended Roosevelt High School and later went on to graduate from Cal State LA. In 1969, Solomon married the love of his life, Myra Lynn, who he shared his life with for 53 years. In his free time, he loved to attend dog shows, read books about history and religion, watch sports, listen to classical music, and visit Jewish delis across Los Angeles. Solomon will be remembered for his great sense of humor and his strong work ethic. He will be dearly missed by all those who knew him, and his dedication to the County of Los Angeles is deeply appreciated. Solomon is survived by his wife, Myra Lynn, his daughters, Rochelle Deborah and Eden Melissa, as well as 4 grandchildren. Also, we adjourn in memory of Gail Knight, longtime Antelope Valley resident who passed away September 14th at the age of 85. Gail was the widow of former state senator, Assemblyman Palmdale Marin, Edwards Air Force Base test pilot William Pete Knight. Gail was the stepmother of former Palmdale City Councilman, Assemblyman, and State Senator and Congressman Steve Knight. Gail was born December 1st, 1936 in Newark, New Jersey, and grew up in Caldwell, New Jersey. As an adult raising a military family, she lived all over the United States, including Edwards Air Force Base, before residing in Palmdale for the last 40 years. She proudly flew the Stars and Stripes outside her home every day. Her survivors include children Colonel Tim Lynch, Pat Lynch, Kelly Seepley, and Mike Lynch, and stepchildren Peter Knight, David Knight, and Steve Knight. Gail had 11 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Also adjourn in memory of Paula Lynn, a deputy probation officer for the LA County Probation Department, who was tragically killed on September 25th following a home invasion. Officer Lynn served in the probation department for 16 years. She started her career as a group supervisor at Challenger Memorial Youth Center in 2006, then later was promoted to Deputy Probation Officer 1 in 2013. Paula would go on to assume the role of Deputy Probation Officer 2 in 2018 and was with the Central Adult Investigations. In 2020, she transferred to the Core Probation Information Center, where she served until her passing. We join her loved ones along with those who worked closely with her in mourning her loss. My hope is that the individual responsible for this act will be held accountable and that justice will be served for those affected by this tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Lynn family. Also, we adjourn in memory of Raymond Martlet, a retired sergeant from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department who passed away September 15th at the age of 83. The Fallbrook, California native joined the Sheriff's Department in February 6th of 1969. He served the county for 27 years and retired from the Internal Affairs Bureau on April 6, 1996. One of his most notable sheriff assignments was the custody escort for Charles Manson at the Hall of Justice. He was also one of the first sergeants to be assigned to the LASD officer-involved shooting unit in the Internal Affairs Bureau. Raymond also bravely served our country in the Air Force. In his free time, Raymond's favorite hobby was fishing. We thank him for his service to our country and for many years of service in the Sheriff's Department. Raymond survived by his wife, Susan, his 3 sons, Chris, Ryan, and Matthew, his 2 stepchildren, Christy and Rocky, as well as 6 grandchildren. Also, we're adjourning in memory of Maureen Elizabeth Picaro, a longtime resident of Santa Clarita who passed away at the age of 74. Maureen was born in Binghamton, New York, and was raised in Lexington, Massachusetts. She graduated from Anna Marie Women's College, where she majored in French and education. Immediately after her wedding in 1972, she and her new husband moved to California. She began her teaching career as a substitute English teacher in the Glendale Public School System. She was hired by Alamany High School, where she became the Dean of Girls. She also taught at Our Lady of Perpetual Help in Newhall for 4 years. She left teaching in the classroom to homeschool her 3 daughters. She joined her husband when they started their company, Aptec Laboratories, Inc. She was key in ensuring that they became certified in aerospace standards and developing the company's human resources department. She was devoted to her church and was passionate about working in children's and women's ministries. She was an Awana leader for 20 years. Maureen is survived by her husband, Joe, and their 3 daughters, Jennifer, Mary Rose, and Jacqueline. Also, David Skogstrom, a longtime resident of Glendale. David was born in Pasadena on December 4th, 1963, and found his calling in the specialty insurance industry. His brilliance was ensuring high-valued homes for globally famous and affluent clients throughout California and the world. Over his 30-year career, Dave successfully secured homeowners insurance and earthquake insurance for clients of personal insurance agents and brokers valued in the billions. There was no challenge too great for Dave. He was a trusted mentor, advisor, and friend to all who had the honor and privilege to work with him. Dave found love with his partner and soulmate, Tom. In 2022, they celebrated 32 years together. The couple enjoyed decades of fine cuisine, wonderful times, and traveling the world together. Dave is survived by his partner, Tom Whitaker, brothers James, JB, and Tom Skogstrom, nephew Aiden, niece Peyton, and a host of friends and hundreds of insurance industry friends and colleagues. And also, I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. John Francis Collins Jr., Army. Bruce P. Jaffe, Army. Kevin Charles Koch, Navy. Mark Stephen Lloyd, Navy. Richard Frank Roos, Air Force. Victor Schreiber, Army. John Vittigrenas, Army. Stephen Carl Williams, Army. May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Moving to Supervisor Solis, District 1.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of April Marie Kiono Toma. Our world lost Miss April Marie Kiono Toma to ovarian cancer on Wednesday, September 14, 2022. April was born in Los Angeles on April 24, 1959. She was the second of 5 children of Ronald Shiego Toma and Mary Usi Toma, and the granddaughter of immigrants from Okinawa and Japan who settled in Maui and Grisham, Oregon. She grew up in Echo Park, Silver Lake neighborhoods and attended LAUSD schools, Michael Torrena Elementary, Thomas Starr King Junior High, and Marshall High. From an early age, she was introduced to the world of dance by her mother, whose love for dancing was a passion soon felt by April, too. She studied ballet at Dorea's Dance Studio in LA and Ballet La Junices in Toluca Lake in Los Angeles, as well as creative modern dance at LA City Cultural Arts Center near Griffith Park. April excelled, performing as a principal dancer in many performances and earning scholarships to study with the Joffrey Ballet in New York City. She was also a talented gymnast and won LA citywide high school championships. She was discovered at an early age by a Hollywood talent agent and was featured in a Debbie Reynolds TV special and a Smokey the Bear TV public service announcement in the late 1960s and early 70s. She then studied as a dance major at the University of California, Irvine, before leaving to begin her professional ballet career with the Santa Barbara Ballet Company. While at UCI, she met and fell in love with John Gabriel. Although being short of stature and Japanese and Okinawan ancestry, she was not seen among professional ballerinas in her day. Her talent and dedication led her to lead roles for the Santa Barbara Ballet, the Golden Gate Ballet, the Los Angeles Ballet, and the Oakland Ballet. April even received offers to join the Columbus Ballet and the Ballet of Caracas, just while being observed taking dance classes in New York City and other cities where she lived. April married John Gabriel in San Francisco in 1980, and her passion and dedication for dance extended to motherhood when her son Graham was born in 1990. She enjoyed living in some of the greatest cities, her native Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, London, Boston, and Chicago. April was also a skilled artist and calligrapher. She loved to sew, make jewelry, knit, and crochet. April also felt strongly about living a holistic and spiritual life and explored many avenues to nurture her health and spirit. She nurtured and homeschooled Graham to be an avid reader, a brilliant cellist, and a sharp mind, and less intentionally, a highly skilled video gamer. Eventually, she separated from John Gabriel, who had been an English education professor at DePaul University in Chicago. She worked for many years as an office staff and manager at the Porsche dealership north of Chicago. In 2020, John passed away from prostate cancer. After April was diagnosed with advanced ovarian cancer in August of 2021, she decided to move back to Southern California to continue her treatment to be closer to her family. During that time, she lived with her sister Heidi. Over the past year, she courageously fought through many rounds of chemotherapy and surgery, but unfortunately, her body succumbed to unrelenting cancer. At that point, her only viable option was to be discharged from the hospital to home hospice care on September the 3rd. April passed away on September the 14th of this year after nearly 2 weeks in hospice care, having spent precious time with her son, her sisters, brothers, and a few dear friends and family members. We lost a kind, loving, sensitive, gentle person, a wonderful mother, sister, friend, cousin, human being. Mourning April's departure in her son Graham Toma Gabriel, her sisters Heidi and Paul, Shemidik and Heather and B.C. Carr, her brothers Robin Toma and Deborah Sue, and Dana and Debbie Toma, her nieces and nephews Alec, Kyle, Shemidiki and Nina and Julian Sue Toma, and Isabel William and Nara Carter, and her many dear friends and wonderful artists, uncles, cousins of both the Toma and UC families, and her boyfriend, Emmett Lynch. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Vicki Moore. Vicki Moore was a DCFS employee who committed her career and life to public service and community engagement. to better the lives of children and families in Los Angeles County who passed away on September 5th of this year. Vicki was a division chief for the Department of Children and Family Services, Bureau of Finance Administration, Revenue Enhancement Division, and she committed over 42 years of experience in the administration of foster care, adoption assistance, kin gap, and approved relative care programs. Vicki advocated for equity and orchestrated structural reforms of complex legislation and policies in support of children and youth in those 42 years of service to the residents of LA County. She's survived by her adult son, Marcus A. Jose, her sister, Robin Moore, and her 5 brothers, James Moore, Daniel Moore, Eric Moore, Brian Moore, and Tony Moore. Her mother, Gwen Moore. She was born in February 1961 in Crete, Nebraska, and obtained her baccalaureate and graduate degrees of business administration in Phoenix. Vicki started her county career back in 1980, and from 1986 to 2022, she committed her efforts in a variety of roles at DCF. Her lasting legacy in Los Angeles child welfare system was a successful mobilization of the foster care hotline and her ongoing advocacy and efforts around enhancing Social Security Supplemental Security Income, SSI, eligibility for foster youth, implementing an eligibility case record imaging system, overseeing the upcoming Cal-SAWS migration project. Upon her untimely homecoming from DCF and the county family, Vicki committed her knowledge, experience, and time and efforts to ensure that children, youth, and families had the necessary resources and support to thrive and live well, and to promote services and programs to benefit children and families in her communities. And due to her unwavering commitment to transform and serve as a catalyst to advocate for foster children and youth, Vicki worked tirelessly to preserve children and families within their homes and within their communities. Her vision served to motivate her staff as well as those she served and the many community partners and stakeholders to work collaboratively as a unified voice to address the diverse needs of foster children, families, communities in Los Angeles County. Ms. Vicki Moore's work is truly commendable as her legacy lives on in the programs and services she helped to create to impact thousands of children and families. And lastly, Madam Chair, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Luz Ramona Lozano Agredano. Ramona Lozano was born on August 15, 1945 in El Agua Dulce, a very small community within the rancheria of Las Cruces, Cupio, to her parents, Señora Doña Petra Mejia and Señor Don Pedro Lozano. She grew up in this region, Los Altos de Jalisco, founded in the year 1530. She grew up in a large house. Her grandparents built 2 water wells and a small orchard inside the family quarters. During the 1950s, Ramona moved along with her family from El Rancho to Las Cruces to the big city of Guadalajara, Jalisco, upon her father's return from an extended stay in California during the 1960s. In her mid-20s and after several years of courtship, she married who would be her life partner, Jose Agredano Gonzalez, in Guadalajara. The young couple immigrated to Southern California, working several odd-end jobs as farm workers. During the day, Ramona picked strawberries in Irvine next to Jose, cleaned offices at night in downtown Los Angeles. During the years of the Chicano moratorium, the couple settled her husband's family in East Los Angeles. When Ramona gave birth to the couple's first son, Felipe Emmanuel, in Boyle Heights, it solidified the couple's residency in the United States of America. However, her husband, Jose, loved and missed his time in his native Mexicali, so they opted to have a Mexican-born child across the border in Baja California, Obed. Upon returning to the United States, Luz Ramona and her husband set roots in the city of Huntington Park and established a small family business along with her husband and 2 sons at the intersection of State Street and Broadway Street. For over 20 years, she ran a multi-million-dollar family business, managing several properties and assets, handled her home, her husband, and hawked over her children's education. In 1984, she gave birth to her first girl and last child, Denise Nanette. In 2010, Luz Ramona faced a setback in her health diagnosis. However, she was fully supported and cared for by the same loving husband and family she had so fervently cared for. Luz Ramona's final years were spent quietly at home, relaxing in comfort with her children, granddaughter, and upon entering eternal rest on August 22nd, 2022. She's survived by her granddaughter, Delilah, her children, Denise, Obed, Felipe and her siblings, Eva del Carmen, Pedro, Alicia, Simon, many nieces and nephews. She's now welcomed home by her husband, Jose, loving parents, Petrita and Pedro, as well as her brothers, Raul and Max Lozano. Those are my adjournments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Reverend Gamaliel Mansfield Collins. Reverend Collins was born on September 27, 1920 in Pueblo, Colorado, and passed away just 4 days shy of his 102nd birthday. He passed away on the 23rd of September here in Los Angeles, a life well lived. In 1935, Reverend Collins relocated to LA with his family, where he attended Polytechnic High School and the University of Southern California. In 1943, he was drafted into the United States Armed Forces and was later cleared to take the first test pilot. He was later cleared to take the test for flight school in Tuskegee, Alabama. You know what that means. He became a Tuskegee Airman. He was the first member of his class to fly solo and graduated in the class of 441 at Tuskegee, becoming a flight officer. In 1960, he became one of the founders of the Western Christian Leadership Conference, and as the executive director, he helped to raise $6 million for the civil rights movement. I have lost the second page of my adjourn in memory. That's called, I'm officially doing too much. You got the second? I accidentally threw away my first copy, and I know I got an edited copy. Thank you. Again, as part of his dedication and commitment to racial justice, he helped to organize the Los Angeles Freedom Rally in 1963, which drew nearly 40,000 people to Wrigley Field in South LA to hear Dr. King. The event is recognized as one of the largest civil rights rallies in the country. Reverend Collins also personally chartered 4 airliners to the Selma March as well. Reverend Collins served as the assistant pastor of the neighborhood community church and iterate minister at Bryant Temple AME Church. He also had acting roles in several films, including Mighty Joe Young and Porgy and Bess, starring Sidney Poitier, Sammy Davis Jr., and Dorothy Dandridge. In 1995, he served as an advisor in the establishment of the Los Angeles Focus newspaper, which has become one of the city's preeminent African-American community publications. He will be remembered as a proud Tuskegee Airman, a well-respected pastor and community leader and civil rights leader, a beloved father and grandfather. He leaves behind to cherish his memory 6 children, Cassandra, Kimberly, Lisa, Mansfield, Melba, and Tim, and 3 grandchildren, Brandon, Christopher, and Lindsay, who will all miss him dearly. Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Richard Willis. Dick Willis died on September 11th. He was a longtime Santa Monica resident, went to Fairfax High School, UCLA undergraduate, and USC Dental School. He earned a master's degree in public health at UCLA and an MFT to practice psychotherapy. But he practiced humanistic dentistry for more than 30 years on Main Street in Santa Monica. And after he sold his practice, he began a later life career in psychotherapy, sharing an office with his wife, Cecile. In addition to these accomplishments, the finest expression of who Dick was could be found in his love, which was returned by family and friends. He's survived by his wife, Cecile, and his sons, Aaron and Joe. And I think half the progressive people in Santa Monica went to Dick Willis as their dentist. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Marcia Hunt, a really fine actress whose career was on the rise in the 1930s and 40s. And then she was blacklisted during the Red Scare of the 1950s. She became known as Hollywood's youngest character actress for the wide variety of roles she played in many movies, including Pride and Prejudice, Blossoms in the Dust, and The Human Comedy. But as McCarthyism began to grip Hollywood with its accusations of communist activity, she joined the Committee for the First Amendment and, of course, was subsequently labeled a communist sympathizer, and her studio contract was canceled. In the 1950s and 60s, she starred on TV's Peck's Bad Girl and made appearances on shows including Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Gunsmoke, Twilight Zone, and My Three Sons. She made later appearances in TV shows including Police Story, Murder, She Wrote, Matlock, and Star Trek: The Next Generation. She also became a noted humanitarian who advocated for the United Nations Association and the San Fernando Valley Mayor's Fund for the Homeless, among other organizations. There are no survivors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Supervisor Kuehl, I'd like to join you on the adjournment for Marcia Hunt. I was able to meet her when she came down to San Pedro for Stephanie Martisich does an international film festival every year and highlighted one of her films, and she came down and was so gracious with her time, and she's just a lovely human being, and I was honored to have met her and taken some photos with her. So I would like to join you on that adjournment.
Yes, please.
I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Charles, known as Chuck Fuentes, well known in the world of Democratic politics, has passed away at the age of 70. Chuck began his career in public service when he was elected the youngest member on the Cerritos Community College Board of Trustees. In 1989, he was elected vice chair of the California Democratic Party and was also a delegate to the Democratic National Convention. Chuck also served for 26 years on the Democratic State Central Committee. Chuck worked at all levels of government. He was chief of staff to Grace Napolitano in her positions as a councilwoman, a state assembly member, and a congresswoman. Chuck was also the campaign manager for my brother, Jim Hahn, when he ran for city controller, also city attorney, and then as mayor of Los Angeles. Chuck served as the chief administrative officer for the Los Angeles City Controller's Office, and later as the chief administrative officer for the Los Angeles City Attorney. He was also the city manager of Pico Rivera and was general manager at the Central Basin Municipal Water District. What a career Chuck had. He just served at all levels of government and was just involved in everything. In addition to his public service, Chuck was a devout Roman Catholic and a member of Knights of the Columbus. Chuck is survived by his wife, Linda Unruh, his 7 siblings, Christine, Roberta, Andrea, Cecilia, Robert, Christopher, and Joseph, and 4 godchildren. I attended his service last week, and the Congresswoman was there, and a number of people from the political world came to pay their last respects. Yes, please. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Donald Don Prang, who is the father of our LA County Assessor, Jeff Prang. He passed away at the age of 87. Don was a strong and tenacious man. There was never an obstacle that he could not overcome. He did not wait for someone to show him the way. Rather, he fearlessly cut his own path through life. Don served this country proudly as a member of the Army and later went on to work as an engineer for the Ford Motor Company. His position with Ford took him and his family around the world and gave him many great adventures. He is survived by his wife, Jean, 4 children, and 6 grandchildren. And I know without a doubt that he was proud of our county assessor. Yes, that would be nice, all members. Thank you.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Catherine Katie Carlson, who is a longtime resident of Torrance. She was 85 when she passed. Katie had a heart for service and was the happiest when she was helping others. She was an active member of many harbor area organizations such as Harbor Lights, the LA Gateway Chamber of Commerce, and the Harbor Gateway Neighborhood Watch. She also served the Girl Scouts of America for over 50 years. Throughout her many years of community service, she received numerous awards, including the Volunteer of the Year Award from the LAPD Harbor Division, the City of Los Angeles, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, and the Los Angeles Police Department and the City of Los Angeles Fire Department. Katie is survived by her children, Jack, Diana, and Maureen, 3 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my adjournments.
Thank you. We will take all motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, such will be the order. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. While we are in closed session, we'll be showing 2 video presentations. Supervisor Barger has a presentation recognizing the 5th District Homeless Outreach Team kickoff, and Supervisor Solis has a presentation recognizing Cultiva, pronounce it for me. Cultiva LA's dedication to providing health food access in LA County. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Rent Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with labor negotiator Fezia Davenport and designated staff. Item CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And CS4, department head performance evaluation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agenda. Thank you.
It is my honor to welcome the Republic of Artsakh's Foreign Minister, David Babayan. Over the last 2 years, we have seen an increasingly belligerent Azerbaijan continually attack Artsakh. My heart breaks hearing about the unprovoked military attacks that have taken so many innocent lives. Los Angeles County stands in solidarity with the Republic of Artsakh and the Armenian people against this campaign of terror. I am proud that at today's Board of Supervisors meeting, I am introducing a motion to denounce the actions of Azerbaijan. We must reaffirm Los Angeles County's commitment to support the resilient Armenian people and join their calls for justice. Our county is home to the world's largest Armenian diaspora, and we must continue to listen to the needs of Armenians locally and around the world. On behalf of Los Angeles County, I want to present this proclamation to you and know that we stand in solidarity with Artsakh and all the Armenian people.
Thank you very much. It's a very touching thing. And I think it's one of the greatest manifestation of dedication towards freedom, rule of law, democracy, and friendship. Thank you very much, because we consider this to be an act of generosity and friendship of Los Angeles and California towards the people of Artsakh. Thank you very much.
We stand in solidarity.
Hello and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize an organization dedicated to making a difference in our community. Cultiva LA transforms healthy food access and wellness through people, social enterprise, and environmental justice by engaging community urban agriculture through workforce development, intergenerational learning, and agricultural literacy. Cultiva LA brings together local growers to transform the urban agriculture movement in Los Angeles County. With 32 active cultivadores, they grow and supply fresh organic herbs, such as mint, basil, papalo, and cilantro, as well as vegetables to individuals and families through their innovative free Mercado al Aire Libre, free farmers market in Westlake. With the support of my office, Cultiva LA has also worked to empower communities in the San Gabriel Valley, opening a garden in the city of Rosemead and a farm in South El Monte, and is in the works to open another farm in East Los Angeles. Their experience as farmers is valued and seen as a strength as they help to cultivate community workforce development, mentorship, and entrepreneurship for youth and adults, many of them Latinos and undocumented immigrants. Thank you for all that you do and congratulations.
Gracias, Supervisora Hila Solís, por la nominación a este gran reconocimiento de la herencia hispana.
Good morning, everybody. Before I became a county supervisor, I was a staff person. And the issues that I handled for Supervisor Antonovich were health, mental health, children and family services, and DPSS. And what I tell people is in this county, almost 2/3 of our budget goes to just those things. When we talk about homelessness, we talk about the fact that we've got to get individuals off the street. But how do you do that in a compassionate and caring way? It's through the work that you all do right here. And I want to thank you for everything you do each and every day to help the most vulnerable on the street. And that's what we're here today to talk about. And that is the fact that I'm going to allocate $2.3 million for a team that's going to be dedicated to the 5th District, for the host and for LAFSA to go out and do your job and work together to address the needs of the residents in the 5th District.
Today was about LAFSA's long partnership with the Sheriff's Department operating our homeless outreach street teams. This has been a partnership that we've had in place for many years. It's a really strong partnership, really built on very deep relationships between the deputies that work as part of the Sheriff's Department, part of this team, and our outreach workers that work really closely with them to go out into some of the most remote locations in the county and ensure that we're able to reach people experiencing homelessness there, connect them to help, and resolve encampments. It's wonderful to have those deep relationships recognized today by Supervisor Barger.
This model works. It is a success. And to date, we have contacted over 70,000 people experiencing homelessness, 0 arrests, 0 uses of force. The foundation of the host model is strongly built on collaborative partnerships. So having the support of the supervisor and then strengthening our collaborations throughout District 5, it should have tremendous results in allowing us to connect with more people out in the community experiencing homelessness. And not only, a simple handout of water or a food item. This is comprehensively addressing their condition, which hopefully would result at the end of the day in coming in off the streets into interim shelter.
The board is currently in closed session. They will return to open session once closed session has ended. The board is currently in closed session. They will return to open session once closed session has ended.